I think the stage is loose.
Well, there's no shock mounts on these mics, right? In situation bad, those should be socketed.
Is there a rubber band tying these two?
That reminds me, I gotta re-black that.
Did you do this? To stop people from doing...
Negative. No. Should I try it? Let me try it. I've never tried that. Come on.
What's up? Good morning, everyone.
Oh, on the mic? Good morning. Okay. What time are you keeping up today?
12:30.
Okay.
No, that's gonna be too bulky.
Oh, that's a hair tie.
Okay, good morning, and welcome to day 2 of the Nature Hub. I hope you guys all had a very good time last night out and about in New York City. Those of you joining virtually, thank you for being with us. We just want to begin by acknowledging where we are meeting today. In fact, we're meeting on the ancestral lands of the Lenape-Hoking, which are the ancestral lands of the Lenape people who were violently displaced as a result of European settlers over the course of the last 400 years. The Lenape are a diasporic people that remain closely connected to this land and are its rightful stewards. We also recognize that New York City is both a remarkable city, but also home to the largest and most diverse group of indigenous populations in the United States. I'd also like to just begin by introducing myself. My name is Daniel Shemi. I am the lead at the Nature Conservancy for our Resilient Watersheds program. And I represent the Nature Conservancy today, but we're also, this Nature Hub is a true partnership. I want to thank our conservation partners, WWF, Forest Trends, IUCN, INBO, EMI, and the World Water Council, and a special thanks to our sponsors, AB InBev, the Coca-Cola Company, Starbucks, and Diageo. A couple announcements for today. First and foremost is we are still in a yellow rating for COVID. So if you feel like you're developing symptoms or you're just feeling a little nervous about it, we do have tests at the reception that you can use. Also food, like yesterday, every session is going to be interrupted or interspersed with coffees and snacks, and there'll be nice lunch at midday. And then finally, we do have, again, a very packed program, so I'm afraid there won't be much time for lunches or coffees, so please race to your sessions. But thanks so much for being here. To get us going, though, before those sessions start, I wanted to just introduce our 2 speakers this morning. My dear friend and good colleague, Brooke Atwell, who is the Associate Director for the Resilient Watersheds, is going to be interviewing today TNC's Regional Managing Director, Paula Caballero. Paula is, in her role as the MD for Latin America, she leads a team of over 300 staff across some 16 countries, from Mexico to Argentina, in what is the most biodiverse region of the planet. And really relevant for today's conversation is that she is really the mother or chief architect of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And so I'm really excited to hear this conversation between Brooke and Paula, and I'll pass it to them. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that. All right, this is a very quick session, so we're going to do a little bit of rapid fire between us. So can you just start by telling us how the Sustainable Development Goals came into being and what makes them so different, so unique from other kind of global initiatives?
Well, the SDGs came into being through an incredibly fraught and difficult and tense process. When Colombia first proposed the goals, we were essentially laughed out of the room. And the reason for that is because they really represent a very deep, really deep paradigm shift. So to those who think that the SDGs are just something that was negotiated at the UN and that we can then, if we don't meet them, we can renegotiate them again, that is not feasible. The SDGs were the result of an incredibly fraught and complex process. And what they did was that they broke the paradigm in various ways. One, they aligned and highlighted the fact of the complexity of development. And the UN goals before that, the Millennium Development Goals, were focused only on social issues. Things like end poverty, end hunger, and child malnutrition. But the economic and the environmental drivers that are necessary to deliver on those goals were completely absent. And the other really important part is that they were about developed and developing countries. So all of the world's problems were really for developing countries, and developed countries just had to sort of pony up some funds to support developing countries to do all of the implementation of the UN's agenda. And that's absurd. And so the SDGs broke with that tradition and broke with that reality and ushered in a completely new age and a new understanding of development, one that's integrated, one that has a long-term vision, one that's systemic, and one that is universal, equal for all countries of the world. And that systemic is really important because rather than talking about just ending hunger, the SDGs really speak to, for example, resilient food systems. And that's a huge mind shift of the kind that we're trying to do with water when we go from water replenishment to saying, no, we need integrated management of the watersheds. That vision that unites the proactive, ambitious water community is at the heart of what made the SDGs so hard to negotiate and make the SDGs so relevant today.
Great. You've actually written a whole book on how difficult it was to get people on board for the SDGs. And you've explained a little bit about how that's relevant, but can you give us a little bit more insight into how you got people on board? Maybe give us a little bit of gray armies talk?
Sure. As I mentioned, it was incredibly fraught. I mean, the opposition was something that neither I nor my government that backed me up 100% in this idea ever envisaged it could be so difficult. And it was because we were breaking a lot of eggs, of the old eggs, to bring in sort of this new world. And what was really challenging, one of the areas that was challenging, was this sense of embracing the complexity of development. So when I was trying to position the SDGs to get some kind of agreement or acceptance that we needed this brave, new, bold, and ambitious concept, I used to talk about what I would call the gray armies. And it was that we live in silos. So even if we have water targets, we have a goal, and then you have water targets. You have energy, and then you have energy targets. You have poverty, and then you have poverty targets, which is absurd. That's not how the world operates. If you look at things like any target, child malnutrition, water use efficiency, it is actually a completely integrated agenda in its own right. And that's particularly true for water. So my point there was I had so many different PowerPoints and things to sort of create momentum, was to say, look, if you end up with a water goal with water targets, like this little gray army of targets, it's completely irrelevant because you're not trying to get just those who work, quote unquote, directly on water to deal and deliver on these targets. These targets have to be whole of government, whole of society. Everybody has to come on board. So it was, and that was really hard. And I think what Colombia did really was a very active process of informal diplomacy. We did not go, all of this happened over at the UN, but I didn't try to renegotiate UN resolutions. I acted as a government official, as an NGO, and created a bottom-up movement. And civil society was the most important actor in the room all the time. Civil society understood early on the power of this idea, backed it up, and helped to make it a reality at the UN. And the other key constituency was private sector. And I'm so happy we see ABI InBev, Coca-Cola, Starbucks, Diageo. These and many others were the companies that were coming up to me and saying, this is finally an agenda that resonates with the private sector. This makes sense to us. It can be part of our business model. So private sector also played a huge role behind the scenes in making the SDGs a reality.
That's interesting. Can you tell us a little bit more about why the private sector considered this as kind of congruent with their way of doing business, the way that they want the world to work? Why were they on your side?
Well, because I think that metrics matter, right? What you measure matters and how you measure matters. And the UN produces, I love multilateralism. I've spent years of my life in those down by the river. But if you have UN debt resolutions, you can't do it's a lot of words. You can't do anything with it. It's what Greta says, all this blah, blah. And metrics are actionable. And it's something that private sector can build into their business models. And initially it was just about corporate social responsibility, ESG, and now we're all pushing to have private sector move beyond even ESG. But being able to incorporate those metrics and to make them relevant for themselves, that was huge. And I think that is where we really need to push now, is with this kind of work that you're all doing and this amazing week that's bringing so many thousands of practitioners together, is to really make sure that the agenda that comes out of here and to push for at the UN for it to be to do two things, to be actionable and to be relevant. Because if it's not actionable and it's not relevant, it's again just the blah, blah.
I love that, the blah, blah. I'm going to use that from now on. All right, so people are saying, what's the big rush? We still have 7 years to go to 2030. We're on track. What do you say to them?
whenever somebody says that, I have to really breathe deeply because it actually really gets my blood going. We don't have until anything. We don't have until 2030. We don't have until 2050. We don't have any, it's now. Right now is where we're taking the decisions, making the investments, taking the actions or the emissions that define where we end up. Think of the now as sort of a wedge or a vertex like that. And we're right here. If you nudge yourself nanomillimeters in either direction, you end up in completely different places. That now is where we are right now. And that is what we have to, we do not have until 2030. What we do now is what's going to define what we end up now in 2050. We're under the UN climate change, most countries are doing their 2050 strategies. And what that has is sort of a backcasting exercise. Where do we need to be in 2050? Backcast. What do we need to do now? And for the water sector, that's particularly true. Because with energy transition, we talk a lot about avoiding lock-in. You know, big investments, thermal energy, it's going to be locked in, or the wrong kind of vehicle fleets, it gets locked in for a couple of decades. But with land use, it's exactly the same thing. If we dam up our rivers, if we misuse our landscapes, if we contaminate our groundwater pollution, some of those actions that are happening, realities on the ground, are no longer reversible. They become the new norm. They become the new reality. And so right now, what you're doing could not be more imperative or more urgent, that we take those decisions now, that we do the watershed investment plans now, that private sector gets on board now, that the finance sector stops financing the wrong things and really puts the patient capital that we need for the upfront investments that are needed to transition governments, public policy, markets, to this new reality that we all know is needed. The point about the SDGs is that it needs, it says never waste a good crisis. We just wasted a really big crisis of the pandemic. But we like to talk about green recovery, right? The blah, blah. But nothing happened. We completely missed it. So now these crises cannot afford to be nudged along. It needs that deep systems shift that's at the heart of the SDGs. For climate, for biodiversity, for water, for equity. All of these crises are interlinked. They are one and the same. And the root cause is short-termism. The root cause is silos. The root cause is wanting to stay in our comfort zones. Every single one of us. I tell my team every day, and I've told them I want them to be happy, but I also tell them, if you wake up in the morning and you feel like we're doing a really, really good job and everything's absolutely on track, pinch yourselves, because then we become part of the problem. We have to every day wake up and think about how we shift ourselves, how we push ourselves to new boundaries, to new ways of doing things, going not just beyond projects and beyond programs, but to really how do we implement everything with an integrated systems perspective. And the leadership for that, I think, will come largely or to a great degree from the water sector, from all of you, from the practitioners that understand that interwoven reality of drivers and actions. So you are all called on to have a really decisive role in setting in place the kind of bold and ambitious and disruptive agenda that the world urgently needs. You have that leadership and you have that partnership, civil society, governments, private sector, finance sector. A lot of the solutions and a lot of the new mindsets need to come from the water practitioners.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you.
I hope that you all take that same passion and fervor into your conversations today. I'd love that you put the onus back on us, and I really hope that we come out with some really strong commitments towards a clean water future. Thank you, Paula.
Side. This way? 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Wait. They got it. They're on top.
push this. A little, just not as hot. Yeah, so keep it halfway, but push it hard on overflow. Like +5. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 2 minutes. If you can make your way to room 200, thank you.
You just want a picture of me in the tie, don't you?
Thank you.
Yep. Good. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session. My name is Adrian Sim. I'm Chief Executive of the Alliance for Water Stewardship, or AWS, as we are commonly known. We are convening this session along with several of our members whose representatives you can see on the stage and the logos on the screen. I will be moderating this session and introducing the speakers as they come up. I would like to, as this is the UN Water Conference, I would like to open by quoting Henk Ovink, who I'm sure all of you know is the Dutch Special Envoy for International Water Affairs and the driving force behind this conference. Henk says, "We have broken the water cycle. We can't continue to replicate and scale past mistakes. Now is the time to radically shift and change the way we understand, value and manage water and act accordingly." This side event is to illustrate the contribution that water stewardship can help to make to this radical shift. It will do this by highlighting how igniting leadership within the private sector can deliver positive outcomes for governments, for civil society, and of course for the private sector itself. In the next 75 minutes, you'll hear from leading businesses with interests in agriculture and food systems on how water is impacting their business, what their strategic approach is to water, and how engagement with the AWS system, in particular their use of the International Water Stewardship Standard, or AWS Standard as it's known, how that is delivering shared benefits. We will also hear from a consultancy and 2 development banks on how they are supporting AWS and the potential they see for it to contribute to the radical shift that Henk Ovink is encouraging us all to make. Before I do so, however, I will give a brief overview of AWS and the AWS Standard. So we are one of several organisations who are trying to advance cooperation in water stewardship and to address shared water challenges. Several of these organisations have just released a joint statement calling for, amongst other things, the development of incentives for the adoption of water stewardship. This was released earlier this week and is available at the website wateractionnow.org. AWS is a market-based system, at the heart of which is the AWS Standard. This means that we work within markets to drive positive change by providing the architecture through which leadership can flourish. To do so, we perform 3 primary roles. We convene our members from different interest groups to build capacity, share knowledge and advance best practice. We use our multi-stakeholder membership to define the essential elements of good water stewardship. These are contained within the AWS standard. And we provide a system of recognition through which those who meet the requirements of the AWS standard can make credible claims of good water stewardship performance. The credibility of claims by businesses who use and consume large volumes of water is an essential ingredient for building confidence across different groups that need to cooperate if we are going to efficiently and effectively address our shared water challenges. The AWS standard, as you can see on the screen, is also designed to build confidence. And our mission is to ignite and nurture global and local leadership in credible water stewardship. That leadership is demonstrated by certification to the AWS standard. It is a site-based standard that supports any type of major water-using site anywhere in the world to understand the water use, risks and impacts in the context of the catchment in which it's located. It then requires the site to develop and implement a plan to address the shared water challenge and deliver 5 outcomes that you can see on the slide. That is good water governance, sustainable water balance, good water quality, the healthy status of important water-related areas, and safe access to wash. In doing so, the site is taking contextually appropriate actions that contribute to the shared water challenges within the catchment. Addressing shared water challenges contributes directly to the UN Water Conference theme under which this side event has been agreed, that is water for sustainable development. And so in summary, the water stewardship enables the private sector leadership to address shared water challenges. The AWS standard provides a systematic approach to implement water stewardship. Certification against the AWS standard enables credible claims by major water users, and incentives for credible and verified water stewardship can help build confidence and scale positive impacts on food systems. So we're now going to go to our presenters, and first up is by pre-recorded message is Xavier Roussel from Dole.
Happy to join this session by the means of this video. My name is Xavier Roussel. I am the Chief Sustainability Officer at Dole PLC. So Dole PLC is a fresh produce company. So we do produce, we purchase, we distribute very many different types of fruits and vegetables. Some of them we produce, some of them we buy throughout the world. Our main product lines are bananas and pineapple, which we do produce in Central and Latin America, but many other fruit and vegetables overall. So for us, water is a very key topic. We are a big farming organization and we partner with a lot of farmers too. So water is key to growing our fresh produce, of course. There is water also used in the rest of our supply chain, mostly to wash product. So once after harvest, produce is being washed before it's being packed and shipped overseas. So these are the two main use of water for us. So since we farm across the world, we do farm in areas where water is abundant and other where water is scarce. And we've seen those trends accelerate over time. So water is for us very key to the long-term future of the company, as well as the crops we are producing right now. So we have approached the AWS standard a few years ago in a project that we have with the retailer Edeka and WWF, where we have over 20 farms in this project that intends to improve sustainability in banana farming. And we wanted to essentially elevate our understanding of water management, not only in an abstract way, like remotely from the farm, but within the farm. We're trying to transform and elevate the knowledge at farm level. So this is what we've done. We started with very basic things like making sure all the meters were in place, which generating the right data, and then we advanced into the most advanced part of the certification, the water balance, and then the landscape approach. And I think this last part in the landscape approach has been very key for us to understand our wider environment. Farms are very, of course, oriented towards themselves, whereas this landscape approach, which does exist more informally in farming, we are part of the community, we know our neighbors. But in this case, the project took us all the way to the source of the river, the upstream part that we knew less about. It did make us enter into a dialogue with the other users of water all around in the water basins where we are located. So all of this was extremely new to us. Going outside the boundaries of the farm, or our very direct neighbors, was an experience we haven't had. And I think it's important for water, but not only water. I think, generally speaking, getting closer ties within the farming community is important. But it is, of course, crucial for the long-term management of water, qualitatively, but also quantitatively. How much can we take, and the water quality from all the stakeholders that are upstream from the river, or those that are downstream from us. I think a better understanding and a better dialogue with all the other partners in the river basin has been an important learning and really a key contribution to a better water management. So our water strategy is centered around water efficiency. So most of the water we use is for irrigation. So it's key for us to come up with new techniques to make better use of the water that's available to us. And we know that over time and the effect of climate change, we may need to continue to further reduce this use. So giving the plants what they need, the right amount, exactly at the right time. This is really the focus of our research team, and we believe that we can deliver results over time to manage our water management more and more efficiently. It's also building more resilient soil. So this is just such a strong link between soil management and water management. Healthy soils do retain more water and therefore are instrumental in achieving our goal of water reduction. So this is really something that does take time. It's a lot of also research that we are doing in that area, but it's very much the center of good and strong and resilient farming system. Good soil do help us deliver on our water objectives. And finally, we have all the adaptation to climate change. We operate in many different tropical areas where the effect of climate change are not only water scarcity, but it be at times water excess under the form of a hurricane or floodings. So we need to prepare our farms. We need to connect with the other stakeholders in the areas where we operate and continuously prepare for what may come our way. We have had a very clear example of this in Honduras and Guatemala, where we got hit a couple of years ago by back-to-back Category 4 and 5 hurricanes. So when you face this type of situation, extreme situations, then everything is in the preparation, everything is in a resilient system that will help us prevent any type of damage, and of course get back in production. It's important for the farm itself, but also it does involve work with all the local community. So adaptation is also a key component of our water strategy.
So thank you remotely, Xavier. Our next speaker in our somewhat quick-fire session today is Ian Knight from Mars. Ian, over to you for the presentation.
Mic 9? Seems to be okay, doesn't it? Right, well, good morning, everybody. I think I'll come to this end. Mars is a global pet care and food company. And I like cycling, and pre-COVID, I cycled from the northwest of Spain down to the southeast, to Seville. And as we got further south, we found ourselves getting up earlier and earlier in the morning. Eventually, we were cycling 2 hours in the dark in an attempt to avoid the brutal, unseasonal afternoon sun because it was so hot. And like many of our chocolate factories around the world, you'll see here me with slightly less hair. My main use of water was for cooling purposes. And I was back in Seville a couple of weeks ago and visiting farmers south of Seville on the Guadalquivir River on the left and right margins. You'll see there in red, that's the Guadalquivir River in the middle. Irrigating rice fields. Rice is heavily irrigated. A quarter of global water withdrawals are to irrigate rice. And at the moment, there's a drought in southern Spain, which is an issue for Ben's original. Water allocations in 2021 were reduced to farmers by 50%. And then last year, by down to 30% of normal levels. And you can see the effect there on the number of fields being cultivated there in the summer, much less green. As you can see, the fields are left fallow. So what's going on? Well, the Guadalquivir system, reducing water storage over time as the reservoirs empty. And you can see the up arrows are the variable amount of precipitation refill into the system, and then the down arrows are pretty constant, the demand, just reducing slightly in the last couple of years with as the irrigation water reductions have kicked in. And this, of course, is the new normal. Climate modelers have looked globally, and this is one of the regions they particularly agree quite strongly on, that stream flows in rivers in southern Spain will reduce by 50-odd% as a result of climate change. So this sort of challenge is what business is having to deal with, at the moment. And Mars has a water target. We've mapped our water use globally, and that sort of purple section is what we target to reduce in the short term and eliminate in the long term, our unsustainable water use in water-stressed locations, because we want to play our part in dealing with the challenge of water stress that the world faces. And Mars have been members of the Alliance for Water Stewardship since 2015. And we use the standard in two main ways. One, to help develop credible and holistic water stewardship programs for our high priority sites, so our own factories in water stressed areas. And then secondly, there's a theory of change to align participants in multi-stakeholder projects who are working collaboratively. And an example of that that you may have heard of is WAPRO, which is an activity that's been managed by Helvetus, also an AWS member, which has focused on water productivity amongst cotton and rice farmers in 16 countries with 11 separate projects, making significant improvements into the way that rice and cotton are cultivated to reduce water use. And these projects have had various organisations involved, AWS, the Better Cotton Initiative, Sustainable Rice Platform, Mars and other sort of branded sort of rice sellers, and our own suppliers and other NGOs have been engaged. And notably the Swiss government, who have match funded the public sector investment. And that match funding has been useful. It's within WAPRO, the Helvetus have this model called push-pull policy, and that extra investment has helped build capabilities to deal with water challenges, to help train farmers, provide additional sort of capabilities, but also to engage on policy at sort of local, regional and national level around water. So that's really what I wanted to say. So in summary, Mars dealing with real problems associated with water stress in our value chain. Secondly, defining targets, strategies to address water stress, to play our part. And then finally, the AWS standard, a useful tool that we can use to help lighten our path as we make our way forward. So I think I have a couple of minutes for questions, Adrian.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. And it's really interesting you bring the policy angle from WAPRO into your presentation. So what kind of incentives would help a company like Mars to adopt water stewardship more broadly?
Yeah, so I mean, more sort of a Swiss government sort of funding of that sort of type to help build projects and project capabilities. I mean, we feel good, particularly about WAPRO, because it's not just us investing, it's all the other sort of private sector organisations and the government. You know, so we get more bang for our buck, you know, from a water stewardship point of view, when development agencies like Helvetus are able to leverage sort of government funding. So that's particularly valuable. You know, governments can help us in other ways, you know, when we think of some of our investments in our own sites, how we can adopt more environmentally friendly sort of technology, particularly cooling, for instance. You know, if we can avoid evaporating water to cool our factories, you know, that's beneficial. But if you don't use water to evaporate, you have to spend more capital. So governments can help with investments and sort of tax breaks around investment. And then I think probably another big sort of incentive is when we can get brand return. You know, and this is more about the consumer and how the consumer can value the good work that we're actually doing. And we're very concerned about greenwashing. We absolutely don't want to greenwash, but we would like to get credit, you know, for good work that we do, you know, and get and educate the consumer, so the consumer can recognise and can demonstrate their appreciation, you know, when they buy a brand like Ben's Original, that we're doing some good things, you know, in the supply chain.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Ian. Excellent presentation. And as a cyclist, I'm sure you will be joining the bike around Central Park on Saturday, I'm sure, yeah. So next up is Michael Nemeth from Nutrien. Are you going to talk as Mike did? Yep, as Ian did. Over to you. You got this clicker.
Great. Thanks. So my name is Mike Nemeth. Nope.
Okay, next up is Michael Clément from Nestlé. Thanks for your presentation, Mike. That was really succinct. Thank you. Okay. Just click on. Yeah.
Should I go?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so can you hear me? Yes, that works. So my name is Michael Clément. I lead water stewardship at Nestlé Waters and Beverages, which is the water category of Nestlé. I don't have any slides. Just a couple of things about the water for the company. You know what it means as a materiality. I guess it's obvious when it comes to the water category because we bottle water, but I don't think it's that obvious. In fact, you know, because what it means is that we need the water to be sustainable in terms of quantity, because we can't delocalize, so it has to be produced locally. So we need to make sure that the water balance is ensured over the time. The other thing is that in most of our locations, we produce mineral water, which means that we cannot treat the water. The only thing we can do is to work on protecting the quality of the water, working with the upstream water users. So this is a lot about engaging with all the water users, Of course, it can be the farmers, but the industries, the communities, the authorities, municipalities, like everyone. So this is for the materiality, for the water category. Nestlé level, on other categories, you can think about dairy, coffee. Obviously, the elephant in the room, the big challenge is at the supply chain level. Here, we need to work, yes, with all the suppliers. We need to ensure that we have a sufficient and sustainable and reliable supply of water, because obviously, the crops cannot grow without water, or the yields cannot reach the level we expect if we want to ensure the food security. So this is, yeah, we have some challenges. On top of that, what we do, I would say, is to think twofold. First, how to tackle the challenge which is related to human activities on water, and the second one is more related to the weather, to the climate change, to extreme events that we have to face today. So what do we do? I think starting point to me is interesting at the Nestlé Waters category, because this is where we used the AWS program. When it comes to ensuring the water in terms of quantity, it's a lot about monitoring, it's a lot about studying the local hydrogeology, and it's a lot about sharing with others all the data we have on water. It's the same for the quality. It's analyzing the water quality over the time and getting the data, sharing the data. So that's, I would say, kind of scientific piece is very physical. But the big thing to me is much more about the capacity and the way to engage with the local stakeholders, because we cannot do it by ourselves. Of course, we need to ensure with them this sustainability over the time, and this is where the AWS standards helps a lot, because first of all, it gives a methodology, very strict methodology, challenging methodology, but robust methodology. But beyond the methodology, I think it helps as a tool to raise awareness. Like internally for us, when we talk to our, site managers, all the people on the field, it helps. It's a tool to educate internally, but it's also a wonderful tool when you go and engage with the local stakeholders. I mean, I've been here for 3 days. Everybody talks about collective action. That's great. It's not something easy. You need to embark others. You need to convince others. When it comes about the farmers, nobody can think that straight away the farmers will see I would say, a quick benefit, a payback from this. So you need to convince, you need to support, and this is done through a lot of engagement. So that's the reason why we committed to certify all our sites against the AWS standard at the water category by 2025. That's in 2 years. It's a great journey, and I think we learn by doing. We are now used to the tool. I think the auditors are used to the way we work, and we're on track. Okay, basically.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mikael. Thanks. So you mentioned at the front that the elephant in the room is the supply chain. So and you have a slide up here saying regeneration. So Nestlé is, from the food side of the business, is putting a lot of emphasis on regenerative agriculture. So how much potential do you see to be able to embed water stewardship in that side of the business?
Yeah, the group committed to get most, like 50% of the key ingredients through RegenAg methods by 2030. The thing about RegenAg is still something new. So of course we talk a lot about the carbon sequestration, the benefits it can bring to the soils, but it's very important to think about the other sides like biodiversity and of course water. So we're working on it. There's a lot of R&D going on. It's again, I think it's still a new concept, but it's applied, I would say, research. So we have agronomists, we have hydrogeologists engaging with the farmers, supporting the farmers, testing, experimenting. But we need to keep in mind that when it comes to water, it always has to be tailored. So every context, every catchment, every basin will require different interventions. So, but there are a lot of things that are very virtuous when it comes to water. It can be about riparian buffers. There's a lot we can do, cover crops and many things. But what we lack in parallel is to leverage what we do at the water category. Today we are trying to reach what we call, to be water positive at catchment level. When it's about the water category, the catchment we consider are quite small. But the idea is how can we expand? How can we reach that supply chain? And to me, when I listen to the debates for the last 2 days, I think this is where we're waiting for big initiatives, because collective actions are important, but the real challenge will be how to make all these collective actions, how can it reach an impact at scale? That's the next challenge, and we need to work together, obviously.
Thank you, Mikko. I'm going to press the button before I introduce the next speaker. So welcome back, Michael.
Thanks. Clicker. Adrian likes to keep me on my toes, so I appreciate that. So my name is Mike Nemeth. I'm with Nutrien, part of our corporate sustainability and stakeholder relations team. I lead our water stewardship efforts for the team globally, as well as biodiversity, so kind of that nature portfolio. A little bit about Nutrien. We're a Canadian-based company. We are the world's largest provider of crop inputs and services to farmers directly. We have a world-class production, distribution, and retail network that allows us to reach out directly to over 500,000 grower customers. So we're working directly on the farm to provide everything that a farmer needs to be able to produce a sustainable and healthy crop. We have 4 different business units. We have our potash, nitrogen, and phosphate production and distribution units, and then we have the world's largest ag retailer network that spans North America, or US, Canada, Australia, and much of South America. So a little bit about Nutrien and our water stewardship journey. We went from managing our sites, and I don't need to know if I need to go too much in the difference of the nuances between management and stewardship, but I always like this logo or this graphic on the left here. In speaking that it doesn't matter if your site is a farm or a factory or if it's a municipality, is that you have to manage water for your site. And we've always managed our water for our needs. We have large production and manufacturing and mining facilities which need water. We require that. Water is a material topic for us as a company. It's a critical input to our business. So we need to manage that. But looking at water stewardship, is that requires us to look outside of our fence line, outside of our operating boundary, to be able to understand who else is in our watersheds, what type of watershed are we operating in, what are our impacts and dependencies, and what are those for those around us. And being able to have that kind of approach and mindset is part of how we've used the AWS standard. So in this process, we walked through using guidance from the AWS standard to move for that approach. So from a company standpoint, we do use water and manage it on our sites. In Australia, we have a division called Nutrien Water, which actually provides on-farm irrigation and water services directly to farmers to help with on-farm water use efficiency and management. And then through our retail network, we manage and advise through our crop advisors and agronomists to be able to make sure that we're supporting farmers, not just in agronomic inputs, but also on-farm water needs. So for Nutrien's water stewardship pathway, we use the AWS standard, as I mentioned, as guidance in walking through a water stewardship accelerator. And basically what we did was we went through and did an enterprise-wide assessment of our risks related to water. We identified those risks. We set context-based water targets, which just came out in our 2023 ESG report released earlier this year. And as Adrian mentioned, those 5 outcomes of good water stewardship, that's what our aim is. It's really to look at the full spectrum of water stewardship, how we use it, how we interact with it. But in going through that exercise, one thing we realized was, I mean, it's intuitive, but when you think about it, is one of our greatest opportunities in the water stewardship space was to actually use our retail network to be able to support water stewardship and positive water outcomes at the farm level through retail. And so the greatest inputs that any crop needs is water and nutrients to be able to grow. So being able to do that and have that mindset is a really unique opportunity. And so in doing that, what we started to do was understand and start to pilot and incubate and do learning projects and how we could do that. So how do we take water stewardship at a more granular level to the farm and be able to enable it through the value chain? So we're actually in the process of piloting through some learning projects. One to highlight here is in Western Canada in the Lake Winnipeg Basin. It's a large freshwater lake, the 10th largest in the world, and it drains a large area of agricultural land. So between some private sector partners and public sector partners and regional NGOs and stakeholder and watershed groups in the area, we pulled together a project to be able to look at implementing and developing water stewardship plans using the AWS standard, understanding what does that take on the farm, what are the resources, what comes out of those plans, and then how do you implement them. So in doing so, some of the things that come out are what are the regenerative practices that a farmer can do? What are the products and services that can be offered to be able to support good water outcomes and positive water stewardship? What's the value to the farmer? What are the costs? What are the barriers? And being able to understand that through the plan development and working through the standard, and then being able to test those outcomes, quantify them, and then understand how do we take that value that's created from doing water stewardship in a more formal setting, how do we take that to be able to scale, replicate, and drive water stewardship through the value chain? So that same project will be working through the Potato Sustainability Alliance, which is a North American-based potato value chain group. So there's a really neat opportunity to be able to not just scale it through the potato value chain, but also bring in other actors, because we all know that through crop rotations that not just potatoes are grown, but the rotating crops are also used. So any company that sources from an agricultural field could start to be able to participate in this sort of lens of using water stewardship on the farm. So that's a couple of ways of how we use water stewardship in our business.
Thank you, Mike. And just briefly, in a minute, please, what do you feel could help other companies in your sector, your business sector, to follow where Nutrien has led?
Well, I think just being the willingness to learn. I mean, I don't think anybody has any of this figured out. You know, you think back 10 years ago of what the mindset was around, you know, water versus water stewardship. And so being able to take the willingness to learn, to pilot, to help scale, to do collective action, and to be able to work together in basins to be able to drive and leverage companies and organizations that are doing this work, and to be able to take that time to understand so that we can do it right. Because if we're going to do something, we might as well have the resources and time to do it appropriately.
Magic. Thank you, Mike. Terrific. And now, David, you're going to come up here? Yep.
Alrighty. Good morning, everyone. My name's David Grant. I'm the one of the Sustainable Development Directors at PepsiCo. Looking at the number of people in the room and our diverse panel of 7 people here, it's about a 5-to-1 ratio, which makes us quite nice and personal, which also means that those of you on your phones, we know who you are. Right, I'm not going to spend too long on this slide, just to give you a bit of context about PepsiCo. We are a large multinational company, pretty much focused on food and beverages. The 2 points I pull out here is we're in roughly just over 190 countries. We have about 1,000 production facilities, of which around 25% are PepsiCo owned. The remaining lot are third-party manufacturers, so people who produce on our behalf, which is an important thing which we'll get to a bit later. The other the other thing to note here, which comes into the presentation a bit later, is that PepsiCo, sorry, I'll speak into the mic, PepsiCo is normally synonymous with the beverage, but around 55% of our net revenue comes from food. So food forms a very big part of the company. So being a diverse company, we've got a very large water footprint, and we rely on water throughout our value chain. And we did an exercise not too long ago looking at basically mapping out that water. And as you can see there, around 94% of the water that we use is in our agricultural value chain, right? And that's to produce crops and to wash, clean, process those crops. And just to be clear, that 94% is both from an irrigation point of view and rainwater, so it's the net crop need. Then the remaining 6% is split between our company-owned operations and our third-party manufacturers. But just to put this in context, that 2% of company-owned operations consumes 78 billion litres of water a year. So that's just 2% of our footprint. If you look at the overall footprint, it's around 3.4 trillion litres that we need to keep our business going per year. That's a massive amount of water. And I don't want to spend too long here. It's been repeated continually, and that's why we're here at UN Water Week. You know, water is a growing problem across the world, and PepsiCo is not immune to it. Those little blue dots are all our company-owned facilities. So whether it's, Cape Town Day Zero, where we had to shift production to another site because of water restrictions. In Mexico, we're having to invest a significant amount more in water treatment because of declining water quality. Or in Europe, as we heard a little bit earlier, our agricultural supply chain is suffering because of the droughts there. So water impacts PepsiCo throughout our value chain, and that's why we put a lot of focus in terms of what we need to do to reduce that risk to our business. So just briefly looking in terms of what we've done from a strategy point of view, there are 4 key drivers to our strategy. The first one is basically reducing demand, right? How do we use less to produce our products, to produce our agricultural products as well? And it basically translates into our efficiency goal, which is kind of, you'll see in most companies, right? But then we can be the most efficient company in the world, but if the water's not coming through the pipes to our facility in the first place, that doesn't help anything, right? So that leads on to the second focus of ours, which is our watershed and ecosystem conservation preservation focus. And we've got 2 specific goals around that. The first one is our replenish goal, which says we're going to replenish more than 100% of the water that we use back into local watersheds that we're using within our operations. But what we've also done now is expanded that into our agricultural supply chain as well, recognizing the fact that we've got such a large agricultural footprint that we need to make sure that we address that as well. So we've got a watershed health goal around our agricultural side of the business. The third goal is around improving water access, making sure that the communities where we operate in have adequate access to water, and we've got a goal of reaching 100 million by 2030. And the last one is around driving water governance and advocacy, which really talks to the work that we do around AWS. And the goals that we've got on the right are 2030 goals. And what's really important here is the fact that we've got literally 6 financial cycles before we need to reach those goals. So the timeline is really, really short. Just going on to AWS, which is one of our goals, which is to adopt AWS in all our high water facilities. I guess what's been key for us with AWS is the fact that it's a way to provide structure for our facilities to address water stress, right? And at any facility, there are a number of different moving parts working on water, whether it's agriculture, the procurement side, operations, corporate affairs, working with local government. And what this does is a really neat way of bringing it all together in a structured way to implement a water stewardship strategy. So we found this a really, really useful structure for us. And particularly on the engagement and advocacy side, which is PepsiCo has been really poor on that in the past. And this gives us a way to get a lot more active in local community engagement, local engagement with local government in terms of pushing this water agenda forward. So I think that's it for me.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. And you and I both have been around this scene for quite some time. And you, like me, perhaps had a few more hairs in your head when we first started this. What do you think we, as a community, I started my presentation with a joint statement by the water stewardship community. What do you think we could do to sort of accelerate progress and make it easier for companies like PepsiCo to adopt water stewardship?
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah. So I think, I think one of the key areas that we need to work on is how we engage better with regulators on the policy side. And I think that's always been a major gap that we see, right? To me, this first step of that is building that trust with government, because I think that's a bit of a deficit at the moment, and we need to be able to come to government and work with them and demonstrate what we are capable of doing, right? Because often businesses act in isolation. We'll go out, and PepsiCo's guilty of it, we'll go and do projects and government doesn't even feature at all in those discussions. So how do we bring government along with us on this journey, demonstrate businesses' ability to address the water challenge? I think it will make a major stride in terms of getting us forward.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. So next up, Christina from South Pole. Are you going to come here? Yep. That's the company presentation's over now for a different perspective.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Christina Mellon. I'm with South Pole, and I lead on our work on water. Very briefly about us, we're a sustainable solution provider. Our team is spread over about 6 continents. We work on carbon, water, climate finance, plastics, and biodiversity. Now, we've heard a very concrete example of what it looks like to take action on water. I'll take a step back. Why do we talk so much about agriculture and water? Quite simply, there is no alternative for water. If you want to grow a cucumber, you will need water. Its water content is 96%. You'll never have a water zero cucumber. And for that, you need water resources. But these resources are under pressure. Climate change, poor governance, failing infrastructure are challenges we see globally. So what does that mean from a company's perspective? It's clear there need to be action on a local and a global level. And to drive that and go towards protecting those water resources means you need a robust framework to engage. Now, I'll take you through what this more or less looks like. And since we are in New York, and I'm assuming some of you might have had a bagel for breakfast, main ingredient, wheat flour, I'll do that using the example of a grain trader. So first you want to understand, okay, where are your operations and where do you source from? And I already know this is a challenging question for many companies, but yes, understanding your value chain is key. Where does the wheat come from? So you do a risk screening, understand what does water mean for you and what are water challenges in the areas you operate or source from. Then you want to understand what your ambition is. There's a difference in what you can do in your own operations, whereas we have seen, for example, in high-risk areas, companies move towards AWS certification and different ways of what are your channels to actually engage to your value chain, the grain producers, for example. Then you move towards addressing those challenges. That's where we start again looking at, do you have the information? Do you need to actually do that? Are you in conversations with the people in those watersheds to start finding solutions to the challenges they're facing? And then the last point, really over time, building that resilience so that, you know, even if rainfall patterns change, you actually are able to source that wheat you need for that bagel. Now, here, when it comes to what resilience means, I come to how AWS talks about corporate water stewardship and outcomes at watershed level. Good water governance, sustainable water balance, good water quality status, healthy important water-related areas, and access to wash is where you know, okay, a basin that has this is a basin that you probably won't have trouble operating in. And if there is a challenge in any of these areas, what is your role in helping to address that? That's where we go towards, okay, we're building resilience. And this is why AWS helps companies with doing that, because it helps you structure the conversation around a common language. If there's somebody else who's also working on AWS or corporate water stewardship, you can work together. And this is a bit my next and last point already. If you want to work on water, it takes a village. In these basins that you operate in where you manufacture, understanding who to work with, how to operate with different stakeholders is key. One example here for me that drove that home was supporting one of the first presenters we heard about, Xavier from Dole in banana plantation in Colombia. He talked about how it was WWF involved, it was the retailer involved, it was other local stakeholders in the watershed involved. And one of the key things is collaborating so that actually everybody understands what the challenges are. What is your aquifer? What's its status? These conversations need to happen. It's great if you know, but bringing it through collective action and so on to a bigger group and have good conversation is when you can start really working on addressing challenges and building resilience. And I'll leave it at that, Dave. Adrian.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. But a follow-up question from me is, you know, South Pole is providing advice to businesses seeking to implement water stewardship. So what do you think is the key to making sure that has the necessary impact?
So I think one of the things that we see quite often in water globally is starting a conversation with a good set of data and a common understanding of the challenge. So good decisions are based on good data. So this is something you can come together and actually have a conversation around with your local authorities, other stakeholders, because without that, it's very hard to really drive action and find solutions. So I think coming together around starting with getting a good understanding of your watershed is one of the key factors for success.
Okay. And sort of as a follow-on, you're talking about being a village and the need to engage communities, etc. What do you think would be the most useful evidence for governments, for local governments, to help them to support the adoption of water stewardship?
That's a good question. Local governance is a tricky one because it might look different in different parts of the world. But I think showing what you can contribute on that is starting with getting towards a good understanding of the data would be what I come back to again. Like really showing, okay, you might have as a company availability of data, you might have your own boreholes, what is going on with the groundwater and so on, and being open and communicating around what you know and let them know that you want to collaborate, I think is a good thing. And then maybe it is helpful to use the common frameworks such as AWS to say, okay, this is part of an international ongoing initiative. We do this at many locations, and also show examples of what might it have looked like at another site you've already done that. So yeah, case studies help.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Christina. Excellent. So next up is a video recorder. I should press the button before I commit to who's coming next. Jens Hornerhoff, who is unable to join us, but he's provided a video message. Jens is the Vice President for Sustainability and Corporate Governance at DEG.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the UN Water Conference, and I want to send you my greetings from DEG, German Investment and Developing Company, where I'm working as a sustainability specialist, vice president, sustainability for the managing of environmental and social risks in our company. DEG is an investment company with development focus, working in Africa, Latin America, developing countries in Europe, and also in Asia, with a portfolio of about $10 billion in those countries, mainly in the real economy, which means these are the companies producing the goods and not in the virtual world. So we are very much bound to the companies which are on the sites and which may be affected on all the environmental and social conditions they are finding in the sites. So we are focused in order to manage all those risks in our companies. This topic is today food systems and the resilience of food systems for the climate change topic. I want to focus on this, how the companies we are invested in focus these topics in the past. DEG, as an investment company, have been working for the last over the last 10 years, together with WWF, in the managing of the water-related risks. You know that what you say all day today is climate is water and water is climate. So we've been working on this philosophy for many years now, and we would like to share some of those experiences with you. We've been working in the development of the water risk filter, which is online available for all companies, for all people, to be finding the maps, relevant risks maps, to be evaluating those risks. For us as well, our portfolio, which I mentioned before, has been screened and evaluated also on the water-related risks. And then found out, which is not a surprise, that of course food-producing companies are exposed to those kind of water risks in a very particular way. In the past, it was more like thinking about contamination of the waterways through lack of wastewater treatment and probably availability on the ground within the fence. But we were not thinking about the more long-term risks related to the water topics. Nowadays, when we think about water risk, we are strongly thinking about the climate-related risk, which is the availability of water in the ground, on the ground, in the ground, and also risk related to the extreme weather events, which is mainly pronounced in floodings, which we also find in our kind of investments we are having on the site. If we give a fun example of this, thinking about one of the most affected places in the world in the water risk topic is the coastline of Peru, where you have the water supply for the food producing areas, mainly from the Andes region, coming through irrigation rivers and irrigation systems to the food producing areas, which is semi-desert areas where the companies and farmers are producing crops for consumption or for exportation. Why are we analyzing this more in detail? For us as a development finance institution, it's very important to be with our companies on the side to enhance the sustainable development of those. Which for us, it does not only mean that they are paying back in a sustainable way our loans, which we are giving out, but also that their business model is adapting to the challenges the company is having. And main challenges to agricultural companies in the food sector is, of course, climate and weather extremes, and the projections, what will happen in the next 5 years, 10 years, or even 20, 30 years in their business. Coming back to the place I mentioned, to the Peruvian coastline, you probably all know that the glaciers in the Andes are melting away due to the climate change, which means nowadays the irrigation systems and the rivers have more water in the dry seasons when the glaciers are melting away. But in the long run, they will have challenges in order to manage those situations when the glaciers are not there or don't have the capacity anymore to withhold the water like a big reservoir. So companies who have been thinking about solutions nowadays in order to manage their situations have to think a different way. And for us, it was very important that the companies are not only thinking about individual one-off solutions like building a reservoir or making wastewater treatments and wastewater treatment plant within their company, but that they are also thinking about how to address the system in the basin logic and with other stakeholders in the basin. For us, the sustainable management of the water is an ongoing, continuous challenge for the company. So we need to have the risk management, which I mentioned, where the water risk filter in a very long projection. So taking into account the climate scenarios of the company and the region and the basin and all the related stakeholders. For us, it was important that companies we are financing in the agricultural sector are certified according to the AWS standard, allowing that the water stewardship is not only managed within the fence in a sustainable manner, but also connected to the other stakeholders in the basin in order to have the opportunity to reach out and find solutions in a more common way. I think in the past and in the present, most of the solutions are in civil works, which means building reservoirs, making wells in order to tap groundwater for extreme drought situations, or having emergency procedures in order to be able to manage things in the farm in emergency situations like El Nino events when heavy rainfalls may move into these places with slides, etc. What the Alliance for Water Stewardship certifications allows us to reach out also to other companies in the basin in order to develop in the future, hopefully, solutions which go beyond the basin, above the upper basin, which is very important for us, and find solutions in the upper basin, which I mentioned. The glaciers are melting away, so finding solutions which can be managed, nature-based solutions, for example, in the upper basin, in order to find common ground solutions for these situations. For us as a development finance institutions, it's very important that companies of all colors and farmers and also the communities are working together in order to find these solutions in a common ground, in order to find those sustainable solutions in a participative manner. And as a development finance institution, we also prepare to give additional funds out of this for the development of this kind of initiatives. I think that is a very important role to get together the private sector together with the local stakeholders, public sector, in order to work toward common solutions. And definitely in the food system, it's always looking at the upper basins, not only looking at the pollution issue, which was main issue from the past, and it's still a common issue, but also looking at the long-term challenges of climate-related changes in the system, which, in our opinion, have to be addressed with nature-based solutions and finding mechanisms which work in the lower, to connect the lower basin to the upper basin with payments for environmental services, for example, in order to make sure that those basins stay healthy and are more resilient towards climate change in order to ensure food production in the long run. And for us as a development finance institution, of course, be able to support all these companies in the long run also in their way and support the food production for this world. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful day and successful days in the UN water. And it's really sorry that I can't be participating in this. I would have loved to be there with you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
So that was Jens, and now our final speaker is from FMO, David Kuiper.
Thank you.
Please.
I will just sit here. Thanks, Adrian. And I don't think FMO needs a lot of introduction after the introduction of Jens. We're basically a sister organization, but then from the Netherlands. We're like DEG. We're a development bank with a balance of over 12 billion a year. What we do is we try to help companies, entrepreneurs in developing countries with finance that is and investments that are not yet commercially viable, but where we believe that soon there will be a commercial proposition for these companies. So we take high risks, and in particular in three sectors: the energy sector, financial institutions, so SME finance and banks in developing countries, and agriculture, food and water, which we see as one large nexus sector, and water actually plays a role throughout all these activities. Now, just to jump on where Jens left and get to our partnership with AWS is. Does this work? Yes. It's quite a crucial partnership for us, because what we want to help entrepreneurs with is to navigate the risks that they run in order to manage these risks, but also in order to optimize returns. And returns, I really mean impact returns. Financial return is only a means, actually, to get to that long-standing sustainable impact. And we see water risk as a large risk that we need to help our clients navigate. And AWS, we have a partnership with since, I think, 2019, Adrian, really helps us navigate, helps our clients to navigate this, the water risk. And it does basically three things for a client. It helps a client understand the true value of water. We're in the US, so I can quote Benjamin Franklin, who, when he was, I think it was an investment around Philadelphia, basically he said, when the well is dry, we know the worth of water. We want our clients to know the worth of water well before the well is dry. And that requires the type of certification and activities that AWS is able to provide: training and awareness, platform and partnerships, and certification. So we do this with existing clients, but we also realize that we, and I actually do have two examples also from Peru, just like Jens had. Two companies we are working with, Agrovision and Pampa Baja, and we're trying to provide them with the tools to navigate the water risk. But we also realize, and that has been said a lot here in this panel, that you cannot just do this on your own. You need a coherent approach throughout the economy of a region or throughout the economy of a landscape, the word has been used before, to help all kinds of actors in the landscape, help them navigate the water risk in partnership and in coordination. And for that, we've actually set up a partnership with two NGOs, SNV and WWF, the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development. And what we try to do there is to connect the sourcing power and the structuring power of SNV and WWF, who can actually spot local opportunities and help them make into bankable deals, to connect this power to the power of larger financing facilities such as FMO and climate fund managers, which is a daughter company of FMO. For that, we have set up 3 facilities within the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development: the origination facility, which is managed by SNV and WWF, the land use facility, which is managed by FMO itself, and the water facility, also called Climate Investor 2, which is managed by Climate Fund Manager. And with that, with these facilities, we are actually trying to propagate a landscape approach across a region, helping our clients, but also helping raise awareness among other actors, including public actors, of the importance of landscape management, and seeing opportunities for investment there, both private and public investments. I leave it at that, Adrian, so you can have an opportunity to ask me a question, and I can have an opportunity to answer.
Sure. I'd like to ask you a little bit more about the landscape approach that you mentioned, and how much scope do you see to use some of the examples that we've been hearing about today to make that cohesion between those 3 pillars of of the approach you've just described?
Yeah, we're actually trying to get it back to this slide. We are actually at the beginning of this. What we see now are still quite a lot of individual opportunities around which we're trying to create partnerships with other actors. What we do see, and let me get immediately to the bottleneck here, is what we do see is that partnerships are often way too free, void of obligations. It's MOUs, it's well, a good talk on the stage in a panel, but it often doesn't have the discipline. What we see is there's mutual interdependence between actors within a landscape. What you also want to create is a contractual interdependence there. So we're also wondering, can we make these partnerships far more operational? I just saw in David Grant's, in your presentation, that PepsiCo has supply contracts with over 700 companies, third-party companies. We need to think in that kind of, we need to have that kind of thinking. It's like a supply chain. We need to have contracts with NGOs, with governments, with other financing institutions and developers to make sure that these landscape approaches really come off the ground. AWS and certification like AWS provides plays a crucial role here because, as Christina also said, it really helps us talk about the same thing. And if it helps us talk about the same thing, we can also agree on what needs to be done, and you can get a contract that actually produces a real partnership that is that can be lasting and sustainable.
Excellent. A common language, so to speak. Yeah. Super. Thank you, David. So we have 6 or 7 minutes, I believe, for questions from the floor. If anybody would like to, if you've got a question for any of the panelists, please. Do we have some microphones? While you're, oh, yep, there we go. If you could also introduce yourself, thank you.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for your presentations. My name is Richard. I'm from a organization in Canada that works with Indigenous communities on a bunch of different environmental projects. Water governance is a big part of that. My question is not about anything related to that. I just want to hear more about AWS and how much time and investment there's been in kind of the consumer market and consumer recognition of the AWS brand. I think it was touched on briefly by Ian, but this strikes me as potentially important, maybe not. Maybe there's pros and cons to investing in that, but you think about certification schemes like marine stewardship certification and all the effort that's put into consumers recognizing the brand and valuing the product. I'm just wondering if that's part of AWS at all. Thanks.
So that sounds like it's probably more a question for me than the panelists. To date, we have not invested in consumer-facing communication or a consumer-facing recognition scheme, product labeling, for instance. There's technical reasons for that. AWS is a site-based standard, not a product-based standard. But there's also prioritization needs, and it's not to say we would necessarily rule it out for the future, but for now, our focus is really on providing the value that businesses like we have here can see from engaging more locally and building that, as I'm going to quote Christina now, any opportunity about taking that kind of village approach and building the momentum in places where the standard is implemented, rather than having more broad and diffuse consumer-facing communication. Thank you. So over on the far side of the room.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Helen Santiago Fink. I'm with the U.S. Department of State. I manage a smart cities portfolio in Southeast Asia. And I have catalyzed a program that involves, this was demand-driven, that involves the intersection of the food, water, and energy sectors. The aim being to promote integration of urban resources and to ultimately promote circular economy principles in water stewardship, reuse of water, better use of agricultural lands, as well as optimizing energy usage. And so my question to the bankers on the panel, as well as to PepsiCo and the other companies, is that something that has been funded by your organizations in terms of this systems integration to be able to optimize resources in each one of these sectors, but to bring them together? And at the same time, if not, what would you be looking for in terms of either metrics or size or scale? I have two pilot projects, one in Cagayan de Oro in the Philippines and the other one in Iskandar, Malaysia, from a scale of 30 to 3,000 hectares, in which they are looking to use innovative technologies and not so innovative, aquaponics, hydroponics, but taking and precision agriculture methods to be able to optimize food production, but underscoring the optimization of energy and water resources. So welcome your thoughts. Thank you.
David, do you want to take that first?
Yeah, we need to talk. And we do have examples. Actually, we are looking for a lot of these nexus type of investments. One of the reasons that we're active in both energy and agriculture sector is to create synergies there. So very much interested in talking to you about opportunities there. And we also do have a large venture capital program where we really try to take a little bit of, actually quite a lot of extra risk, also with the help of a guarantee from the European Commission, to stimulate technology solutions, fintech in particular, but also agri-tech, health tech, edu-tech, etc. So I do think there are possibilities, and it's not just FMO, it's my DEG as well, and other European development finance institutions are very much venturing into these type of climate tech solutions. As they are still early stage and high risk, it actually falls upon DFIs like us, being state-owned and being able to take these risks, to help fund these. Not sure if any of my panelists...
Well, yeah, would any of the businesses on the panel like to come in on that, briefly?
Yeah, I think, so from a PepsiCo point of view, yes, we do look at the nexus, absolutely. Give an example in agriculture, we are in the process of rolling out a new drip irrigation technology called NDrip, which has came out of a startup in Israel, using solar to power drip irrigation, essentially. So trying to reduce your energy footprint, get more efficient with water, and then also looking at crop yield as well. And there are definitely trade-offs, you know, particularly in water and production facilities, for example. You know, if we want to bring in a circularity of water, generally speaking, you need quite advanced treatment technologies, you know, membrane bioreactors, reverse osmosis, etc. These are all massively energy intensive. So you're hitting one goal in terms of reducing water consumption, but you're pushing another one up in terms of climate impact. So it's definitely an area that we're looking at in terms of how we solve that, and there's a lot of tension in that system, but yeah.
Thanks, David. Take another, there's two questions over here. You first.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Dorothy Spuler, Swiss Federal Institute of Aquatic Science and Technology. So I came in late, sorry if I missed it, but I understand this is a standard, and I wanted to know how you kind of measure actually the impact in terms of WASH, because that's our main focus.
Sure, again, that probably sounds like it's a question for me. So we need to be a little bit careful about the use of the word impact for systems like ours. We are part of a group you're probably not aware of called the ISEAL Alliance, and there's quite strict rules, for want of a better expression, on how we talk about impact. So we do have an M&E system which measures the ongoing use of the standard at an organisation level and up to a catchment level, but we are also about to start commissioning independent impact studies, which will give us a better sense of the impact of our system. And WASH would be one aspect of that, given that it is one of the 5 outcomes of the standard. Hopefully that I'm happy to. I can see I've confused you more than answered your question. I'm happy to pick it up with you after. There was another question over here in the couple of minutes we've got left. Have we got a microphone?
Good morning. I'm Kathy Boomer with the Foundation for Food and Agriculture Research. I lit up when I heard hydrogeology mentioned on the stage. I'd like to share and agree that the systems-based perspective is urgently missing from our discussions around regenerative agriculture. The panel makes me also think about California's Sustainable Groundwater Act and some of the observations that we're seeing coming out now that we're several years into this, and realizing the value of having that systems-wide understanding of ground and surface water resources and how helpful that is to local municipalities, local water districts, when they're trying to figure out how to tackle their responsibility to restoring water supplies. So I think the way that it's been described is reducing the transaction costs for the local groundwater districts. My question is, we have these wonderful case stories and experiences from around the world. How do we develop kind of that systems-wide perspective? Can we develop that systems-wide perspective to reduce transaction costs at the local scale?
Christina, do you want to have a go at answering that one?
So when you speak about transaction costs, a lot of it is at the beginning getting everybody on the same page, understanding what you're talking about and so on. And that's when you use a framework like AWS, it kind of helps, because you might, once a number of people are used to it and might see, okay, this is how it worked in another basin, you get towards having these outcomes. Because in water, it's one of the first points, like what are we working towards? If it's resilience, using these 5 outcomes that we see with AWS is one of the ways of getting there. And then asking the question, which of these have a challenge? What does it mean for us to work on it, and so on? So I think using existing frameworks might be one way to reduce the transaction costs, because building a framework is not something you do overnight.
Thank you, Christina. So we, I'm afraid, are out of time. I would just say, stay seated. The next session might also help answer your questions, transformative futures for water security. So thank you to all of our panelists and our hosts today for, I think, a very interesting and engaging session. I will attempt to wrap up in 10 seconds just by what I heard coming out most strongly was the benefits of having a common language that the AWS standard provides, helping to build confidence to engage more effectively in the communities and stakeholder groups that we needs to engage with in order to achieve your goals and the broader water security goals that we're all pursuing here in New York. So thank you all very much, and applause for our panelists, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program is beginning shortly. If you can please make your way to room 200. Ladies and gentlemen, our program is beginning shortly. If you can please make your way to room 200. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session. We're mission critical. We're wanting to think about what is the role of research and innovation to deliver the actions that we're all talking about this week. But it has to be the right science, because we need to be able to use that as information and evidence and technology and policy developments that's really going to bring about the change that we're all wanting to get behind, that should come from this action agenda here at UN 2023. So to do this, we want to be able to talk to you about a series of missions, a series of engagement that's really helping to frame that science. So we're going to have a panel, we're going to have various speakers come on board, and we very much want to also hear your input to what you think is critical in this. So I'd first of all like to invite Dr. Mark Smith, the Director General of the International Water Management Institute, to come up onto the stage, and also Jacob Amengo, the Chair of the International Water Association for Young Water Professionals Steering Committee. Jacob, would you like to come up? And Mark, actually, why don't you come straight to the podium and give us a framing for this important set of missions?
Thank you, Rachel. And very pleased to be here with everyone this morning, and looking forward to a good discussion about the Transformative Futures for Water Security Initiative. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what that is, where it's come from, and what it is that we're trying to do. I think for this audience, for people who are attending the UN Water Conference this week, I don't think we need to convince you that water security is under enormous pressure, that climate change is, as we have been framing it, supercharging the water cycle, driving changes in water availability, driving changes in water risks and extreme events. The extreme events that we've seen across the headlines over the last 1, 2, 3 years and more have been what one of the board members of the International Water Management Institute termed a couple of years ago. He said, those are just a warning of what's to come. We're in a state now with climate change where our hydrological regimes are in a new dynamic state, and as we go forward, they will keep changing. So as we looked forward last year towards the UN Water Conference, we asked ourselves, what is it that we can do to try and make the most of the opportunity that this conference presented? We asked the question, will water security be out of reach, given that context? Will water security be out of reach without bold and transformative action to change the way we manage water systems? As someone said in an event that we held this morning, they said, we don't have another 50 years to wait. So what should we be doing? So we kicked off this process about 1 year ago. I'll show you a little more details about this. The Transformative Futures for Water Security process. And we did that with the intention of trying to leverage the UN Water Conference for high ambition, to set an agenda for water that will be maximizing the ambition that we take out of New York. Within that question, we're asking, how do we change, how do we bridge the gaps that exist between science, policy, and action? If we don't have 50 years to wait, then we need to close those gaps and make sure that the research that we're doing is of maximum relevance to policy needs, to the needs for action that will drive change at scale on the ground. And that's a big task. So we set up this Transformative Futures for Water Security as a dialogue process that brought together the policy community, the business community, a representation of the development community, as well as the science community. We did it with a model that we termed a model of youth co-guardianship. So co-leadership, co-ownership, working in parallel in partnership with a set of youth networks. And we're going to hear from Jacob in just a little moment about what that looks like from the point of view, what we've been doing looks like from the point of view of those youth networks, those youth co-guardians for this process. We had the goal of setting a set of missions, setting out a set of missions for science-based, for inclusive science-based action on water security. So using a dialogue process to build a set of high-ambition missions for science-based action on water security. By missions, we mean big, difficult goals for water security that leverage inclusive development, that are like mini moonshots, if you like, for the future of water security. So if I could just have this next slide, please. And again, and again, and again. Sorry, should have done this earlier. There we go. This is the process that we've run through. So over the last 1 year, we've run a series of events that built a pathway into this dialogue. We started out with some a co-design process with a set of stakeholders. We had a set of feeder events that we called them at national level in some of the countries where we were drawing in stakeholders. And then we held over the course of December, this last December and January of this year, a set of online regional dialogues. Those dialogues had the central question. So the central question for this dialogue process was, what are high ambition collective actions that will create strong alignment of knowledge and research, policy, business, and on-the-ground implementation to deliver future water security? We went from that set of online regional dialogues across, those took place across 8 regions, from Southeast Asia, looking across the map, across South Asia, Central Asia, the Middle East, North Africa, different regions of Africa, and then into Latin America. We then used the outputs from those online regional dialogues as to feed into a final conference, a final in-person conference that took place, as you see on the slide, took place in February of this year, just about 5-6 weeks ago in Cape Town. And that conference had the purpose of designing this set of missions, this set of 8, what became 8, high ambition missions for inclusive science-based action on water security. Slide, please. Sorry, I'm slightly out of sequence with the slides. I do apologize. So this is a snapshot of those regional dialogues. In total, we had over 60 organizations that were partner organizations that co-convened these regional dialogues and this process, and we engaged more than 400 organizations across the whole process and more than 1,000 people. In this final conference, next slide, please. This final conference that we held in Cape Town, we had 185 participants from 55 countries and 144 organizations come together for that conference and using that co-guardianship model. Slide, please. So out of that came this set of missions. And there's, as I said, there's 8 missions. This is a graphic in progress, all right? This is all happening sort of slightly in real time. So the missions, really there's 2 categories of these high ambition missions. The first are a set of missions that address critical systemic outcomes. So the top one you see there, number 1, is build farmers' resilience to climate change and water risks. There's one of these these missions on systemic outcomes that relates to drinking water supply and sanitation. There's one on increasing freshwater availability through circular management of water, technologies for non-conventional water, etc. There's one, the 4th one is about future-ready water infrastructure and how we integrate built and natural infrastructure to do that. Then there's a set of 4, what we call enabling missions, so enabling levers for systemic change. So the 5th one listed on the slide is about overcoming data and information barriers to water security. The 6th one is about making water decisions future ready. By that we mean water decision making that integrates across sectors, that integrates the multiple values for water, and that helps us to manage the trade-offs that are inherent in all of that. The 7th mission is around water governance, so delivering good water governance and transboundary cooperation and the components that exist under that. And then the 8th mission is about adapting to climate change, adapting to future water risks and availability, and the information needs that we have relative to that, the innovation needs, the preparedness, early warning, etc. So those are the 8 missions. And when you put them on a slide, they can appear a little bit prosaic, but they are, as we said at the outset, our purpose was to create use the missions to lay out big, difficult goals. And I think the ambition becomes apparent when you look at how does this set of missions play out when you apply them to a basin, or you apply them to a country, you apply them to a region. So take these 8 missions and put them in the Indus Basin. Take these 8 missions and put them in the Sahel. Take these 8 missions and put them in the Mekong. And that's where we see the ambition emerging for this. Next slide. Okay. A really key point here is that the purpose of setting missions is not to create new programs. It's not to create new programs that IMI will lead, that will attract new funding and new business. Rather, it's to say, how can we converge and align what all of us are doing on some on really key, high priority, high ambition pathways for transforming future water security. And in doing that, by converging and aligning around a common set of goals like this, a common set of missions, recognize that if we can catalyze alignment, so we have shared goals, and we build on the complementary contributions of applied research, with inclusive development action, with private sector action, with investment, with transformative strategies, including youth leadership, transformative strategies that can help us deliver those missions. Then we have an agenda, as we said at the beginning. Then we have an agenda that we can put forward, that we can bring people around to create those new pathways for water security that are going to be so critical when we look at the depth and extent of the challenges that are in front of us as we look into the future for water security. So from here, I'd like to pass over to Jacob and invite Jacob up as one of our youth co-guardians for this process to give us some reflections on what from your point of view, what you see in terms of where we take this next, how we build these pathways that are going to help leverage that deep systemic change that we need around water security to help us move towards the kind of future that you're going to be a leader in and living in as we go forward. So Jacob, can I invite you?
Thank you very much, Mark. I'll begin by telling you what this whole process meant for me in the beginning and the end, and what I'm looking at the high ambitions, how are they going to help the water and sanitation sector. So in the beginning, when I heard about the process and I was invited to join, I said, okay, this is going to be an online webinar, just like how we've been having always. And we are going to summarize what the speakers say, and we will present it as the youth are always invited to do. But I think I was disappointed, fortunately, because the process was inclusive. Actually, we, the youth, were made to feel that you need to guide this discussion. As future leaders, what do you want to see? You need to let the people move in that direction. So throughout the process, we are not just taking notes, but we are guiding the whole discussion, the online dialogues. I think it provided a safe place for everybody to share. You find people disagreeing, but agreeing at the same time. And that was an opportunity for me as a young person to also learn from the older generation their experiences in the water and sanitation sector. And also with my experience as a young person in the digital age, what are some of the tools that are available that we can use to support that experience from the past so that we all get to the future that we want? So with that, I think I had a very good experience. At least I didn't experience the rapporteur system of things, but I felt that I was contributing to something that was going to yield a great benefit for the sector, which it did, because after reading the document on the high ambitions after our meeting in South Africa, I felt that if we are able to implement or achieve all those ambitions, I'm not sure we will meet here to discuss about the challenges in the water and sanitation sector again. We would rather be talking about the experiences that we've had, the learnings that we have, and what we can even do to create better opportunities for other sectors. So having said that, I will talk about what I expect from the ambitions. There are three things that I'm looking for. The first one is the implementation of the innovations and the inventions that come up from our research. I feel we've gotten to an era where funding things to find the new mind-blowing innovations need to be limited, and we focus on implementing the solutions that we have. Because we have solutions that work, we have solutions that if we are able to scale it up to the larger population, our challenges will not be existing again. So this is the era for implementing the innovations and the research findings that have accumulated over the years. The second one that I'm looking out for is something that I call the WASH employment nexus. We have a WASH crisis and we have an employment crisis. There are a lot of young people and even older people looking for jobs. There are a lot of challenges in the water sector that we need a workforce to work on. We need to see how best we harness the benefits of young people, the energy that young people have, their ideas to help us solve the wash challenge that we have now. So we shouldn't look at only policies or only systems that we think that work, but we should look at training the young people, training the wash workforce to be able to execute these tasks. And the last one that I'll talk about is a global accountability system. I think we've not held people accountable enough. We need something that measures the progress that people are making. We need something that measures the progress that institutions are making. We need something that measures the progress that nations are making. I think we shouldn't leave this to national governments to report on their progress on WASH, and sometimes give figures that are not inaccurate because they want to pose good pictures, but there should be an independent body that measures the progress that every national government is making, that measures the progress that any institution that is giving funding for solving WASH challenges are making, so that they hold them accountable to their goals and objectives. And with that, I believe we will make much progress when it comes to providing safe, clean water and then safe sanitation to everyone, and ensuring that every industry, every sector have the adequate water and sanitation resources that they need to support our living in this world. Thank you.
So we have heard from Mark has set out the ambition. This is a global south, implementers and the demands and needs that they need from research innovation. They're captured under those 8 missions, and the co-guardianship of the youth was critical. Their energy, their insight, their inspiration was a very much part of helping to define those 8 missions. And I really want you to think, as you're looking at those 8 missions, where can your organization contribute? What can you bring in? It's about integrating and bringing together ongoing research, new funding, new implementation. So to give you a little bit of an inspiration for that, we'd like to play the video, please, of the poem that was spoken to us in Cape Town.
What do you see? Flow with it. It is said water has memory. It can remember what has been near it, where it has been, how it was handled, and who it took. This is what I see. Flow with it. What do you see? Youth speaking from the future, thunderously trying the untested, giving water new memory. This is what I see. Flow with it. What do you see? A murky current flow that says, your passion is aggressive, your confidence is naive. Compromise. Get with the program. This is what I see. Flow with it. What do you see? A bold, future-ready youth, a moving mass of madness in our methods. For we know that the blueprints are obsolete. The past, no longer a reliable guide for future risks. If we can dream it, we can code it. Believe the unbelievable. Hunger for rippling change, our currency. Creativity, our bedrock for solutions. Art is our counter. This is what I see. Flow with it. What do you see? People like droplets from the same body of water. A people of one world leveraging off diversity. Global in thinking, yet local in action. These bodies of 60% water are outliers that see no boxes that need to be thought out of. A reflection of liquids that know no boundaries. This is what I see. Flow with it. What do you see? Where we close our eyes and see the unsearchable. Look at the world upside down. Live in realms that are no respecter of persons and tenses. Where the poetic and scientific pray and speak in silos, fluently flowing into streams of endless, actionable possibilities. This is what I see. Flow with it. What do you see? What the mind holds, it manifests. So hold the vision that when you open your conscious eye, you will forgive your unconscious eye and the limitation of language for not recollecting visions from the shadows of sleep, that you will awake to count your breaths. It may seem everything is strange, yet nothing is alien. Rehearse the familiar. Overflow in conception. Create what eye has not seen, no ear has heard, nor the unconscious conceived. This is what I see. So I ask you, what do you see? Flow with it.
So that's our inspiration, creativity, innovation, building on what's already there, but taking it to new heights. Bringing local context, bringing local framing of what those situations are and what research and innovation can bring to that. So what I'd like to now is to introduce Deborah Mokchali, who is the Deputy Director General of the Department of Water and Sanitation of South Africa. The South African government has been critical. Sorry? Oh, okay. We will be inspired soon when the Deputy Director arrives. But in the meantime, we're going to have further insight from a panel that I'm going to ask Inga Jacobs-Matter, the country representative and regional representative of the Southern Africa, for EMI to come and give. Inga, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning, or is it afternoon already? Don't quite know. Great to be here and to have this conversation on what we think, anyway, is a very exciting initiative led by over 400 organizations, largely from the Global South. So this is one of the largest science-based agendas coming from the Global South around water security at the moment. We've got a few partners who have been sort of walking this journey with us to share a little bit, you know, what their understanding is and what their suggestions are for how we catalyze this. But maybe just before that, you know, the poem, it wasn't just a poem by a lyrical poet, Emma Mabe. That was actually the proceedings of a conference that we had in Cape Town, bringing together the key messages of what the Transformative Futures of Water Security initiative is all about in a slightly different format. So that was quite a really interesting way to put it together. But now I'd like to introduce our panelists, and if you can all please come up onto the stage and take a seat. The first one is Engineer Kenneth Nyundu. He is the Director General of the Water Resource Management Authority in Zambia. Second is Mr. Adrian Sim, CEO of the Alliance for Water Stewardship. Then I'd like to also call on Odwa Nsika Mthembu from Water Merit in South Africa. Barbara Janusz Pauletta from the Kazakh German University. Richard York, facilitator of the World Farmers Organization Working Group on Nature and Biodiversity, and also CEO of Wildlife Ranching in South Africa. And then lastly, Muhammad Anik Azam, who is the country chair of the International Water Association Young Water Professionals in Pakistan. So you can see the diversity in the panel. It also reflects the diversity in the initiative itself. So this initiative, you know, it's not just that it's multi-stakeholder, but it's also representative of the key stakeholders in the water ecosystem. Private sector, civil society, farmers, policymakers, development partners, as well as research partners, all coming together to define what water security looks like in different regions, and then working collectively on these missions to achieve that. Right, so those were the missions that Mark was talking about. And where we are right now in the program is really we need to activate these missions with coalitions of the willing. And that's also where you all come in, where we are also sort of mobilizing these missions to really, get them going, realize them, implement them. So I'd like to, perhaps if I could start, maybe Richard, we start with you and we work our way down. The question is the same to everyone, and then we will also open it up to you all, please, for your inputs. But it's really about, Mark mentioned high ambition. High ambition. What is an ambitious agenda to achieve water security? Are we ambitious enough in these missions that Mark has outlined? That's the first one. So what is high ambition for water security look like to you? Why is it urgent, perhaps? And then what, in your view, is some of the priority missions that Mark has outlined? And how do you see either your organization or how can we activate these missions? So if you don't mind, if you could start us off, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. As a fifth-generation farmer from South Africa, we understand the vital need for water security and the need that's employed in securing habitat as well as nature for water. For us, one of the biggest risks that we sit with is that we're sitting with a population that's recently reached 8 billion. That we need to feed. And as farmers, we are at the forefront of habitat conservation, of ensuring that we're looking after the environment and ensuring that we're looking after water. So for us, it's important that we realize, I come from a background of South Africa, we've got 9 different biomes. Everyone thinks that the solution on the ground is a one solution fits all. Every environment, every biome is different. Throughout the world, we sit with different risks, with different opportunities, and we need to approach every sector individually. I think on a national scale, it's important that we allow communities to speak, because communities are the voice of, and they understand what is required for their water. As farmers, we often focus on new technologies, we focus on an environment that is benefit for us as farmers. We want to be sustainable. We are sustainable. If we are not sustainable and we don't utilize our natural resources sustainably, we will not be there in the long term. So while it's important that we utilize our resources, it's important that the voices of those farmers are also heard, and that we remember that it's not a one-size-fits-all. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. I mean, also just within the farmer group, right? So many different typologies there. But we'll come back to you also around the one mission particularly addressed, to achieve sort of improved water productivity for farmers. But let's perhaps move now to Adrian. You've been with us now, you've walked this journey with us, sort of guiding on how the private sector can be engaged, what is important for the private sector. Perhaps you can share with us, Adrian, what does high ambition for water security look like for the private sector? Why is it urgent for you? And what are the priority missions from your perspective?
Thank you. Yeah, so I think the farmers are private sector too. And by and large, I don't know anybody who's willfully pursuing a path of unsustainability. High ambition so I represent an organization that is multi-stakeholder, but the use of the International Water Stewardship Standard is done predominantly by the private sector. And I don't view ambition necessarily in some visionary way. I think I was really taken by what Jacob said, that we have all the resources, perhaps not the resources, the tools and approaches available to us. We just need to get on with implementing it. So I see ambition about aligning, converging our respective areas of work to make the most out of what we already have. And I think that sort of sharper focus on implementation, to really emphasize Jacob's points that he made earlier, would be, I think, a really important and achievable ambition. Regarding the second part of your question, Inga, on which missions
I think, was it singular or plural? I'm going to be greedy, and I'm going to take 3. Because the making water decisions fit for the future is 1, delivering good water governance is 2, and adapting future water regimes and risks is to me, I see these as being sort of 3 parts of 3 sides of the same coin. I said that to confuse you. What's a 3-sided coin?
Great, thank you so much. I mean, I think we'll get into it a little bit more, just around how do you see the private sector really playing a role in activating, right, the missions, which is what we want to discuss today. But let's then move on. Odwa, good to have you here with us. Thank you from World Merit. Tell us a little bit first, maybe what is World Merit, and what do you see, having sort of seen the missions? What does high ambition look like for you? What do you see as priorities from World Merit's perspective?
Okay, thank you so much. Well, briefly, in one line, like you asked me to. So World Merit South Africa is a 100% youth-led non-profit organization that we started in 2017. It tackles all the 17 SDGs through local community projects, and obviously putting the nature solutions at the core of everything that we do. So all the work we do, we make sure that it's linked to each specific SDG, and then we also help our different partners to help them link the work that they do within the country to the SDGs, as some are really struggling with that process. And then with obviously the entire amazing work that we've been doing, we're working through our strategic partner, the South Africa Youth Parliament for Water, because they then focus on SDG 6 as the parliament, and through that then we've been able to give our insights towards the work of this, obviously, these 8 amazing missions. So with the missions, I also almost became greedy to give more than one that we could prioritize, but I ended up thinking that mission number 8 would be the one that will say we should prioritize adapting to the future water regimes and risks. Simply because under it we have the different aspects to tackle in terms of the early warnings, the innovations, and the capacity development. And these are things that are very key to us as World Merit South Africa in trying to make sure that from the ground of doing the research and being innovative, that's where the transformation itself needs to start. Because if those innovations as well as the research being conducted, it's not well transformed, then therefore we're going to have challenges with actually turning that research to practice. And with World Merit South Africa, I think then in terms of activating that mission, like you've mentioned, I'm proud to say that as World Merit, together with the South Africa Youth Parliament for Water, we have sort of started to activate that mission by, for instance, making sure that people understand the different ways to turn the research into practice, which is very, very important. And that, for instance, puts the local community that Richard referenced at the core of that research. So we need to have more of the research tackling all these different missions that is measurable and also is linked to the community in terms of the priority in that community. Because the minute the community itself don't find that research or innovation being part of their key major issues at the local level, then we're going to have issues in terms of scaling it up, sustaining it, monitoring it, and even having the committee itself in all the decision-making processes. And the high ambition for us, I think I can be greedy there as the youth, would be that we'd want the youth to be in the decision-making process in terms of water security, not as an exception, but as a norm, from the local governance scale and across all the different tiers and spheres of governance. Then in that way, we will be able to ensure that the youth can have more people recognizing it, not as young people with expertise in youth development practices, but actually as also young people that are qualified professionals and practicing in this field. So I think if we could have more of the youth then in that, we will be able to achieve the transformed water security. Because I know, for instance, city of Tshwane in Pretoria, in Gauteng, South Africa, they have a very big ambition of having the city in terms of the water security at the local scale. But we have obviously the different challenges that they're encountering, and through the recent work that we did with them just this past month, tackling the two polluted water in Pretoria, we got to experience how involving the local community and the youth more could actually help to accelerate the action of ensuring a water secured city. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Odwa. One thing that you said that I'd like to pick up on is that World Merit is already activating the missions. And I think that's so key, because really the missions are not going to be sort of launching new things all over the place. We know that we live in a fragmented world institutionally in the water sector, in the global south, but also globally. And so this is an attempt to also coordinate activities, initiatives around these sort of shared priorities. So the fact that an organization like World Merit is already implementing the missions, that's great. And we'd also like to hear from you all, what are these initiatives that we can align to help us, achieve these collective goals. So thank you so much for sharing that. Good. Let's move on now. Barbara, if we can move to you, nice to have you here. Perhaps your perspective is more from the research world, right? The knowledge generators. Perhaps you can share the priorities from your side, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed for the invitation, not just to this meeting, but to the whole process, because our university was actually engaged from the very beginning on the regional level, then on the global level, and now it's a pleasure to be here. Probably it's not going to be very enlightening if I say that the mission of the university is to teach and to do the research. But at the same time, it's not so obvious, because as even the mission which we have co-created is to make the barriers into data and information access, to remove those barriers. So we indeed in the research communities have often this challenge to have the good information, to be able to provide the good information to the new generation. So what is our ambitions is to basically do our job well, so to teach well and to do the research in purpose of the further teaching and also for the decision making. So I think that if we do the research, and I'm speaking, I hope not only on behalf of our university, but all the universities who were engaged in this process, which IVMI was co-convening. I think we are doing the research not for the purpose of replacing the policymakers, but really to be heard and to give a little bit more of a stable science-based proof to the decision makers to help them to take their decisions. At the same time, we do the education for the reason of capacity building. So again, this is another mission which we spoke about, is the adapting for future water regimes, right? Where we speak about the capacity building, which is so much needed. And all of this, what we spoke about the youth, about the farmers or our business sector, everybody needs capacities. And this is something what comes out of the universities. And education, I think I need to stress it. I don't know if it's not obvious everywhere, but in Central Asia, it's for sure not obvious that the education must be also based on research, because there is a very big split between the universities and the research institutions, which exactly, for example, through the cooperation with IVMI, is such a big opportunity to cross this gap between the universities and the research institutions. I think that's very valuable. And the question was, how do we what can we do? What should be the research or innovation about to achieve our goals and our ambitions? And I would think about, I think along or like a red line through our all the 8 missions, I would think about just limit the use of the water resources. I would think that we should really come together in thinking how we can be less how we can use less, how we can appreciate what we have, and live maybe on a little bit lower food. I don't know how to express it properly, but the sense would be just to be grateful for what we have and protect it, and think really in the sense of limiting ourselves in whatever we do, and doing our research and innovation throughout this. And I think we need more social innovation, even if just a technical innovation, because this is obvious, where we really will think about very easy solutions and how we, each and every of us, can contribute to this. right? So the social mindset should be different. And how we can do it, I think, indeed, through such a dialogue. Because for me and for many of my colleagues who participated, it was really a mind-blowing process. You suddenly come together with all of the representatives of private sector or farmers and you know, something very, very different, what you are not exposed every day to. And then you come back home and you think, okay, so now I have to rethink my research and my education in this context, because it has to be really multi-stakeholder. It has to be done differently than we usually do. And I think this should be the innovation about the approach into our job as the research and education. Yeah, thank you very much for this experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I mean, I think also just in terms of the category of knowledge generators, we also brought into that group indigenous knowledge, we brought into that group entrepreneurs, sort of innovation creators as well. So also redefining what we consider to be knowledge, which is also so key. So thank you for that, Barbara, also sharing. Let's move then to Mr. Nyundu, who is the Director General for WARMA, the Water Resource Management Authority in Zambia. Please tell us from your perspective, what's the journey been like for you, and what do you see as some of those key priorities, commissions?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very, very excited to be part of this dialoguing. And I'll speak from being a regulator. And when I hear from my fellow panelists here who are farmers, we are grumbling as a regulator with meeting the competing demands while the availability of water is diminishing all the time. And that's the biggest problem we face as regulators in trying to find a balance in meeting the demands of various users, farmers, hydropower industry, and the like. Now, I want to start by saying I think it's time we took stock of where we're coming from. And we are largely where we are because of what we've done ourselves. So it would be very, very important to take stock. And when I say taking stock, is to see what has really happened with our precious resource. What has caused the diminishing of the availability of this resource. Of course, we are alive to the fact that the population is going up. The industrialization is going up, which requires more water. But I think when you look back, even when the population was less, much of the water reserves were being guaranteed by natural water bodies. But then many of these natural reserves have been tampered with, and now our river systems do not have much where to get water at the time they need this water, especially during the dry months of the year. So while we are pushing for solutions to have more storage, I think as a regulator, and from our experience, we feel we can salvage something from where we're coming from by also focusing on restoring these natural water bodies. And here I'm talking about wetlands, swamp areas. I think we need, first of all, to curtail the degradation of these. And then we look at what we can do to respond to increasing the storage in view of the population which we have. Giving a Zambian perspective, Zambia is a country in the central part of Africa. I think we're coming from where we had about 30,000 cubic meters per year renewable water resource availability a few decades ago. Now we are about 3,000. Maybe we're talking about 2-3 decades ago, with just a small population of 19 million. Notwithstanding that, we still boast having 40% of the water resource in the southern part of Africa, or the SADC region. But then when you look at how the resource availability per capita has reduced, that's cause for worry. And I think there is need. This is just a reflection of what's happening in other areas globally. And if no action is taken, there shall be no water to provide for our colleagues, the farmers. There shall be no water to provide for other industries. Zambia depends on 90% of our energy is hydropower. So for us, we take water resource quite seriously. And therefore, looking at the ambition, how do we place the ambition so high on the agenda? Again, there's a perspective of trying to quantify the value of the loss we've suffered. We need to quantify the value of the loss we've suffered as a result of this diminishing resource, and bring in our colleagues from the economists and the like, so that they touch that value. I believe that when we see the losses we've suffered, then it will trigger that urge to quickly accelerate our efforts to ensure that this water security is guaranteed. And therefore, going forward, as some of the actions want to see is that if you have to value the losses, then let us take seriously the information and data issue very, very seriously. Let's remove the barriers. We need to remove the barriers. And also try to integrate the modern technology with the indigenous knowledge for the infrastructure which we put in place, so that we have reliable data, quantify the resource at hand, see where we're coming from, see the needs, forecast for the future needs. I'm happy the youth are here. And we want to support your call for action. But please, let's not lose sight of where we're coming from. I think I'll end here for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Nyundu. And certainly WOMA is sort of at the forefront of addressing, you know, one of the key water security challenges facing Africa, which is how do we maintain a water supply for this exploding population, right, by the end of the decade, especially a growing and a younger population. So regulators have their tasks cut out for them in the coming years. Thank you so much. Let's move finally to Mohammed, also one of our youth co-hosts, representing a youth network. Perhaps you can share what are the priority missions from your side, please.
Thank you so much, Inga. It is very difficult to be the last panelist always, because already so much has been said and there is literally nothing that I could add on to, because I mean these people are so older than me, so okay, so I really respect all of the narratives that has come around, but just to keep it simple, yesterday I was attending a session in the UN headquarters, and there was an 11-year-old panelist, and she left me with one sentence: "I'm scared." Now, when you hear that from an 11-year-old girl from Bangladesh, it just reaches you, right? You have to think about, is it only the 11-year-olds that get scared, or is it us who get scared as well? We are pretending that we not get scared, but we are. Imagine we were the ones struck by the earthquake in Turkey, we'd be scared. Imagine we're the ones facing floods in Pakistan, we'll be scared. So my ambition is to hear from that little girl, the 11-year-old, the same sentence with the word, "I am not scared." And this is, I guess, where I would end up, because the time is money and we should limit it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Really good. Yeah, give him a round of applause. And please, a round of applause to all our panelists. Thank you for starting the conversation from so many different diverse perspectives and stakeholder groups. Really important to hear how these different stakeholder groups perceive this initiative, how they can all interact and work together in a sort of a coalition of the willing. So now we would like to really hear from you all, if that's okay. We'll open up the discussion. There is a Mentimeter poll, if you don't mind. So if you can have a look at the, you go to www.menti.com and you type in that code on the screen, 86612405. We'd really like to hear from all of you on these 4 questions, and please feel free also to share them in the discussion now to follow. So the first one is sort of how can we align, how can we converge and leverage these missions, right, to drive this water security agenda and ambition. Do you already work on projects or initiatives that address one or more of these missions? We really need to, align and coordinate. How would you use the missions to catalyze a higher ambition for water security from your perspective or from your organization's view? And then are you willing to take part? This is a coalition of the willing. It has started and it's really taking off. But it really is sort of like-minded organizations working on these issues at the global level, at the regional level, and of course, like I said before, led by the Global South. So please feel free to fill in the Menti, but let's hear from you. Is there anyone that would like to share a little bit of your perspective? I hope are there microphones around? Okay, great, thank you. I guess everybody's filling in the Mentimeter, perhaps. Anyone want to go first? Yes, please, go ahead. If you can also introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mary Robinson, and I am the North American representative on the World Farmers Organization Board. I'm a farmer from Canada, and I wanted to say how wonderful it is to see mission number 1. You're definitely speaking our language as farmers, and I would say that in order to really leverage and be bold and create dynamic outcomes from this, we need to see mechanisms that will help build capacity for farmers to do what it's at our fingertips. What we're facing is a shortage of capacity and finance. So how do we empower farmers to do more on their farms? And I think we have to be really creative and think, excuse me, to consider how do we come up with funding mechanisms to put money in the hands of farmers to have the capacity to invest in all of these strategies and activities that we could do to be using climate smart interventions and raising the water productivity to transform agriculture.
Thank you so much for those encouraging words, hearing from farmer networks about the value of this. Thank you. Any other views, questions, comments? Otherwise, I'm going to have to pick on people. Those that I know in the audience. No? Nachilala, I see you. Let's hear from WWF's perspective. You've seen the missions. Let me put them up again. Where are they? How do you see the work that you're doing aligned to some of these missions or any of them?
Right, thank you very much for the opportunity. There's definitely strong alignment between what WWF is doing on the ground in terms of supporting efforts to not only create the enabling conditions for stronger and much better integrated water resources management, but also really respond directly to the needs of the population, to the needs of the economy around water. And a number of the catchments where we're working are facing degradation risks and climate risks. And so these missions, I think they really give us a good framework for us not only to speak to the water community, but also to engage other sectors and other players whose decisions actually do impact on the health of our ecosystem. So very relevant for the work that we're doing. Yeah.
Thanks. And actually really important point around that, you know, this is really, it's not just about water people speaking to water people. We're trying to look at it from a systems perspective. And so looking at other sectors and how they interface with water security is also very key. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Mandy, please go ahead.
On our side, I would say it would be mission number 2, with make water decisions fit for the future. We, as Odwa had mentioned, we work together with World Merit and with other youth organizations, and obviously intergenerationally as well, as we were part of the Transformative Futures for Water Security workshops and conference. So on the ground, just being here actually at the conference, we've made commitments that we will implement when we get back to South Africa. Just yesterday, we signed a commitment with Wave Makers United to work together to teach 1 million youths about water per year, which is very ambitious. And also, we adopted an idea from the Wave Makers Challenge, which was Team Oceanic, which is a South African one, looking at tackling water pollution. So, yeah. The work starts after we leave here, but we are committed, and we'll see how the missions actually align with our work in future.
Thanks so much, Mindy. I mean, the work has already begun, right? And it's great to hear that the youth networks are so well aligned. Maybe to others also from the youth networks, please reach out to us, because what we do have are regional committees that work at the regional level as well as then at the global level. So if you are from a youth network and you want to join us in some regions that you operate in, please do reach out to us afterwards. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. So one comment, one invitation. So the comment would be great to see that...
Perhaps you could just introduce yourself.
Yes, sorry, Joe Ray, Valuing Water Initiative, Government of the Netherlands. Really happy to see that water-related decision-making has found its way into the missions, and I think that's already been alluded to implicitly and also now explicitly by several speakers. So many of the decisions that have an impact on water resources, whether that's abstraction, pollution, governance, and so much in between, are taken by sectors and decision makers sitting in sectors who don't attend United Nations water conferences and who don't describe themselves as water professionals and who don't think in terms of water sustainability day to day. And so here I think that the private sector engagement part is crucial. From the Valuing Water Initiative's perspective, our focus is on decision-making within a Valuing Water framework. So please count on our support and contribution at a program level, but also from the Dutch government side, in particular to what I see on my sheet as Mission 2, but which I see here as Mission 6, if I'm not mistaken. But the mission that relates to decision-making is a real priority, and very happy to contribute to that. The second then is just an invitation to engage with the Valuing Water Initiative, having already been working on the water decision-making space for some time. Happy to have conversations with others in the room who are keen to take that mission further forward.
Thank you so much, Joe. And really, really good to highlight the Valuing Water Initiative, because as Mark mentioned, these are 8 missions that won't all be driven or led by IMI. IMI might not even be involved in some of them. So really having initiatives like Valuing Water that are already working in the space that can lead in areas where we need these missions to be activated is key. So thanks for raising that. Any other questions, comments? Mark or Rachel, did you want to? No? Okay, not yet. All right. Panelists, yes. Any feedback from your side? Responses? Okay, Mohammed, and I see Adrian's looking for a microphone. So go for it.
So the missions are actually are very comprehensive, and we really cannot, pick a personal favorite, because each of them are taking care of one very important instrument of the society. For me personally, it is the increasing freshwater availability and the appended part of unconventional water resources, because unconventional times require unconventional strategies and resources. So we need to work on that. We need to look out of the box in a manner that we conserve what we have wasted up until now, while we are planning to shift towards more strategic decision-making process and research that is inclusive of the ideas that comes out of the people of this era. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Mohammed. Someone, okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I think Mission 6, although we are farmers and Mission 1 is critical for us, in terms of the future, the climate change, where we make decisions fit for the future. There's a saying that we often use that says, we don't inherit the earth from our forefathers, we borrow it from our children. And as a self-identified youth who's just transgressed from being a youth, it's important for us that we look at our future for our children. So from us as farmers, we need to focus on that. And I'd like to congratulate everyone that was involved in putting these 8 missions together, because it is a holistic vision, and it is a holistic vision that can be adapted across the globe. So from our side, well done to everyone involved.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much. Adrian, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Inge. And it's okay, you've transgressed, but it's all right on the other side as well. So I'd like to pick up on the point that Joe made on mission number, whichever number it is, on decision making, because I think it's really the nub of much of this. And I think one of the issues we have is we tend to view water, the water crisis or the water crises as being about water, when in actual fact it's about people, and it's inherently a political issue. And you asked, Inge, about the private sector, and the private sector wants to be able to engage constructively. I'm talking in general terms here. The private sector wants to be able to engage constructively. They want to be able to contribute their expertise, their experiences to the common goods. And if we think about what's stopping this, it's not water that's stopping it. It's how we as people, as individuals and groups, perceive others to be. We could call that mistrust. And the solution to dealing with that is, of course, to start to build confidence between the different groups that are going to have to work together if we're going to have a common and secure water future. And so that involves escaping preconceived notions. It involves articulating a common value. And when we think about this involves the kind of convergence of initiatives and ideas that I was referencing earlier. And you asked also about the research, what sort of the necessary research required to achieve this. Well, I think independent research on what the private sector is doing in leadership on water is really, really important. But equally important, possibly more important, is research to help us build confidence between different groups. So it's not a given that we can sit in a nice room and go, hey, we all need to work together. There's science, but behavioral science can really support that, and it's been, I think, an underutilized area in water resource management for too long.
Absolutely, and I mean, even, you know, the science of systems, right, that forms part of it. But just to pick up something that you said, you know, around trust, I think that is really sort of understated, you know, in all of this, and the need for a massive trust-building effort, because we are bringing together so many partners from so many different countries. So there is quite a trust-building process that's happening as we aligning slowly our institutional mandates in a way to address this collectively, and that is very ambitious in and of itself. So thank you so much for that. Let's give the sorry. Oh yes, sorry, Nyendo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think, speaking from the perspective of being a regulator, I find all the 8 missions quite very important, and I may have difficulties in ranking them. So I'll just pick on some, not necessarily in the order of importance. The issue of increasing freshwater availability, I find it very critical, but I want to look at it from another angle, where we need to look at what we have now and manage wastage. I think we find often from our experience that there's also a bit of wastage from the users. With the little water we have, but the means or methods or technology which some of our water users, like farmers, are using is a bit wasteful. This could be one low-hanging fruit where we need to find a way of helping the users, especially farmers, to migrate from wasteful way of irrigation to more efficient ways of irrigation. I'll give you an example of Zambia, where we have big plantation schemes of sugar and banana. They're still doing flood irrigation. We don't have that luxury anymore. So I think we are advocating through policymakers to literally do away with that kind of methods of irrigation. The other mission I want to talk to is the issue of good water governance. I think we need proper institutional framework or vehicles which can be used in terms of managing the resource. And this cannot be one solution for all, because there are quite a number of factors which come into play, cultural factors and the like, geographical. So this area also, in the midst of having so many good ideas, but if the implementation framework, the institutional framework is not properly defined, then we may not optimize on those good ideas which we have, ensuring that the water resource management and planning is done in a manner which will give us the results we're looking for. I may be tempted to talk about everything, but I thought I should just pick on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for that. I think that's a really great place to end the panel discussion on, because it's about behavioral change. Behavioral change of stakeholder groups, of institutions, but also of us as individuals, right, in addressing water security, and how we think differently, how we do things differently to really achieve that collectively. So please, folks, give this wonderful panel a round of applause. Thank you for your partnership. And we're going to ask Mark to close off. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Inga, and let me add my thanks to the fantastic inputs of the panel and the discussion that we just had. Just to very quickly wrap up with a bit of a summary. As I said at the outset, our starting point was to try and leverage the UN Water Conference taking place right now, taking place this year, to raise ambition. That's a work in progress. It's a work in progress this week, and it will be in the follow-up as we go forward. I really liked the articulation by a couple of our speakers and panelists that high ambition is aligning to build on and deliver what we already have. Align against common goals, the missions, build on what we have. It's not about starting from scratch. Understand what's missing, and then bring together collective action across the policy, business development, applied research domains with societal leadership with youth leadership to do that. There are some challenges that were highlighted that are inherent in trying to do that. Certainly, understanding the value that's at play and at risk, that's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity to help us mobilize. Engaged missions outside the water community, the water sphere. Actually, that's the second time that's come up this morning in our 2 sessions this morning. Engage decision makers who don't think they're making decisions about water, whereas in fact they are. Get them engaged. This is a really key challenge. The trust building piece is also an important part. And there's other elements, but those were things that were highlighted in our discussions. In terms of next steps and the way we're looking at how we take this forward we do have a process that we need to launch now. As we said, we had our conference in February, then all of the preparations for this in March. And now we need to work on elaborating and deepening the design of the missions and all the many components that we need to be really strategic about the missions that we need to make sure are understood. And we have working groups from our process that are coming together to do that, but we're always open for others who wish to join that process. And out of that, as we move on, we want to catalyze the coming together of coalitions across these different groups that we've been engaging all along. Coalitions that themselves will be able to catalyze this convergence and this alignment process that we've been talking about today and talking about in terms of how we make best use of these missions for that high ambition that we need for transforming water security futures. So let me stop there. Thank you all very much. Thank you for taking part today, and thank you for your contributions to what will be an ongoing initiative and process. Thank you.
Push it hard.
Oh, you're up.
Yeah.
Not the camera. Not the camera. Not the
All right. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully, yes, you're dining and having some lunch while we learn more about water storage and why we need to fill the gap. My name is Melissa Ho. Welcome again to this session. I'm with WWF, the World Wildlife Fund in the United States, based in Washington, D.C., where I lead and support WWF US's freshwater and food work. So I'm thrilled today to really facilitate a panel of experts and really a diverse set of stakeholders to address this really wonky but important topic of filling the water storage gap, thinking about what it will take to drive water resources management, intensification, and really trying to manage in an uncertain world where climate change is happening now and creating a lot of havoc in terms of being able to have predictable supply of water, knowing that we have growing demand of water. So this event will really highlight the need to develop and scale a new integrated agenda for water security and storage and management, one that includes and really is grounded in nature-based solutions. And that is something really new and different that we have to work with gray infrastructure, thinking about how green infrastructure can complement and really address filling the water storage gap. And that is really going to help address and drive shared goals for people, planet, and really conserving nature and water security for the future. So we have 3 parts to the session today, and I'm going to get off the stage and let the experts speak. Our first panel will really set the scene and the context for what do we mean by this storage gap, how do we think holistically about a systems approach, and then we've got a great set of panelists who are experts in the field and driving a lot of research agendas as well as new reports published around this topic from around the world, and then really highlighting again, like I mentioned, the implications on irrigation and agriculture, as well as the role of nature-based solutions. Our second panel is a little bit of a deeper dive into country contexts and really understanding from the case of Pakistan, Zambia, and Brazil. What does this look like? It doesn't mean these case studies will have everything figured out, but understanding specific country case studies will help us ground the specificity and more nuances from a general topic. And then we have a third panel, which we've got some really great youth leaders from around the world who will also talk about from their perspective where their voices need to be integrated and some of the things that they're seeing on the front lines from their countries as well. So we have a fantastic set of sessions lined up. If we have time, we'll have questions, but I'm not sure we will. And with that, I want to kick off our first set of speakers by introducing Matthew McCartney. Matthew is a lead researcher from the International Water Management Institute, one of the consultative group on international agricultural research institutes, global good that does agricultural research around the world, really in this case specializing in water. And Matthew's going to talk to us and really about setting the context for this water storage gap. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you very much, Melissa. Good afternoon, everybody. Melissa said this is a wonky topic, but actually I think the majority of the sessions I've been in over the last day and a half have mentioned water storage and the need for increasing water storage in the future. Sorry, can I get my slides? Which button? Oh, the green one, sorry. Right, helps, thank you. Yeah, so water storage, I think it's very topical. It's increasingly important. We all, I think, understand the need for water storage. I mean, in many parts of the world, farmers, it's their inability to manage rainfall variability rather than the necessary having a scarcity of water, the inability to manage the variability, which is a key factor in food insecurity and poverty. At the same time, water storage is incredibly important for economies. Inability to manage variability adversely affects economies. So the graph there just shows the link in an agrarian economy. I think it's from Ethiopia, showing the link between GDP and rainfall. In good rainfall years, GDP growth is good. In poor rainfall years, GDP growth is bad. And of course, for storage, we've all heard about the massive flooding in Pakistan this year. Storage is also very important for flood control. So storage is recognised as basically a cornerstone of socio-economic development. And with climate change, it's going to be increasingly so in the future as variability increases. So the challenge, too much water storage. In the past, the water storage planning tends to be very ad hoc. There's some planning and systematic analysis around larger water storage, but very often with smaller scale storage, it's just very ad hoc. Small dams just put in place. Very often the cumulative impact is not understood. With large infrastructure, water infrastructure, often results in environmental degradation, which has implications for people, impacts on fisheries, downstream flow regimes, etc. Has had huge implications for lots of people around the world, and has actually hindered their development. We also know huge investment is needed in storage to meet the SDGs and other goals. We're talking about trillions of dollars. I saw that WaterAid had a report released, I think, yesterday, which said just for WASH, they need $200 billion a year as investment to meet the SDG goals by 2030. So there's huge investments being called for. A lot of that investment will go into grey infrastructure, but we also need to think about how we integrate natural infrastructure and green infrastructure and nature-based solutions, as Melissa said, into this equation. So we see storage as being one part of the equation. We need to think, there's a range of demand and supply side options. Water storage is obviously addressing the demand side, but there's many types of water storage. So there's a natural storage within aquifers, within soils, particularly in the Himalayan region. There's snow and ice and glaciers. There's also natural wetlands. So these natural stores of water are also equally important, and the bulk of the water within the environment, within landscapes, is actually stored within natural systems. And each of those storage types is important in any given context. So they have different pros and cons. The way they need to be managed and integrated together will differ depending on the local context. There's also a recognition now, a report that we wrote in 2020, analysing what's happening to global water storage, concluded that water storage overall is decreasing. And this is a consequence largely of climate change, so melting ice and glaciers is reducing the storage there. It's a consequence of environmental degradation of wetlands and natural lakes and ponds, and also, of course, sedimentation of built reservoirs. So storage is decreasing. At the same time, populations are growing, economic growth is increasing, and there's also increasing climate variability. So these are both driving the need for more water storage, and at the same time, it's actually declining. So we have a concept of a water storage gap, which is what the title of this session came from. So this water storage gap is increasing, and we need to do something to manage it. So it's time. So basically, what we're arguing is it's time to rethink water storage. We need to think about water storage in a much more systematic way, integrating the planning across different water storage types, across levels and scales, and just broadly thinking about water storage as a component of integrated water resources management in a very different way, which integrates different types and designs systems which are appropriate for given contexts and locations, both the biophysical and the socio-economic conditions. And to do this, we need to think about not only the need, but also the effectiveness and suitability of different storage types. So we need for storage to be much more effective and to work much more in a way that's much more economically cost-effective and brings about the results that we actually want. And of course, water storage also needs to be much more flexible. It needs to we need to allow for much more uncertainty in the future than in the past because of climate change. And we need systems that will build on the complementarities of different storage types. So the argument that we're making is that, there's this integration of natural and built infra storage and much more integrated planning in the future. So with that, I'll say thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks. So I should have mentioned at the top, and I apologize, to the partners who've been really instrumental in developing this session. And this is, again, just really trying to elevate this topic. But I really want to thank EME, the World Bank, Stanford, and the University of Nebraska, Lincoln, the Water for Food Institute, who've been thought partners along the way and really have co-developed this session together with WWF. Our second speaker is Eileen Burke, who is a senior water resource specialist and global lead for water resources at the World Bank. She's led the bank's transboundary water initiatives in the Mekong and the Nile basins, and she's served as the World Bank's focal point for transboundary waters. And she's worked around the world and then previously at the Millennium Challenge Corporation. So she's going to be speaking about a recent water storage report that the bank released earlier this year.
Thanks, Michelle. So going back to 2020, as Matthew was mentioning, EME and GWP, in conjunction with some of our World Bank staff, came out with a report on this global water storage gap. So I'll sort of pick up where Matthew left off. We have a growing need for water storage because of increasing populations and increasing populations in cities, and to respond to the increased variability caused by climate change at a time when we're losing natural and built water storage. Also picking up on Matthew's point on Michelle's comment that this is a wonky topic, I think we're also, I'll step in and try to speak for some others. We are finding that water storage is one area that's very solid in helping people understand how climate adaptation will affect them. Because water storage is needed both for climate mitigation and for climate adaptation, in some ways it's where the water hits the road. In speaking with lots of clients around the world, everyone understands that climate change is a threat. People may have various understandings of the different scenarios, the wide range of variability in rainfall and temperature that they may face. But from my experience, people haven't really gone through and thought through what this means for their water resource management systems. They haven't thought about what it means, as people like Professor Elta here at MIT, who we spoke with in the development of this report, have looked at a single reservoir to say, given the upstream variability that's predicted, not even looking at the upstream increased demand for water, but looking at the upstream variability in water supply, how much more storage would I need upstream to be able to provide water at the same level of reliability? And because we're sort of a wonkier group, I can talk a little bit more about, when discussing climate change with planners, water resource professionals, most haven't stopped to think about the fact that even if you have increased rainfall, because of the increased levels of variability, you'll probably need more storage. So we find this as a really useful way to illustrate for folks that the demands for storage will be increasing, for hydropower, for other to control variability, while the supply is decreasing. So we came up with this report, The New Paradigm for Water Storage. We're headed in the wrong direction with water storage, as you saw from Matthew's slide. So what I want to do today is go through some actions that we've outlined for countries in this report that they can undertake in planning, and we have a framework, a new storage planning tool that can be used in conjunction with IWRM, in conjunction with river basin planning, to better figure out how to close the water storage gap. I have to point out, most of you already know this, but we're talking about global averages or global variability when we look at the global water storage gap. What this water storage gap looks like at the local level is completely different in every place in the world. So it's really important that this needs to be a highly collaborative process across sectors, across different levels of government and different stakeholders in order to really close the water storage gap. So the first advice we have is to look and recognize and manage all types of storage. 90% of freshwater on Earth is stored in natural storage types. Depending on whose estimates you use, 50 to 70% of irrigation water comes from groundwater, right? But when you talk about storage and what you need in storage, the tendency is to look at only the built type. So we really need to increase our understanding of what storage is. Actually, when we were doing the the consultations on this report, it was Matthew who said he didn't even like this typology because we really need to change even how we think of built storage. There's no such thing as purely built storage anymore. It relies on the upstream catchment. So even the most built storage projects need to look at catchment management and the effects that they're having on nature downstream. So step one, recognize and manage all types of storage. Step two, take a systems approach. And this is for a variety of reasons, but including risk management. That if you have a diversified portfolio, you're much more likely to withstand shocks, including climate shocks. So this is looking at how all types of storage relate. We had amazing debates internally and with external experts on what we should even consider storage, right? Are forests storage? Can they be considered storage downstream if they're a net consumer of storage? And this, again, is where it comes, it's really important to have local expertise in place to be debating and identifying who needs water where, and that includes water for the environment. At number three, the third step is going from volumes to services. So instead of thinking I need X amount of water for my irrigation scheme, instead think of the development challenges you're trying to solve. To look to see, do I need improved water availability in dry times? Do I need to reduce flood impacts? And do I need to regulate water flows for other purposes, for navigation, for hydropower? For environmental flow purposes. And by looking across all of the range of potential benefits from water storage, we've already taken a step forward towards a more integrated approach to water storage management and development. And finally, given the large needs that exist across the world in closing the water storage gap, we have to be much more efficient in how we're using storage. And we, inspired by Stanford's Natural Capital Project and the Uncommon Dialogues R's that they came up with, developed some R's for our clients as well. We need to look at how we can reoperate existing storage to add additional functionality, to add additional services and development outcomes from the storage that exists. We have to rehabilitate our existing storage. We, unfortunately, at the bank have a booming dam safety business worldwide because the world stock of dams is aging, and many countries don't have regulatory frameworks around dam safety, and like most countries in the world, are struggling with operations and maintenance funding and budgets. And so we are working with client governments across the world to assess their dam capacity to see if it's safe for climate change, given the increased variability, and to see what needs to be done to rehabilitate existing infrastructure, but to also put in place the policy reforms that are needed to ensure that their existing storage can be maintained. This also includes rehabilitation, of course, of natural storage. We just released yesterday a new report on groundwater, looking at the cost of overuse of groundwater, that groundwater is nature's natural insurance policy in times of drought. And if you're overdrawing your groundwater, you don't have that insurance policy anymore. So we have a report that was launched yesterday or previewed yesterday that goes into the economic cost of not managing your groundwater well. But it also looks at the economic opportunity cost of not using groundwater in certain areas where there is renewable groundwater that can be safely managed and used, and where there is food insecurity, where there is current drought and even death because of ongoing famine, right? So it's looking at how to sustainably, where you can sustainably develop storage in an integrated sense, and where you have to change how you're managing your groundwater to replenish it. The report provides lots of case studies of where this is happening in California, in Cape Town, just to name a few. Other areas of intervention are retrofitting storage, raising new storage. We've found that in many areas, especially these large growing mega cities, there's no way to meet the water supply needs through natural storage alone. So some of these growing mega cities, especially some that are constantly at day zero because they don't have adequate storage do need built storage. And then finally, again, I already highlighted an example of reform. We absolutely need to be managing and maintaining our existing storage better. So I'm out of time, but I do want to point out a point that Matthew made as well. People ask, isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Why are we starting with storage? What about integrated water management? Are we moving away from that? No, absolutely not. This builds upon it. We are taking storage as a starting point. One, it's because it's where the rubber is hitting the road in terms of climate change, but also because this is the entry point in our discussions and dialogue with a lot of governments. We very often enter into a dialogue with a government who says, I want to build dam X, dam Y, and dam Z, and we say, okay, let's look at the plans that you have, the feasibility studies. And it's based on master plans from the 1950s or 60s, right? So there's an urgent need to update a lot of this analysis, to move away from single sector master planning, to do the planning in a more integrated way, which is why we've outlined the report here. So with that, thank you.
Wow. There's entire whole webinars, and it's a huge report. I really recommend you go and get the report and absorb a lot of what Eileen covered in amazing amount of time. So I think Matthew and Eileen really set the scene and the context on the systems approach needed, and then really what the role is of storage. Our next speaker, Raphael Schmidt, comes to us. He's the lead scientist at the Natural Capital Project and the Woods Hole Institute of the Environment at Stanford University. Much of his work is focused on large rivers and energy, and we've heard the importance of storage for many sectors' work, but his most recent published work and report is around really looking at storage capacity needs for intensification of agriculture globally to meet food security needs. And so with that, let me introduce Raphael to speak a little bit more about that.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Melissa, for the introduction here. Yeah, I said, I'm really going to focus breaking this very complicated academic title down to, my research tries to understand the role of water storage for feeding the world in a more sustainable manner in the future. And therefore, I'm really excited to be here today. So, speaking about feeding the world, as many of you know, the world's not doing great in terms of providing sufficient and safe and affordable nutrition to many of our global citizens. And that's despite the fact that agriculture is already by far the greatest user of land. It's by far the greatest consumptive user of water. It's a core driver of deforestation. It's a core driver of water overuse and loss of aquatic ecosystems, of terrestrial ecosystems, and a core driver of the associated losses of biodiversity and ecosystem services. And this is the current problems caused by agriculture, related to agriculture, are really just a tiny, if you look into the future, it has been estimated that by 2050, global food production needs to increase by up to 50% in order to provide safe and affordable nutrition to a growing and more affluent population. And the question that we are facing is really how can we provide these enormous amounts of food without absolutely devastating impacts on natural ecosystems. One important mechanism to do so is intensification of existing croplands. As many of you are aware, there are large swaths of the planet that are currently used for agriculture, but where agriculture doesn't really perform up to the highest possible yields for a number of reasons. For lack of good cultivars, for lack of sufficient fertilizer, for lack of technology, but also very importantly due to a lack of water. And this is really what my presentation today is going to focus about. My colleague Lorenzo Rosa from the Carnegie Institute of Science has shown in his 2018 study that agriculture is currently water limited on 4.5 million square kilometers of land. That's approximately 25% of the world's total croplands. And on those lands, water or adding additional blue water could be used to increase crop yields to provide more food for populations. 60% indeed of these like 4.5 million square kilometers of land have the potential for a sustainable expansion of irrigation. And when I say sustainable here, it means that these are irrigation practices that do not infringe environmental flows and that are not conflicting with like other water uses, for example, for like domestic or industrial purposes. The areas where such a sustainable expansion of irrigation would be possible are shown in green on this map here. And Lorenzo's research has shown that such a sustainable expansion of irrigation could provide food for up to 2.8 billion people, so a really significant amount of additional food could be grown through this mechanism. Right, then the question is, why don't we do that, or why are these lands not irrigated? And of course, there's again a number of reasons for that. There's an absence of like irrigation conveyance, capital to implement irrigation, and so on. But one important limitation there is the absence of storage, and this I'm just like demonstrating here for the example of the Ganges Basin, where there's actually a lot of sustainable water resources available, which are shown in this blue curve, but then the availability of these water resources does not really match when the crop water needs are greatest, which is shown by the green curve. So basically, water is available, but it's not available at the right moment in time. And indeed, in the Ganges Basin, it's one of the areas, one of the hotspots where we find that a lot of irrigation that's currently is in place is basically from unsustainable groundwater use. I should also highlight that this blue water availability curve here already includes the availability of natural water storage in glaciers, for instance, very importantly in this geography, and in the future, therefore, this availability will shift further and further misaligning water availability and demand. And in order to understand the role of storage for food systems, or the role of storage to like align the need of food systems for water with the available of sustainable blue water resources, we published this paper in 2022 that looks at the river basin scale, deploying agrohydrologic models and trying to figure out how much storage would ideally be needed to like fully leverage these available water resources for irrigation and food security. And I'm not going to go into great detail here, obviously, but basically this map shows our results on a river basin level, where more red colors indicate basins where agriculture will depend more on water storage in the future to fully leverage these available water resources. We find that nearly half of the sustainable expansion of irrigation can only be realized if there is sufficiently water storage available, amounting for a total need of 460 cubic kilometers of stored water per year that could then grow enough food or help grow enough food for up to 1.1 billion people. So storage would can play an absolutely critical role for food security worldwide. And just also not going into great detail here, but some hotspots where we find that water storage is really critical for food security, either to replace currently unsustainable use of groundwater resources mostly, or to expand irrigation on currently water-limited croplands, are mostly South Asia, it's sub-Saharan Africa, and importantly North America, where we have very important food systems that depend on water storage. So the next question is, of course, how do we provide this water storage? And I think, and it has come up in previous presentations, we really need to rethink the paradigm behind storing water for irrigation. Today, irrigation storage is often fed from large dams such as the Shasta Dam in California that you see here in the background. And those gray infrastructures don't only have like huge environmental and social impacts, but they also are sufficient to only meet around like 50% of the current demand for storage. According to our analysis, relying only on gray infrastructure currently leaves a gap of around 374 million people that could be fed otherwise, but that cannot be supplied from sustainable irrigation because there's not enough water storage available in gray infrastructure. And in the future, this gap would even increase further to an estimated 590 to 800 million people for which there would be enough water to provide food, but because there's not enough storage, or gray infrastructure cannot provide enough storage, I should say, those people cannot supply it. So I think we need to really rethink the paradigm for supplying irrigation with water from like a variety of sources. Again, echoing the previous speakers, I think we need a multi-pronged approach. We need to reduce crop water demands, terracing, mulching, and like agrivoltaics practices that reduce evaporation. We need to deploy alternative storage solutions at scale, aquifer recharge, for example, small-scale storage solutions. But we also need to think about the role of existing storage, maintaining existing storage, and making sure that the water is really used in an efficient manner. And as well as Eileen brought it up before, in cases where additional gray infrastructure should be needed, deploy best knowledge in order to select the sites strategically to minimize the impact that this storage will have on ecosystems and water users. Thank you.
Great. Wow, what a whirlwind presentation. Thank you. And I think, again, the systems approach theme, and then thinking of storage solutions, but also even demand reduction. There's a lot of talk in the US, like rotational fallowing and even crop species swapping out for a lower demand. So that was mentioned in all the talks as well. There's a range of things. We're focusing on storage, but there's a systems approach that we need to take, obviously, with agriculture. So our last speaker, I'm going to just do a little bit of setup. Our last speaker is Nachalala Nkombo. She's the country director from WWF Zambia, and previously she was with the One Campaign in Joburg in South Africa, and she's been leading our work in Southern Africa, where we, as WWF, have really had a landscape approach in the Kavango-Zambezi region. And the thing I want to just set up for her, she's really going to focus on examples of nature-based solutions in Zambia. And I think I just want to reiterate the points from other speakers about not only, well, really taking to heart lessons learned from approaches of gray infrastructure alone. So we know we have to fill this water storage gap, but we can't do it, and we must learn from the lessons of environmental and social safeguards from the past. And the last thing I'll just mention, is that we have an estimated approximately $6.7 trillion of global investment is needed to achieve water-related SDG targets by 2030, including storage. But currently, less than 5% of those global investments are really looking at nature-based solutions. So we know that there are places where we cannot fill the gap for water security, for irrigation intensification, because large-scale gray infrastructure is not appropriate. But we have a whole history, and I'm not going into all of it, but we have a whole history of projects of dams that have really not served well the environment, or are stranded assets and have had real social implications. So we need to think about other solutions. And right now our investment is not really going to broadening out our solution sets on nature-based solutions. So with that, let me introduce Nachalala, who will give some examples in a deeper dive in Zambia, and then she'll also invite her colleague from Mr. Kenneth Nyundo, who's the Director General of Water Resources Management in the government of Zambia, to follow her, and they'll have a little conversation about the context in Zambia. Thanks. So we're moving into the case studies after this as well. So.
Well, thank you so much, Melissa, and good afternoon to all of you. It's such a great opportunity for WWF to have this chance to just share with you and learn from you in terms of how you're responding to the challenge of water and climate risk vis-a-vis the whole concept around storage. I think from where we sit, I think there was also a justification made around why we're talking about storage. We talk about storage because it's an easier concept to understand for different players in the economy, whether they're looking at water supply for domestic use, for industrial use, for agriculture use, and also for hydropower production. From the side of WWF, we really believe that we need to look at the different multiple scales of water storage at a small scale level and a large scale level. We also believe that it's important for us to understand the pros and cons of both the natural water infrastructure as well as the belt infrastructure, and look at the complementarity that's there. Obviously, as a conservation organization, our deep understanding and our bias is to promote nature-based solutions, because we believe that there's several advantages to that. And as I share the Zambia case study, I'm going to touch on some of the advantages. So broadly, as we drive towards nature-based solutions, globally as WWF, we're really pushing the agenda of countries and governments reconsidering rewilding as critical for ensuring that we are able to support also not only the repair of riparian zones, but the recharge of groundwater systems, because we need the groundwater to be able to support the river system. For Zambia and for Africa, I want to say that our river systems do power our economies. We know that all the 17 SDGs need water in one form or the other. And so if you look at the needs of our growing global population, growing populations in places where we come from, we really need to have a clear understanding in terms of not only the value of water, but where the water is actually going to come from. So I'll give an illustration of water resources management and maybe water sharing that is happening in one of the most critical ecosystems or landscapes in Zambia, which is the Lower Kafue Basin. So the Lower Kafue Basin, for those of you that are familiar with Zambia, is the economic heart of Zambia, because much of the hydropower and agriculture production depends on the water from that basin. We have, pardon? No, I'm just going to speak to, yeah. So we have, for the longest period, almost a silver bullet in terms of our country's reliance on hydropower production to supply electricity, to power our mining industry, to meet our domestic needs, but also to support agriculture. The realities of climate change have reminded us that we cannot rely on water alone as a source of energy. And also we recognize that much as we have over the years invested in built infrastructure, this built infrastructure has not been able to meet our needs at certain critical times. And we believe that looking at, therefore, our natural systems, our wetland systems, and how they interplay and integrate with the river systems in making sure that this water flows into dams is critically important. When you compare built and natural water storage systems, we also believe that there's more advantages in terms of the natural systems. With the man-made dams, the levels of evaporation, I'm sure everyone knows, are a lot higher. So we lose more moisture, we lose more water when we rely on built infrastructure compared to looking after and maintaining our water system. So the Kafue Basin and on the Kafue River has basically 3 hydropower dams that are built across it. And despite having 3 hydropower dams, they have not been able to generate the power that we need to support various economic activities. Within this basin, I did mention earlier that the water is also used extensively for irrigated agriculture. So it's been a bit of a push and pull between different sectors as they compete for this water resource. Upstream to the Lower Kafue Basin, within the larger Kafue system, is a swamp that we call the Lukanga swamp. It has the storage capacity of water, which is 2 times those hydro power dams. However, the realities of environmental degradation in the swamp has also implied as a threat to the flows of water into these dams. We also note that this wetland is strategically positioned in the sense that it's in between the zone or the part of the country that produces food and produces the power, and the part of the country that does mining activity. So it plays a role of being a water purifier. So when the water comes in through the river via the swamp, there's a cleansing effect that actually happens or occurs there. So from a WWF perspective, the swamp plays a critical role in terms of ensuring the water supply downstream. And we believe that if we lost the storage capacity of the swamp, there would not be enough water. So engaging some of the private sector players and coming up with some rough estimates in terms of what the losses would look like if the natural functions of this system actually go away. So the water downstream supports our capital city with about 40% of our water supply. What would that mean if this natural system is not functioning well? It means that the water supply company has to look for $1.3 million because they would have lost that revenue as the water would not be guaranteed. There was also a mention around agriculture, and in particular sugar production. Again, the estimated revenue losses are about 3 million. I did mention earlier that we have 3 hydropower dams that depend on this very water. So losing the Lukanga swamp would mean that there's actually a loss of close to $37 million. So there's an economic case for us to make to ensure that the natural functions, the natural systems are actually protected, well maintained, as strategic infrastructure for the country. We know that there's advanced technologies out there that is available for us to really look at how do we also protect the groundwater infrastructure. And like I said earlier, because of the relationship between surface water and groundwater. So in the case of Zambia, we are exploring with the public sector and the private sector, particularly the agriculture and industrial water users, on how we can create a financial model of how this shared water storage system can actually be protected to ensure not only the sustainability of the environment, but the direct sustainability of the businesses. Because when there's not enough water, when there's not enough power generation, there's always an impact in terms of the bottom line. So I just want to end by saying that we believe as WWF that rewilding critical freshwater ecosystems, ensuring that dams that are misplaced within the river systems are removed is critically important because it helps to flood alluvial riparian zones and floodplains that provide loads of critical water that's needed for biodiversity and also to meet the development needs. We think that it's critically important that within the context of climate change, it's not whether or not we should protect, value, and better manage our natural water system. It is an existential question for all of us to really make sure that if we're going to have a water secure future, we don't look narrowly to build infrastructure alone to supply the water, to store the water, because the water that goes into these man-made dams comes from a natural system, and we really need to understand the value, the capacity, and the advantages of more cost-effective maintenance of natural systems. So thank you very much. I'm just going to ask my colleague, Kenneth, who's coming in from the Water Resources Management Authority, is the Director General there. Apart from conserving and protecting water for all of us in Zambia, he has the difficult job of doing water allocation. So he will share with you perspectives around the work that we're doing on natural water storage systems, as well as the work the government is doing on built infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm an engineer by profession, and sometimes we quarrel with our colleagues
from the ecological part, but I think we've reconciled on many things. I think that's why I'm standing here. So a lot we've heard about Zambia, I think, and I'd like to describe it a bit further, that it's in Central Africa, neighboring Zimbabwe and Congo in the north. And why I'm saying that, because I want to generate interest from some of the researchers. You have a test case for Zambia to come through, because geographically we have our river systems which can actually be used to learn a lot of lessons in terms of what we are talking about here, in terms of storage. So as a country in the southern region of Africa, we are privileged. I want to use the word privileged in inverted commas, because we are considered to be advantageous. We perceive to have a lot of water, maybe 40% of what's available there, when in reality, really, it does not mean we meet our demands. And then I want to bring in the aspect of planning of this infrastructure before I talk about what kind of infrastructure. What problems we are facing, especially speaking as a regulator, in terms of meeting the demand side of it. She was talking about hydropower. We rely on hydropower as a country. 90% of our energy comes from hydropower. But this is infrastructure which was put in place starting the 60s, 70s, and the focus was purely hydropower. So the aspect of multi-purpose use of these reservoirs was not there. And then later on, we thought of putting agricultural schemes to support food production. And now these come upstream of hydropower stations. So now we have a challenge in terms of meeting the needs of hydropower companies, because as you may be aware, agriculture is extractive. They are removing, they are consuming, but the same water is required by hydropower downstream. So it poses a very, very big challenge on us. So the issue of planning of this infrastructure is very, very important. Other than these artificial reservoirs, we have now these natural bodies which are wetlands. The wetlands play quite a very important role, because as you have heard, they actually water bank, we say, because in times of plenty, when you have too much rain, they tend to keep that water. And of course, they release it in times of dry times. So, but then because of human activity, there has been a lot of degradation of these natural habitats. So the capacity to keep enough water to make our rivers flow has significantly been reduced. These are very important areas. Also, we are a mining-dependent country, and much of the production, wastewater is having an impact on our water resource, pollution issues. But these swamps, wetlands, again, act as sinks to remove minerals. That's what I was saying. For those who are interested in learning and coming up with programs of research, I think Zambia is a destination. So what I want to say is that as a country, we are proponents of balancing these matters out. We've seen the disadvantages and advantages of dams, but also we've realized that we've done harm to natural water bodies like wetlands. And we feel that it's time to restore these important bodies. Then they'll complement the dams which we have. So I think the message here, take our message that nature-based solutions should go hand in hand with conventional storage structures, but more importantly, the planning aspect which I'm talking about. I think this time we are proposing that we should have multi-purpose dams, but we should always, for those who are coming from areas where you have hydropower potential, let us not find ourselves in what's happening now, where you have much of your hydropower downstream. Then you have that conflict. As a regulator, we are really stressed in meeting these two competing demands. One is consumptive, the other one is non-consumptive. Both are critical. So we can't give priority to hydro or just give priority to agriculture. Both we need them. So therefore, we should, of course, we are looking also to other innovations. I think I heard the previous speaker talking about groundwater. Artificial recharge should be promoted in terms of groundwater as a storage, because we know this also is supporting the river system. Issues of flood control, again, we know how these storage facilities play. So having said that, as a country, we are also supporting heavily initiatives by our colleagues, WWF, other organizations which are coming to supplement the effort at national level. But then I want to finish by looking at financing mechanism. This is always the greatest challenge which most of us from developing countries face. Largely, you find that this is a resource which is considered to be a social resource. The economic aspect of it is downplayed, therefore making it unattractive to the private sector. So I think there is need to find innovative way of supporting, when you talk about storage, first, how do we attract the private sector to complement the public sector? So this is the big question I think I want to leave with us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, we might do questions at the end. We may not have time. Sorry. Thank you. We really had a packed agenda, and I hope we have time at the questions at the end for everyone. Thank you so much, Nachalala and Kenneth, for the Zambia context and planning wetlands as water banks, and then really looking at the competing interests. Our next case study comes from Pakistan, where we have a delegation joining us. So thank you so much, gentlemen. Mr. Saeed Mir Ali Ba, who's the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Water Resources in Pakistan, and Mr. Ahmad Kamal, Chairman of Federal Flood Commission in Pakistan, who is going to present a case study on small check dams, as well as the context in Pakistan on storage. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Can we display the presentation? Sure. Okay, I can speak without that then. No problem.
Would you like to go next, and I can try to get it over to them now?
Okay, I think if you can.
Would you like to do that instead?
Yeah, I think it would be better. Okay. You can go to the next.
Yeah. So, great, we will. Thanks. Okay, so quick switch. Instead, we will have, Giuliano Schirmbeck, who is a researcher at GeoCarton and the technical coordinator of a really cool research consortium in Brazil and South America called Map Biomass Water Project. He works on digital image processing at Google Earth Engine, has worked on that previously, and he is really going to speak to us about the integration of land and water resource mapping and data analysis on decision-making and implications on policy in Brazil. Thanks, Julian.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to show the Map Biomass Water project. Is water monitoring case in Brazil. The Map Biomass Water is one of several initiatives of Map Biomass network. In this project, the aim is to reconstruct the monthly time series water surface in Brazil is based on Landsat time series images. The main product is the surface water. You can see some case up left, the surface water, the water transitions, when I can see the increase or decrease areas of water. Here is a case of Xingu River, Belo Monte hydroelectric power, and we have products of classification of water bodies and the surface trend analysis, when they can see the regions have a increase or decrease trend of surface water. All result as displayed in a dashboard. This dashboard have the main products with some statistics with which different territories, groupings, territories, regions for show these statistics. The projects have some important partners. A specific case is the partner of National Agency of Water, and can provide some information important for this project. We can use official information of water management units in Brazil. The management units is in different watershed levels, and we have a API where the map biomas water information can be ingested for ENA monitoring systems. Some results in 2022 in Brazil were mapping 18.22 millions of hectares of the surface water, is around of 6% of global surface water, and we know the Brazil have around 12% of volume of global fresh water. And in the graphic we have the time series. In the time series, the annual time series, we can see the last 10 years is the area is decrease. Just in last year, we have an increase of this area. And in time series trend, we can see interesting result. The natural areas are drying up. The headwater of the main rivers, we can see in the map in red, indicated the decrease. And you can see just in new hydroelectric dams or artificial water bodies increase the region of the surface water. Another data is water body classification. Here we can see important information is in 2022 we are mapping 76,000 reservoirs, but just 23% mapped in official database, and don't have any control over this 77% of these water bodies. One information, one specific point about the Amazon. In 2022, we can see 11.3 millions of hectares of water, is 62% of Brazilian surface water. And in Amazon, you can see the increase of water in the last 2 years is because the La Niña event increased the precipitation in this region. And another point is shown briefly is the trend of biome Amazonas, and you can review the information about the decrease of trends. The trends indicate the decrease regions in headwater rivers in Amazon basin, and small reservoirs predominance along the arc of deforestations. The number of the reservoirs increased 52% in last 38 years. 119,000 small reservoirs are mapped in 2022. They mostly know authorized and monitoring official agencies. And the projects have a large outreach and some international, national, and regional media's informations, and us dashboard has more 370,000 access from around the world. And final remarks. The map biomas will the first surface monitoring system based in Landsat image in Brazil. We designed and implemented application demand by the users. The communication outreach strategy successful inform the general society and decision makers about the risk and impacts of water ecosystems due to climate change, land use, and dam constructions. We expanding this work to other Pan-Amazonic countries and include the South America countries. Here I can see the different initiatives in Brazil, and the Pan-American countries is a high group. The project is started in last year, and we plan to start briefly in the South country. Thank you.
I am so conscious that we are running out of time, and I'm so appreciative of speakers who are able to do it in multilingual contexts. I know I could never do a presentation in Portuguese. So really the importance of data systems for land and water use change, and then thinking of how that will influence decision makers when you know the status quo and baselining and future scenarios for water storage. So now, do we have the presentation teed up? No. So I apologize, gentlemen, from my colleagues in Pakistan. We're so pleased to have a delegation here. We have been partnering with the government on some exciting work around a global climate fund proposal, Recharge Pakistan. But I think I'm going to have you speak about the context in your country and the case study you would like to present, which I believe is around small check dams. And I apologize that we were not able to tee up your presentation in time. And maybe in 5 minutes you can share a little bit, and we can see about putting this on. No, or please speak about what is most of priority to the government. Thank you so much, again, for being here. There's so many water issues, not only drought, but obviously the flooding.
5 minutes.
Please, yeah.
Thank you very much. It is really a good opportunity for us to share what Pakistan intends to taking care of with regard to the excessive flooding that we receive. And basically it was in the aftermath of 2010 floods when we received much of the water. And that water actually had breaches made in the main Indus River system. And at that time, WWF Pakistan, in collaboration with Ministry of Water Resources and Ministry of Climate Change, come up with some sort of a concept that how well we can use that surplus water generated by the flood for some nature-based solution, which ultimately can generate, a livelihood patterns and restore the livelihood patterns. For that very reason, there was a steering committee formulated under the Ministry of Water Resources, and then by virtue of that, the provincial stakeholders as well as the federal stakeholders combined together and there was a series of consultations made, and by virtue of that, 11 sites in the country were selected where the surplus water can be taken, and then that surplus water can be used there initially to form an artificial wetland. In order to have a much more robust and much more criteria-based site selection, there was a very stringent field survey were undertaken based on a certain pre-feasibility study. And that pre-feasibility study ultimately brought out that there are 6 most probable, most you can say authentic sites in on the main Indus River system where we can have these 6 channels can be put in place. The idea behind is that how well we can have those 6 channels designed as a natural channels on ground, so that once the water is released into those channels, that can support in the groundwater recharge, that could support in the revamping or rejuvenation of the biodiversity. And as a matter of fact, because of the continuous flooding in the country and the people getting affected, there were a trend of migration of the rural community from rural side to the urban side. So by virtue of such interventions on ground, the rural community is going to stay back. The ruling, we being the agriculture-based country, there shall not be any sort of a, much more migration from the rural side to the urban side. One very important factor based on this, idea is that once these artificial channels are put in place, the next year and the next following year, they are going to be a permanent sort of a wetland on ground. And as and when there is much more, flooding again, that water is going to be placed in those channels, and those will serve the purpose of, bringing in the flora and fauna, bringing in the natural habitat back into that specific areas. And I think that this concept is the one which the country of Pakistan is championing under the Ministry of Water Resources and the Ministry of Climate Change. And WWF Pakistan, with the support of the Green Climate Fund, we very much are now hopeful that it is going to be a dream coming true on ground once there is an acceptance of this idea from the Green Climate Fund. So on behalf of the Ministry of Water Resources, on behalf of our delegation at the Secretary Ministry of Water Resources, I would like to share this very sort of you can say innovative approach that we are going to adopt, and it is going to be put in place in 3 phases. Firstly, it is going to have about from 2023 to 2030, secondly to 2040, and then to 2050. Initially, it is going to serve more than 10 million people, and the local livelihoods of those 10 million people will be available by virtue of these 6 channels on ground. So we would like to have similar sort of interactions taking place in future as well, where as and when this project gets going, we can share the progress in due course of time. So once again, I'm much grateful for giving this opportunity to the delegation, and we look forward to similar interactions in future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think the 3 case studies try to cover diversity of country context, too little water, too much water, and really the importance of water banking and nature-based solutions for resilience, especially with variable climate change scenarios and increasing demand. So we are almost out of time. Do we have the room for, can we go 5 or 10 minutes over? Is that 5 minutes over? Okay, can I call up our youth panel real quick and we're going to do a lightning round? Part of our goal in matchmaking with the UN Water Youth Delegation is just to highlight and provide a little bit of a platform for youth delegates that are here. So can I ask Mr. Kenneth Alvarado from Costa Rica to join, who's the regional coordinator of the Central America Youth for Water Network, Ms. Aya Mounir from Morocco, who's the VP of External Relations of the International Association, please have a seat, of Students in Agriculture and Related Sciences, and then Mr. Nuhu Zungrana from Burkina Faso, who's a geographer and the Communications and Advocacy Manager of the National Youth Parliament of Burkina Faso for Water. So we are going to condense the questions we had proposed for you, but would you please each just pass the mic and introduce yourselves, say what brought you to UN Water, and if you could provide one highlight of the country context of what storage and the context of the things we've been talking about today mean in Costa Rica and Morocco and in Burkina Faso. So just first, please introduce yourself briefly. Thank you.
Okay, good morning to everyone. My name is Kenneth Alfaro. I'm environmental engineer. I'm from Costa Rica, and I'm the regional coordinator of the Youth for Water Network Central America.
Thank you, Melissa, for pushing for this and having us on board. I am Mounira from Morocco in the International Association of Students in Agriculture and Related Sciences, and I'm also the contact point for food and agriculture within YONGO. It's the Youth and Children constituency to the UNFCCC.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here. I am Nuhu Zungrana from Burkina Faso. I'm also the Communication and Advocacy Manager of Burkina Youth Parliament for Water. Thank you.
So what brought you here and any reflections on our session today?
Okay, so let me start. I just want to quickly tell you an anecdote. I'm from the generation that grew up watching World Wildlife Fund commercials on TV, alerting us that what is going on. That eventually led me to study environmental engineer. And here in the conference, the youth from Latin America, we organized in a coalition that we recently released. And we have some statement that is here that we've been giving this to some authorities in our region. And related to what we are speaking in this session, I just want to mention a few things that I think we should keep working together. For example, the first one is to work with the rural water managers sector. Only in Latin America, there's more than 140,000 organizations of this kind. And for my experience in Costa Rica, this is a great point of entry for people that are really interested in apply these projects and use all the scientific information that you are generating. Also, we believe it's very important to protect their water resources, especially the groundwater. You remember last year was the thematic year of groundwater, but let's not leave it like that. We need to keep pushing and keep talking about groundwater. And also, other thing that we believe it's very innovative and we promote it is the watershed management source to sea. And finally, also we think it's very important to really protect the wetlands and to really make effective the natural resource protected areas in the countries that have a lot of serious damages in many of the countries. So we need to protect these areas to keep talking about water storage, but really protect them. So I just invite you all to keep collaborating with us with the youth to promote all the good efforts that we are already doing. Thank you.
Yeah, I could go next. I may sound a bit out of the box of today's theme because I come from the MENA region where we are suffering from water scarcity and it's an emergency right now. So there is no water to store. I cannot talk about storing water because I don't even have it in my country. Why do we have water scarcity? Because the climate is changing and we are not the ones affecting it. It came from other countries, from industrial countries, and they should be the ones discussing and changing behaviors because they're affecting us back. There was the rule to pay for loss and damage, yet where are the finances, where are the money to help us put in our country new ways to get the water. Well, using desalination, we're drinking the water from the sea. We thought we could never be at this point, but here we are. Also, to raise awareness about water and to value water. As a Muslim community, we grow up knowing that وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ. We made of water everything alive, and the water is not here anymore. So are we all going to die? And I want to also put the light on raising awareness of farmers that mainly come from rural areas that don't have access to such conferences, and agriculture consumes a lot of water, yet farmers are not included in the discussions. How can we move together is by promoting youth-led projects. They should be part of the government solutions, not only small competitions held by NGOs or young people among themselves. We need to be empowered by governments to listen to us and the ideas we have for the future. Advocacy is one thing, so I am still here asking to change things because bringing a presentation would be helpful. We've heard a lot and we've seen a lot. We want new changes and we should be listened to and heard. A quick example is today's session. Everyone had the time slot to respect, but if you just take 1 minute more, then you're cutting it from my time because youth are put at the end. And we couldn't have spoken today if Melissa didn't push for it. So when decision makers are deciding on our behalf for the future of the planet, please keep in mind you don't have time to postpone a decision until someone reviews a document, until the next year, until we get funding. We don't have this time. I also want to comment on all the presentations I saw. They're very amazing with the colors from the scientists, but I want to have local knowledge, fund the youth in their own communities to be young professionals, young scientists, to do the research, to bring it to their families in their home, in their village. Don't come from another continent to do this little research and bring it back to your community because the people that live there need to feel the urgency of their own situation. There should be a promotion of the exchange of knowledge and science. So come teach people to study their own cases and find their own solutions. And scientists, you have the responsibility to translate all these beautiful presentations to words that can be understood in households, to people that cook a meal or the ones that wash dishes. They are the ones that consume water as well, and they should be aware of what's happening. We don't judge a book by its cover, but we judge it by its size. If it's 300 pages of graphs, I will not read it, but if it's 1 page with a simple code and a quick picture saying, water will be on this planet by 2040, and if you have a kid today, they will not have water when they're 18, then I will feel the urgency to save this water.
Thank you. In case of time, I will just add things that the two panelists didn't add, and I want to focus on things that's happening in Burkina Faso. At my introduction, I said that Burkina Faso is a dry land, and we are also faced to terrorism. And with other big challenge, we are increasing pressure on water resources due to the population growth, rapid urbanization, climate change, and also land degradation. And this also affects rural population and farmers in grassland. So we also have the complex hydrogeological content with a low availability of water resources, and also the destruction of more than 47% of water infrastructure by terrorists, especially in the north part of our country. And also several areas are underblocked due to these terrorists. In the case of opportunity and challenge, we can include improving water use efficiency for agriculture. We can also promote smart irrigation, increasing stormwater management covers. And also there are some practices that's happening in Burkina Faso. We are also using natural solution. And we are the one that we call Zai, and another one that we call the use of half moon. In case of time, if someone wants to know more about this, you can keep in touch with me. I can show also images. And yeah, thank you.
So I will just use a few seconds to share with you a quick thing. A few days ago, I was crying when I saw that people in Malawi were dying because of floods. Yet here we are discussing water and floods in the beautiful New York, and nobody's talking about what's happening there, not the social media, but there are more posts about us attending this conference in suits with badges, but people are really dying. And I would like if you could also raise this point to help them and send them all the help or even the support emotional they would need.
So, again, this is a lightning round. So can we thank our youth delegates again for reminding us of the urgency? We don't have time. And the importance of really capturing nature-based solutions in the form of indigenous knowledge, the Zai practices that Nuhu mentioned, we know well. So one more round of applause for them, please. Thank you. And then I just also really want to thank our case study country partners again for making a priority in being here and sharing your story. To close us out, I have you are not the last ones, youth. Jay Famiglietti, who is a professor of global futures at Arizona State University. He's also, I'd say, the owner, if you will, the lead scientist that runs the NASA GRACE satellite data, which really is mapping global groundwater and storage in the hidden water we don't see, to pick up on the theme also of groundwater. I just wanted Jay to close us out, and I'm going to get off the stage and share some reflections and then make sure groundwater is one of the closing things we think about in this session. So thank you again. Over to you, Jay.
Thanks, Melissa. So I have a couple of slides. Should they make it in here? There's a global map. There we go. Very nice. Okay, so let's not tell NASA that Melissa thinks I'm the owner of the GRACE data. Let's not share that with them. So we've heard a lot about storage and storage change today. We've heard about its importance and the need for more, and the reality that it's actually decreasing. We've heard about its importance for all kinds of things, the need for more storage because of increasing variability, for food production and food security, for drought resilience, for climate adaptation, for groundwater recharge, for upstream and downstream issues, for biodiversity, and for the economy. We've talked about nature-based solutions, hybrid infrastructure, and integrated water management. We talked a little bit about remote sensing and some global studies, and I want to kind of double down on that and end our session by sharing some of these maps. So what we're looking at here is a map of changing freshwater availability from the NASA Gravity Recovery and Climate Experiment and its follow-on, the FO satellite missions that started in 2002 and are still running today. The red colors are places that are losing water, and the blue places that are gaining water, the trends over the last 20 years. And you know, the sad reality here is that when you add all those up and look at them globally, you know, we are losing storage, and we can quantify the rate, and we can see spatially where we are losing that. There's a lot of hot spots there that I won't really go into except to say they match everything that everyone has been talking about here. Groundwater depletion in the world's major aquifers, droughts, look at the Brazilian drought, the ice sheets melting, Greenland, Antarctica, actually not on that figure, but the alpine glaciers in Alaska and Patagonia, the huge drought across Europe that's happening, groundwater depletion in India, Pakistan, and North China Plain, and you know, some of the stuff that the increasing or the changing surface water availability that Juliana was talking about is sort of embedded in here. This actually all together these are changes in total water storage, all of the snow, the surface water, the soil moisture, and the groundwater together. Okay, so really an integration of what everyone was talking about. So can we show the next slide, please? We can take this and do some work on it and look at the world's major aquifers and isolate the groundwater component. And this is an update to a study we did, almost 10 years ago now, but in 2015, in which we found at that point almost half of the world's major aquifers. These are the YMAP UN 37 major aquifers, and almost half of them are being depleted for reasons that we know. Right? Most of it's for agriculture, and it hasn't been used that efficiently. So just in closing, I want to make the point that, and maybe go back to that other map. You can go back one slide. The pace and the scale at which freshwater availability and storage, this is total storage now, is changing, is happening way faster than the world is prepared for. So those of us here, you know, we need to work together. We need to move forward, not just on the storage side, but on the demand side as well. So more agricultural efficiency, growing the right crops in the right places, joint surface and groundwater management. We just use way too much water. We use it, and we use it inefficiently. But I think the real point that I want to make is we can see the numbers. I mean, there are rates that are tied to these red and blue spots. So why don't we take this map and break it down into regions and aquifers and basins and do what we need to do to turn those red spots into sort of a neutral, which would be a white spot, right? Or even blue colors, and set quantitative targets. And also want us to consider, as you well know, but I'll reiterate it here, not only do we need a multi-pronged approach like we talked about on increasing storage and moving forward there, but we need a transdisciplinary approach. So, you know, this is quite urgent, as you can see, the pace of change. Oh, by the way, I did not mention that when you look at when you add this all up and look globally, the land is now, because of groundwater depletion and ice melting and snow melting and permafrost, is losing more water than the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets. So it's contributing more to sea level rise than the ice sheets. Okay, so just finish off on a note of the need for transdisciplinarity. Okay, so we need the nonprofits, we need the NGOs, we need the development banks, we need government, we also need academics, we need the private sector, especially need to engage agriculture, as somebody mentioned, and the tech sector. We have to work together, and we have to do it urgently. And I think we are probably out of time. All right. All right. Thank you. That's just the new version that's in front. So there's the 2018. Yeah. It's yeah, it was a and this is just
Ladies and gentlemen, will the TNC team please go to the stage? Will the TNC team please go to the stage for a picture? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. If I could get your attention for a second, we are starting the next session. What is, of course, a bit difficult to compete with the previous one, very crowded room, lunch outside, coffee and tea. We hope that more of us are going to join from outside. Very much welcome all of you who are here for this session when we are going to look at the intersection between CBD, SDGs in the water space and the importance of international cooperation. I very much would like to welcome the panel who are going to join me soon here up in the podium. These are very busy days, very busy times, so I really appreciate all of you carving out some minutes from your valuable times and engagements to make it up here. My name is András Kropp. I'm working for the Nature Conservancy in Europe as senior policy advisor and also leading our biodiversity policy work. Policy is the word that you're going to hear a lot of times throughout the days here and throughout the session, of course. I might start saying that 2022 was a policy-heavy year. One of the first big events was the UN meeting, the 5th meeting in March, when the nature-based solutions were endorsed. And the concept of that started to be used and circulating worldwide. It was followed by the UNFCCC Conference of the Parties, the Climate Convention, when nature-based solutions, biodiversity, and the role of this in the climate space was more and more discussed. It was just great to see that climate and biodiversity agendas are getting closer to each other. Later in the year, the CBD Conference of the Parties, the long-awaited COP15, took place in Montreal and resulted in a little bit more than 20 decisions. One of these 20 decisions is the most known, best known maybe, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And if you're zooming down to freshwater, inland water, we see that in the GBF document, there are some references for freshwater, for inland water, both in the restoration and also in the protect space. However, I would like to make a stop and a pause here, and just to make us all aware that as much as we consider and treat the Convention on Biological Diversity as a kind of nature conservation convention, it is more than that. It is more focusing on sustainable development. The three major pillars of CBD, two of them are focusing on sustainable use and equitable sharing of benefits, but we might hear more about it later from the panel. It is having said that, we need to realize that the implementation of the CBD is critically important for reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. Without full implementation, we might not get close to the goals, particularly not in the freshwater space. Therefore, we also thought that bringing a panel together here, having a discussion about that, that might be interesting and informative. But coming back to water and looking a little bit in the history, water always played a very critical role in mankind. Early on, rivers were acting as natural borders between countries. But interestingly enough, or maybe not so interestingly enough, rivers were also playing as a connecting element between cities, between countries, providing transportation routes for goods and people. But they also provided food, think about freshwater species for protein, but also agriculture, irrigation for agriculture, also energy. Early on we used waters, rivers for powering our mills. We are still using water for generating hydropower. And maybe the most important one is water provides us drinking water. Rivers are our lifeline. Without water, there is no life. But what is going to happen now? We have the CBD Conference of Parties decision. Countries will need to putting policy to action. What we expect to see, these are the so-called national biodiversity strategies and action plans, when countries are identifying what sort of steps, what sort of actions they are going to take to implement the CBD COP decisions. There will be a review process for the MBSAPs. But water is strategically important. And it is not easy to cover such a strategic topic in a somewhat biodiverse-focused national strategy. However, CBD foresees and parties foresee that this new set of MBSAPs, or the revised MBSAPs, would be really more holistic, would be endorsed and developed by whole governments, whole society, and also reflecting on other multilateral environment agreements. It is equally critical, as water plays such an important role in our life, that they are also linked to sustainable development goals. But the operative word here was national. Countries are acting usually within national jurisdictions. But we know it for a long while that nature doesn't know borders. Habitats are very often crisscrossed by national borders and boundaries. So it is utmost important that we try to reflect as much as possible on habitat integrity. One of the examples I used to give in the freshwater space is that you could all imagine that if a downstream country decides that they would like to create some freshwater protected areas or national parks, meanwhile, the upstream country decides that actually they need the water for agriculture irrigation because there is a population to feed. We can see that the objectives, partly for the downstream country, might not work out fully, just underscoring the importance of international cooperation here. Without international cooperation, we won't have the CBD goals achieved, and we might have challenges also in the SDG context. International cooperation is not an easy thing, and we know that. We have seen so many examples when international cooperation didn't work out the way we all hope for it is going to work. It is complicated, it is cumbersome, it is oftentimes challenging. We are very lucky to have here an esteemed panel who will help us unpack the challenges, interests, opportunities of international cooperation in the freshwater space, particularly focusing on CBD and SDGs. I would like to invite the panelists to come up on stage now. And in the meantime, I would just like to give you a flavor that we have representatives here from the CBD Secretariat, the guardian of the convention. We have here the European Union, the region, the global region, the only global region I might say, which actually started to work already in the 30 by 30 objectives implementation, soon might have a nature restoration law, and also having legal provisions in place that is requesting member states to work together in habitats and in watersheds, thinking about the Habitats Directive and the Water Framework Directive. We will have a member state as well from the European Union, Hungary. Being a basing country, of course it's important for Hungary what the neighboring countries where the water is coming from are doing in water management. And Hungary is also going to take the helm of the EU, 2nd of 2024, what will also be the time of COP16, CBD COP16. Hungary will be serving as the EU presidency at that time. And last but absolutely not least, we have TNC, NGO working both in the policy space but also on the ground implementation of policy outcomes. And TNC does it all for the future of nature and people, where nature and people can really strive and live in harmony. And for me, that is what sustainable development is. With these short opening remarks, I would like to invite the panelists to come up here on stage and take your chairs. And thank you very much again for accepting our invitation. And we realize how difficult, challenging time it is to pack all the commitment into short time frames. I'm going to invite the panelists to make short statements. And we are going to start from, if I may say, from local to global. So we're going to start with a country and then moving up more to the global agencies. So I would like to invite the first panelist, Dr. Aniko Royce, who is the State Minister for the Environment, Policy and Circular Economy of Hungary. She is responsible for the general rules and strategies of environmental protection. She's especially focusing on air quality, pollution prevention, circular economy, and many other topics. She's also supervising the preparation and implementation and monitoring of the National Environmental Programme, as well as the supporting National Environmental Protection Information System. Aniko is responsible also for environmental awareness raising and education. Last but not least, Aniko represents the Hungarian government in the EU and the international organizations on environmental protection and sustainable development. With that, Aniko, I would like to kindly ask you to either come here to the lectern or use the microphone wherever you feel comfortable. And we'd like to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. And I apologize right away. I have to leave you because I have other engagements back in the UN. But anyway, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for being able to present some comments and some thoughts from the point of view of Hungary on this issue. The most important task of COP15 was the development of the global biodiversity framework for the period after 2020, with the aim of developing solutions for the period up to 2030 to reverse the declining trends in biodiversity, taking into account indigenous rights and equality aspects. Today, the urgency of action cannot be questioned, given that according to the WWF's 2022 Living Planet report, the observed populations of vertebrate species alone show an average decrease of 69% compared to 1970. In the light of the UN Water Conference, we have to emphasize that water issues are also closely related to efforts to preserve biodiversity. Preservation of biodiversity is extremely important for Hungary, as our endangered species and habitats are intensely exposed to the harmful effects of climate change. There are many climate-sensitive and vulnerable habitats, thus the forecasts show a significant decrease in our biodiversity. Species associated with mountainous and wetland habitats are particularly at risk. For Hungary, the preservation of biodiversity is closely related to the effects of climate change on water resources. For this reason, we are committed to efforts to preserve biodiversity as much as possible, and we very much welcome the fact that the final declaration of COP27 contains a meaningful reference to the relationship between climate protection and biodiversity. Here, I would like to highlight the fact that on the joint request of Hungary, Slovenia and Spain, the importance of the water and climate nexus was included in the text of the COP final declaration for the first time on the occasion of COP27. The joint text proposal is included both in the preamble and in the adaptation chapter, thus providing a good basis for the stronger channeling of water issues into the processes under the UNFCCC and the UN in general. The text of the final statement highlights the importance of the protection and preservation of wetlands, species and ecosystems, and the need for its restoration, recognizing that these activities are closely related to better adaptation to climate change and social and environmental security. In other words, there is no life without water. The world's water-related ecosystems are being degraded at an alarming rate. Over the past 300 years, over 85% of the planet's wetlands have been lost or damaged. Only 25% of reporting countries have more than 90% of their transboundary waters covered by operational arrangements. For at least 3 billion people, the quality of the water is unknown due to the lack of monitoring. At current rates, in 2030, 1.6 billion people will lack safely managed drinking water, 2.8 billion people will lack safely managed sanitation, and 1.9 billion people will lack basic hand hygiene facilities. The most important outcomes of CBD COP15 related to water, specifically SDG 6, are also reflected in the EU Biodiversity Strategy 2030 and in the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Ensuring the restoration and the appropriate management of inland water, the coastal and marine areas will be a key factor to fresh water and sanitation available to all. However, the protection and long-term conservation of wetlands will not be possible without the terrestrial areas and ecosystems. Restored, conserved, and well-managed areas will be able to provide nature-based solutions and the ecosystem services to their full potential. But how do the goals and targets manifest themselves in Hungary? Hungary is a landlocked country. I don't know if you've ever been there. Very nice place, just by the way, just to tell you. It is located in the basin surrounded by the Carpathian Mountains. Its hydrogeological characteristics are determined by its geographical features. The country is part of the Danube catchment area. 96% of all surface waters, including the two main waterways, Danube and Tisza, come from abroad. And I don't know if you know that, but Danube is the biggest catchment area in the world, containing the most countries alone. So we're very proud of that, and we try to cooperate. I mentioned you are two biggest rivers, and their protection is only possible with international coordination, and that is why we highly appreciate transboundary cooperation. Hungary is internationally known for its richness of groundwater resources and mineral and thermal waters. The abundant groundwater supply provides about 95% of the drinking water supply. Lake Balaton is the largest lake in Central Europe, and apart from its ecological and touristic values, which is high, it is also an important freshwater resource. Because of the increasing threat of desertification, which is also one of the key issues SDG 13 aims at, the implementation of the GBF is becoming necessary and urgent. It is important to mention that Hungary's draft National Biodiversity Strategy until 2030 has been developed, and it is currently ahead of approval by the government. One of the 19 main objectives of the draft strategy focuses on promoting sustainable water management, water retention, and rational and economical use of water to conserve biodiversity and maintain ecosystem services. In addition to establishing a solid strategic and policy framework, in Hungary, we consider it necessary to raise awareness to the related issues. Therefore, sustainable development was one of the principles named expressly in our fundamental law adopted in 2012 and continues to be a guiding doctrine of the Hungarian policymaking. We consider water as a common heritage of our nation, and we believe that building the future is our common task, so we are working on economic policies that link economic development with ecological development. In the view of these, it is clear that providing good quality water for the people and to protect our natural water resources are of key importance. That is why we pay special attention to the state of our waters and make every effort to keep the rivers clean from waste and pollution, also by supporting excellent civil initiatives. Individual actions play an essential role in the implementation of sustainability goals. We know that environmental problems cannot be handled only with end-of-pipe solutions. That is why it is necessary to involve the whole society in this mission. Therefore, we implement comprehensive educational and awareness-raising programs and support the inclusion of all sectors in the fulfillment of our common goals. For instance, our water-related nationwide environmental education program, the so-called BIZEL, is an effective means to bring the younger generation closer to the issue of water management and environmental protection. Student groups of secondary education do systematic ecological assessments of the state of water flows and rivers, observing macroscopic invertebrate species as biological indicators living in surface waters. But I could mention many other good examples for environmental education of the younger generation. The number and level of organization of green kindergartens and eco-schools is constantly increasing, so they have become key players in shaping attitudes in education. In 2022, nearly 1,100 green kindergartens are members of the Hungarian Green Kindergarten Network, and as a result, every fourth child in Hungary can attend a green kindergarten today. As you can see, we believe that only truly joint cross-sectional actions may generate real results, which will serve our common goals and visions. In other words, we can only do it together. Therefore, Hungary gladly takes part in international initiatives related to the most urgent issues, such as biodiversity loss, and we are extremely grateful for this conference also, which provides we think, a significant and serious platform to bring attention to these important questions here in the UN and in many side events. And I thank you all for your participation, for your activity in this field, and I thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anniko, and it was great that you opened the window to Hungary, what a country can do and planning to do and is actually doing as well in the meantime. Thank you very much, appreciate it. Let's broaden the scope a little bit and move from EU member states to the EU itself. And I'd like to invite Astrid Schoenmaker, who is a Director for Green Diplomacy and Multilateralism at the European Commission's Directorate General for the Environment since 2016. Her portfolio includes the alignment of environmental policy with the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Astrid is a lawyer by training. She joined the European Commission in 1992, where she held various posts in the External Affairs departments before moving to the Environmental Department. Astrid, you're extremely knowledgeable. You already showed us yesterday during the session what is a nature-based solution, or how does the EU deal with it. It is great to have you back here with us. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks so much. It was a good example to do this standing after a day of sitting. And yeah, so I've reached the stage where it's embarrassing to be told how long I've been doing certain things, because people start adding the years up. And it's not what I want. Look, what I've been asked to look at a little bit is how do we see in the European Union the importance of the CBD and the SDGs, and why do we have certain regulatory frameworks, and how do they contribute? And that's a tough set of questions to address in 10 minutes, but maybe to start by saying that for us, the SDGs are something like the North Star. They're really the guiding framework for our policies. And when I say that, it's not just the sort of policy claim I'm making. It is actually, if you look at the founding treaties of the European Union, I think it's our Article 3, that sets out exactly our values and what we stand for, and you can sort of overlay it with the SDGs, and you find the same sort of policy vision of inclusive and sustainable growth that is mindful of the environment as underpinning everything we do. So this is the broad, I think, policy steer that we have. Now, as we started with the SDG implementation, that wasn't so easy, because they came, of course, in 2015, and we were in the middle of a commission that has just started with 10 priorities versus 17 SDGs. So what we did in the beginning was not to say we're now going to kick everything out we've been doing, because after all we had an elected president with a certain set of priorities, but we did a mapping and said, okay, let's see how what we do contributes already to the SDGs, and then let's take stock at the end of this first commission under the SDGs and move on and see what more has to be done. And that brings us then to 2019, when the current European Commission came into office, led by Ursula von der Leyen, who came out with a European Green Deal. And that really is a policy that aims to bring together in one conceptual framework the SDG implementation in the environment area, I would say. So from energy, and the main idea here is really that the green transformation that we need can only be achieved through a systemic transformation. And that means as we look at our energy, agriculture, transport policies, etc., they all need to be developed and implemented with a view to achieving the SDGs, but then particularly of interest here, of course, our biodiversity goals and our climate goals. And the CBD here plays an important role because, yes, we have global goals in the SDGs, but we understand also that we need then something like an implementation mechanism also, and that's for the SDG 13, of course, the Climate Convention, for SDG 15, it's the Biodiversity Convention, and we see for SDG 6 we're lacking that, and what a problem that is, and we're discussing that exactly here. Now, what the Green Deal is about is integrated policy making and breaking up the silos. And we're doing that. We did that inter alia by reforming the Commission and putting in place a vice president that oversees policies on agriculture, on energy, on the environment, on transport, etc. And we put in place something called the do no harm principle, meaning if you develop one of these policy areas, you cannot do it in a way that harms the objectives of another area. Sounds beautiful. Incredibly difficult in practice to do. So if there's one lesson to share from all of that is to do that kind of thing and to succeed really only can work if we have from the highest political level, in our case from our president, a sort of political steer, how to do it, and also if you have a good narrative. And I think for the green SDGs, of course, we have an excellent narrative of how green policies can contribute to economic growth. But also, it's always a bit of a two-way street. So we try to implement international policies and frameworks, but of course also to contribute to it. We have the biodiversity strategy to 2030, it was already mentioned for the European Union. And if I look at that strategy and at the Kunming Global Biodiversity Framework, one could also say that what we have in the EU also influenced what is now in the framework. So it is really a sort of two-way street. But what is really, I think, the main message here is to say with all these policies and strategies and new approaches and do no harm and systemic, etc., there is still way to go in the European Union, also on biodiversity, unfortunately. And in terms of now looking at the next CBD COP in 2016, we're now doing a sort of gap analysis, looking at the strategy that we have and then seeing where else do we have to do more, and to make sure that we report in good time for COP16, so that at COP16 we can already do a sort of global assessment whether the various policies of all the actors together would bring us to what the GBF foresees as 2030 targets. But I was also asked to reflect a bit on our legislative framework, and we are indeed a community of law, and it's not easy to understand sometimes for Americans because we work a lot more with incentives. We also do that, but we also work a lot with regulation, sort of command and go approach. And that works well if you have to bring together 27 member states with very difficult, let's say, economies, societies, but a set of values, and that is very similar. And as we develop these laws together and have also a directly elected European Parliament, we managed to achieve a lot of consensus of where we want to go. In the area of nature and water, we have 3 cornerstone pieces of legislation. In nature, it's the Birds and Habitats Directive. I think you've already mentioned that, very old law from 1992, with the overall objective not just to protect the species and the habitats, but actually also to do that in such a way that their habitats actually are restored to a favorable conservation status throughout their natural range within the EU. And that is already clear. Why did we have to do that at EU level? Because many of these species have ranges throughout the EU. So we needed to do that in one legislative framework. However, despite the significant efforts made by member states, biodiversity continues to decline in the European Union. And we have only actually 23% of species and 16% of habitats under those 2 nature directives currently in good state, and that's very worrying. Which is why we decided to change gear, and we've also already mentioned that, and we've now made a proposal for a nature restoration law, which actually includes now a large set of specific and legally binding restoration targets per habitat, and covers a broad range of ecosystems. For example, of interest here, an obligation to restore 25,000 kilometers of free-flowing rivers by 2020. Now, the content of this legislation is currently being discussed in the European Parliament and between the member states, but we hope that what comes out is pretty close to what we proposed, because we have proposed it in view of meeting our objectives under the Global Biodiversity Framework. In the water area, we have the Water Framework Directive, which is like a mother directive from which then sprung flood directives and drinking water directives and urban wastewater, and etc. And again, there's an obligation for member states to cooperate to achieve the objectives of the legislation. Practically, it means, in particular, where the rivers are shared, member states have to come together and discuss how they can reduce pressures on water. and do it in such a way that when the upstream country wants to do something, at least not do it in such a way to make life more difficult, so to speak, for those countries they share a water body with. And there are examples for agreements then reached between our member states on quantities of water abstracted from a shared groundwater body, on emissions of pollutants in a shared river, and also, very importantly, an early warning system, which we may have to strengthen, because we had just an incident of pollution in one of our rivers at the Oder, where all of a sudden downstream in Germany, in that case, there were a lot of dead fish and other unpleasant things being found. So there are within the EU framework, in addition to the framework as such, a range of multilateral agreements to cooperate along river basins or lakes, so the Danube, as already mentioned, the Rhine, the Oder, the Rhone, and then of course also Lake Prespa. But again, with all of that, overall positive experience, but national priorities and especially national investments and measures still prevail, and there's very often in the EU focus on our big arteries, if you so want, while the small rivers go a little bit forgotten and don't have that strong cooperation. And as cooperation is currently not mandatory between EU countries, it depends a lot on the goodwill, in particular, of the upstream countries. So in terms of lessons learned, here we think a sound legal framework is important for cooperation along shared water basins. Secondly, that cooperation must be sufficiently well resourced so that efficient measures can be developed. That is also linked, of course, into water pricing. Third, we need to have a proper and publicly accessible set of data, and I want to stress the publicly accessible, so the data transparency is really very important for us. And fourth, we need to take an approach that goes beyond the water community and brings in all the polluters and all the stakeholders around the world. And if in closing I draw a parallel to what's happening under our nature protection legislation, I would say for water as well, we now should look at whether we need this new comprehensive policy strategy to bring us to 2030, and with a water resilience concept at its core. And as I stand here, our political leaders meet in the European Council, and they are about to issue conclusions, and in these conclusions they're actually calling us, on the European Commission, to develop just such a strategy. So we will need to look into that. With all of that, there are lots of positive and encouraging examples of river conservation, which I'm happy to share in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Astrid. I'm always impressed when such a mind-boggling system like the EU can be explained in 10 minutes. And good examples, really the EU is leading charge. Yes, not everything is perfect, but there is a positive horizon and seal in front of us. Now, opening the horizon wider, looking at two global frameworks, I'm very happy and very proud to introduce you and invite Paula to the stage in a second. Paula Caballero is Regional Managing Director for TNC Latin America, leading a 300+ staff in 16 countries, doing amazing work. But before joining to TNC, Paula did an even more amazing work, if I may say that, because I think you are called the mastermind behind the Sustainable Development Goals. We have Sustainable Development Goals because of Paula's work. Because of this work, Paula was also awarded awards, the German Sustainability Awards and also the Zayed International Prize for Environment, for your contribution to the environmental action leading to positive change. I very much thank you for your work, I think, on behalf of the audience, and would like to ask you to take the stage here and share your thoughts about Sustainable Development Goals and CBD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I have to start off by saying that it's a real privilege to be on the panel with my fellow panelists. Hungary played a huge role once we got the concept of the SDGs accepted by the international community, which was an uphill battle of no small proportions. But there, under the leadership of Shava Karoshi, we participated in the Open Working Group, which was also created by Colombia and fellow conspirators in the international arena. And the Open Working Group was really maximized, and it fulfilled its mission as this very unique negotiating body thanks no small part to the leadership on the part of Shaba, who is now the PJA, so it's a very exciting juncture. And all throughout those very bitter, long years of trying to get this, what was considered a crazy idea to happen, the EU was also very much a decisive partner. Commissioner Potocki worked with us hand in hand throughout all of that process. So if the SDGs are a reality today, it really was because a whole village came together, a global village, and coalesced around what we all thought was a very important concept, not a silver bullet, but a common language, a common grammar that would enable us to be able to understand, to think about, and to push for the kind of change that we need. So I'm very privileged to be on the panel with you. And obviously at the background of all of this and holding us together is the UN. And the CBD also played a very key role in that, together also with other Rio conventions. So the panel really is representative of the kind of coalition that it took to make the SDGs happen. And that's nice, because we're talking today about cooperation. And so I think that this is one of the most salient issues that we have to talk about, because cooperation is very site-specific, and it really depends on the specific basins and the political economy of different moments in time in different basins. But unless and until we really embrace and support transboundary cooperation, not just for surface water, which is what we always talk about, but equally important for groundwater, for that invisible asset, we will not be fit for purpose for the future. Some pretty amazing statistics to complement those that were shared earlier. 153 countries around the world share 276 transboundary bodies, rivers, lakes, groundwater reserves, which means that about 1/2 of the Earth is a part of a transboundary water system. So if you just think of that and have the globe in your head, there's really no way that we can move forward on the SDGs or any of the other crises that we're dealing, biodiversity, water, climate, equity, unless and until we look at that cooperation for the management of those bodies. And it's not just a question of sustainable development, it's also a question of peace and security. And as we see rising tides of immigrants, as we see climate refugees, which was sort of a strange notion in the 90s that seemed very far off and we're now facing, and we start to look at the irreversibility of some of our decisions, or especially omissions, which is what's really happening right now, is all the omissions, then transboundary cooperation becomes all the more essential. It is the only way that we move away from a zero-sum world into one where we can really speak to those co-benefits, to the multiple wins that we need. And the good news is that it is possible, but it is only possible if we have the kind of ambition, cooperation, and vision that made the SDGs possible, and we bring that now into SDG implementation. So there's really good examples, and you mentioned the Danube, so let me highlight something from that part of the world. In 2021, UNESCO declared the world's first 5-country biosphere reserve, and that is for the Mura, Drava, and Danube rivers. And together, those 5 countries, Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Hungary, and Serbia, it covers 700 kilometers of these rivers, and the reserve is over 1 million hectares. This has been called the Amazon of Europe, and it's the largest river in protected area in Europe. And what's really important about this landmark cross-border designation is that it shows what you can do with a shared vision, but also, as those who have preceded me have mentioned, additional resources to back that up. Because in addition to that very significant step, the EU has financed additional projects and resources so that the people and the nature can benefit from the kinds of investments that are needed in river restoration, in sustainable business practices, and in enhanced cross-border cooperation. And that's not the case everywhere. So let me talk about another basin that is equally important, Niger Basin. In the inner Niger Belt Delta, depending on the seasonal flows, in the time when there is more water scarcity, millions, I'm speaking millions of heads of livestock, depend on those plains, on those resources for their water security. That is, for the livelihood security of millions of herders. How you manage that river, how you manage the flows, depends on whether that water security is available or not. There's 9 riparian countries. We all know the incredible security challenges that the Sahel is facing right now. Is the river just a river? Is it an environmental asset? When you look at it in the context of that incredibly complex geopolitical and security situation, I think not. How do you bring those 9 countries, the 9 riparian countries, to work together? So a lot of support going into different kinds of military solutions. I would argue that the greatest military contribution, if what you're after is security, is better management, integrated management, far-sighted management of the Niger River, of the inner Niger Delta basin. So these are really different examples from different parts of the world, and I know that there's so much expertise in this room that lots of other examples. But we have to understand that transboundary cooperation is at the heart of the SDGs, of the climate agenda, and of everything that the UN stands for. What we're looking at now is a situation across the world where we're looking more and more at a zero-sum equation across all walks of life. There's polarization, and there's greater tension, and there's more difficulty in finding that area of consensus. And so I think that a really vital outcome of UN Water Week, a vital outcome of the leadership of those who are here, a vital outcome of what all stakeholders, private sector has a key role to play, the finance sector, private sector, civil society, is to look at transboundary water cooperation as an absolute backbone of the agenda that we need to deliver on to tackle all of these interrelated crises. Again, I remind you, we're talking of about over 3 billion people that live in the areas that are influenced by transboundary water systems. The opportunities are enormous, but I've said this throughout the day, and I say it here too. Don't think we have till 2030 or 2050. We don't. It's today. The decisions we make of where we end up in 2030 are being made today. The decisions or the emissions. So let's think about what kind of investments, upstream investments, no pun intended, but if we are going to shift to nature-based solutions, we need to change the equation and how we understand the return on investment, the kind of patient upstream capital that is needed to bring to the fore nature-based solutions and to help productive sector at all levels transition and shift. And that's also at the core of transboundary cooperation, making sure that there's real, effective, palpable, long-term vision solutions and investments at local level that add up to more than the sum of the parts, and together make it not be a zero-sum equation, but one in which everybody, nature included, wins. And that's what we're trying to do at TNC, and that's why I'm so happy to be joining you today on this panel, because I think that together we can make that difference. Thank you.
Paula, thank you so much. A real eye-opener and inspirational speech. Very happy to hear that. Thank you. Last but not least, let's look at another global policy-setting agenda. Let's look at the CBD. We heard about it a lot. CBD is kind of the lifeline, if I may say that, connecting so many agendas here. We have David Ainsworth here from the CBD Secretariat. David is information officer with more than 20 years of experience working in the space. I've known David for more than 15 years, I believe, we work together. And if there's somebody who knows really the CBD inside out and really having a horizontal and holistic knowledge of the convention, and also acting between the Secretariat and external bodies out of the Secretariat, I think you're best placed to share your thoughts about CBD, sustainable development cooperation. Thank you, David. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much. That's a lovely introduction. I feel quite humbled, though, with the panel I'm sitting with. I'm looking with 3 people here who have been intimately involved in working on issues in defining sustainable development, defining cooperation, and working forward. So it's a real honor. So you also get here with me, you get the second David of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Yesterday we had David Cooper, who was here to talk a little bit about the Kunming Global Biodiversity Framework. What I'm going to do today is a couple of areas that I've been asked to focus on. I'm going to talk a bit about the framework with the vision to talking about how it is linked to and supports the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm also going to show you how it is far more than a convention which is about nature conservation, a point that Andres made right at the beginning, that in fact the Global Biodiversity Framework itself has got so many aspects of it that are transversal across all these other areas. I'm also going to spend a good amount of time talking, possibly slightly technically, but I'll try to keep it in a very broad sense, about the ways that this Global Biodiversity Framework will be implemented at the national level, at national biodiversity strategies and action plans, because I think that's one of the areas where we can see action taking place and it can link to this bigger question looking about overall international space. Right, so could someone turn on the clock there for 10 minutes, because otherwise I will completely forget what I'm doing here. All right, so first of all, let me just give you the overall, first of all, pitch is that when we adopted the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework in December of last year, we have now a clear and ambitious pathway forward. We've got a roadmap now to halt and reverse the loss of biodiversity, and by the year 2030 to put nature on a path to recovery for the benefit of people and the planet. It's a holistic agreement. It's an agreement that approaches and brings together a wide variety of stakeholders. And it's an agreement that continues the legacy of the Aichi biodiversity targets. And the legacy I speak of is the linkage with the Sustainable Development Goals. I mean, you talked about when you're putting those goals together. In fact, my colleagues were there at the negotiations, finding ways that we could make sure that our text and our targets were aligned with the work that you were doing. Now, we're here at Water Week, and we're at on the margins of the UN Water Conference. And the first thing that I'll say is that the 23 action targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, every single one is relevant to the water agenda. Let me highlight a few, and I'm going to try to avoid this being like a long list, but I think as you see, you'll identify that this is a framework that's really relevant to what we're talking about here. So first of all, targets 1, 2, and 3 of the framework are critical to this so-called 30 by 30 target, which is protecting 30% of lands and inland waters moving forward. Many people focus on that target alone, but that target is only possible if we deal with conservation actions, but also if we deal with the question of restoration, the restoration of up to 30% of degraded ecosystems. And that 30% of restoration includes critical water-related ecosystems. This framework takes place in the context of the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and so that's an important part of it. Highlight too that under our framework, target number 6, which is about reducing the impacts of invasive alien species. We know that inland water systems are one that are highly impacted by invasive alien species. Target number 7 in our framework is about reducing pollution. And this framework target specifically calls to deal with the excess nutrients that are lost to the environment to be halved by 2030. Pollution, that kind of nutrient loading overall, is an incredible problem, as we all know here, for inland water ecosystems. That target can have a direct and important impact on inland water ecosystems. We know there's some complexities related to food production, but this is a way to move forward on it. The other thing, too, we know is that if we're going to make progress on restoring, improving the health of water ecosystems, we need to engage the productive sectors. We need to engage with food and agriculture, aquaculture, fisheries. All of these sectors need to adopt sustainable practices. They have a challenge. We all know that productivity needs to increase to deal with a growing population, but it has to be done in the context of conserving biodiversity and ecosystem services. That's target 10 of the framework, exceedingly important. We had one of my panelists talk about the importance of cities as well in this area. So target 12 in the framework focuses on the important functions of green and blue spaces within populated and urban areas. And that target 12 actually represents a really interesting pole for action that can take cities and subnational governments and their particular concerns and bring them together. And we've already seen that happening in a lot of areas as well. Target 14 of the framework deals with the values of biodiversity. Now, the values of biodiversity. You know, we've had debates for a number of years talking about how much do we value biodiversity, but we now know that, you know, certain ideas that are, you know, a utilitarian concept are but one way of looking at it. We need to look at those values in an overall way. Now, that set of values also includes values related specifically to water. And these values need to be integrated into the policies across all government ministries, all economic sectors, all facets of society. And just keep across that idea we're talking about for everybody as well. We've talked about the need to also engage the business sector. And under the biodiversity framework, target number 15 does require businesses to assess and disclose their dependencies and their impacts on biodiversity so that negative impacts can be progressively reduced. A way to bring the business sector into the overall work. Now, the other part that I want to mention is target 19 on resource mobilization. That's actually the third 30 by 30 part of this whole agenda. We need to have $30 billion a year in ODA by 2030 as well. Now, that important target on resource mobilization calls for us to look at ways of levering finance from all sources. Typically, before we've looked at, you know, just government assistance, et cetera. This is trying to look at all different areas and targets as well. And without that kind of mobilization, it'll be exceedingly hard for us to achieve the targets, visions, and goals of the framework. Leveraging finance means a lot of things. It means, for example, when we create, the Global Environment Facility creates this Global Biodiversity Fund that they'll be doing later on this year, can it be created in such a way that can attract private finance as well as typical government finance as well? Can we look at the notion of payment for ecosystem services? And that, of course, requires us to recognize the economic and social values of all the services provided by nature as well. Now, in addition to all of this, a big part of the framework is ensuring that it is for everybody. And so that's why an important part of the framework are in targets 22 and 23 is making sure that we have the effective participation, the full and effective participation of Indigenous peoples and local communities. And then also the framework works in a gender responsive way. And that's important because IPLCs, and we're looking at women and their impact, these are you know, groups that are disproportionately impacted by water-related issues. And these are also both communities that need to be part of the solution in part of moving forward with management issues. So there's my list. It's long. I hope people took all their notes. I saw people taking that as well. I think it should also demonstrate the other point, just to reinforce what Andres said at the beginning, is that this framework and the convention is not just about nature conservation. It's about sustainable use, and it's about equitable benefit sharing. And these are all equally important as well. Now, okay, I've got very little time here, so I'll have to breeze through some of the work on NBSAPs. We can go through it in the questions as well. So NBSAPs, National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans. So some of the concerns are like, how are we going to get governments to implement and move forward on this quickly enough? You know, how are they going to do it? Well, we believe at the Secretariat, I think the parties believe too, that the process for reviewing these strategies that has been asked for under the Global Biodiversity Framework, I think is going to make this happen in a fast way. It's going to allow us to build on lessons and things we've done before and take ourselves further along as well. So there's the COP decision 15.6 that says that they're going to have to, parties will have to revise and update their national biodiversity strategies and action plans and align them with the targets. And they've actually got less than 2 years to put these targets together. So this call we got from Paula that the time is to act now, governments are in fact acting right now. So even these plans that we've got moving forward are being revised. Now, so we believe that this framework is going to positively impact the process for national biodiversity strategies and action plans because they're not starting from scratch. So the EU has this plan that it's already created, for example, that takes you to 2030. It just needs to be revised and updated. And as has been pointed out, a lot of that plan already took into account the direction we're already heading as well. So this should make this alignment really fast, much faster than when we adopted the strategic plan for biodiversity in 2010. The other thing, too, is that we're trying to get parties to communicate these targets in a standard format, a way that makes it easier to assess the collective ambition of national targets to global ones as well. And that'll help us know if we're on track to meet those targets as well. The framework also puts these NBSAPs in the context of a mechanism for responsibility and transparency. So it means that these frameworks need to be in a way so that we know what's going on, they can contribute, so that civil society and everyone can understand and look at what's going on as well. Now, how would these national biodiversity strategies and action plans be more robust and effective to address and move forward in this framework? The national targets it's expected that there's at least one national target that links to each of the global targets, so that we can look at this link as well. A template's provided to help parties move forward on this as well. That also links up with indicators. We expect concrete actions to meet national targets. And so these concrete actions, they need to be specific spatially, temporally, and financially. So that will make sure that what's going on in this framework is indeed very, very concrete. And it'll also help governments, if they're going to use these biodiversity strategies as a way to raise funding, to ask for more specific asks. And then indeed, there's a better, robust monitoring mechanism that we're working at as well. So we're looking at that as that's moving forward. And that global analysis, looking at the mechanism, is going to already for COP16. Now, okay, I'm down to less than a minute here. So first of all, just quickly to build up on the theme of how we're talking about transboundary collaboration, the phrase, nature does not know borders. The challenges we're facing neither know borders as well. So, while parties are looking at national jurisdictions, we need to look at cross-border cooperation. And we've seen comments today, and I've seen this increasingly for years at our meetings, at the climate change meetings and others, that the climate, biodiversity, and water crises are in fact one crisis that need to be addressed by one overall. The framework we have helps us address and bring everybody on board to address it as well. And then we need to bring this conversation beyond our constituencies as well. I mean, actually, the people in the room and the people seen at the conference here represent a broad constituency, but we need to be ambassadors and take it further and beyond as well. So we need to look at that as well. I'll just bring to a close because I'm down to seconds as well. But basically, we need to have parties and non-state actors and everybody. You need to move policy decisions for concrete, measurable outcomes. I guess I'm speaking to the converted, but that's our job, to get out and get people to do that as well. And we need this progress by 2024, by the time we do COP16, and then by the time we're moving forward in these other areas as well. These next 2 years are crucial to set things in motion, certainly for our framework and for everything else as well. I'll stop there. I'll maybe take some more questions about MBSAPs later on, but thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience, but also I thank you in advance for what you're about to do in the years to come to advance the water and biodiversity agendas. Thank you.
David, thank you very much for the presentation, taking us through CBD decisions and also showing us what is ahead of us for the coming 2 years. Great. The overarching chapeau of the session was cooperation. We also do this workshop, this session in a cooperative manner. So I'm inviting Tara Moberg, my friend and colleague from TNC, to take you through the question and answer session and then bring it to a close. Tara.
Thank you, Andras, and just another thank you to this panel for joining us today. It is really my honor to facilitate I think we have 12 minutes to have a question and answer session, and just to maximize the participation and just recognizing the limited time that we have with you all today and the experience in the room. I want to open it up to the audience first to see if there are any standing questions, and if not, we have a couple prepared. Any questions that, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you, Robin.
Hi, I'm Robin Abel. I'm from the Nature Conservancy. So as you probably know, so this question is for David, but for any of you as well. As you probably know, TNC worked with a broad coalition of NGO partners to really support the inclusion of inland waters. Thank you so much. In the global biodiversity framework, focusing largely but not only on targets 2 and 3, and really wanting to ensure that inland waters were at the same level as terrestrial and marine. And now that we're moving from finalization to implementation, and specifically thinking about the MBSAPs, I'm wondering if you can provide any thoughts or recommendations for that coalition, for others, about how we can really follow through and ensure that inland water ecosystems and biodiversity are really at the same level within MBSAPs, understanding that it is at the country's discretion what ends up in those plans, but wanting to really continue on in that effort to strengthen the inclusion of those systems. Thanks.
There wasn't a light on. Good, it does work. Okay, thanks very much for the question. So, as you know, we have 196 parties to the convention, and so potentially we have 196 different approaches to the way that we're doing NBSAPs, and so there's a bit of an overall challenge. But you know, the hope for the NBSAP process going forward is that we continue this momentum we started years ago, which is to make these tools plans, but that in the creation of the plans, they're about a dialogue, right? They're about, you know, consultation, about bringing different sectors together as well. And so that's the kind of mechanism we hope that people use, and that's the kind of mechanism you can use for inland waters. The framework, by bringing together all the different ministries and other stakeholders, I think opens an opportunity for you to suggest, bring together, open the idea of maybe water coalitions that can bring forward and be brought forward to the process as well. You know, it would mean identifying in a given space what's taken place before in the NBSAPs, where the gaps are, but then saying how can we bring together an effective and open way this discussion that can make sure that these things are brought forward. I mean, the fact that you are aware, you've got the data to show, okay, this is where we need to ensure that these targets are addressing inland water concerns. You've got that sort of credibility. But then who would you bring in? But at a different country level. So, I mean, in some ways, you would know the recipe better in each different country of which one to do, who to bring together. But can you bring the actors together? Can you identify the core issues and help bring together that space where things can move forward? It's fairly general, but I think that's where it's at. Thanks.
And Astrid, would you want to? I was thinking you might have some color to add to that.
I just want to add two things. I mean, the way we address in the European Union, I think, are two ways. First of all, by being a bit heavy-handed, so our nature restoration law has specific targets for ecosystems. So there is one for wetlands, but there's also one for the free-flowing rivers. So there'll be legal obligation to restore these 25,000 kilometers of free-flowing rivers on the assumption the member states and the European Parliament endorses the law as we have proposed it. But secondly, I think it's also to be a lot more active in spreading the narrative about the socioeconomic benefits of river restoration in particular. And one of these sort of nice examples I wanted to mention and couldn't because the 10 minutes were over, was one from Germany, where in our most polluted region, which is called the Ruhr region, where all chemical and previously coal industry, etc., is concentrated, we have restored one river called Emscher River, and that created 44,000 jobs, and nobody had expected that. And that is really, of those, there are so many examples, and this conference here brings them together, and then bringing them a bit more to the recognition of governments, I think, will also be crucial.
And I think I saw a second question. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Timo Kober, and I work for the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality in the Netherlands. Mm-hmm. And I really admire the actions, the strong actions that the European Union is taking regarding this important topic. But in our country specifically, we see a lot of resistance towards this change as well. So I was wondering, how do you, on a European level, take into account this human resistance to big change? Yeah, what are your thoughts about that?
That's the billion-dollar question. So you're talking about your recent elections, I think, in the Netherlands, where, when you, for example, went straight ahead, you created a ministry even with nitrogen in its title, if I remember correctly. So it was amazing. It was a really strong government commitment to do something about pollution in line with the European Green Deal. And then we see that the Green Deal came in 2019. And the European Union went full speed saying we just have to change our economic model and everything has to be done in a way that it helps us tackle climate change and biodiversity. And that is so disruptive that, of course, I mean, I think in the beginning everybody was just swept away saying, what the hell is happening here? And nobody said anything. And then came the additional crisis. So the focus moved from the climate crisis over to the energy crisis and to we have a banking crisis, and in between we had the COVID crisis. So it became, I think, a bit difficult for the public debate to keep focused on the planetary crisis. And I think in the discourse we just have to insist on that, well, all these other crises are incredibly hard and incredibly important and we need to tackle them. But compared to the planetary crisis and its impacts on global stability, on food security globally, on our well-being, our health, we're just nowhere. So we just need to carry on with that legislation and with this approach that we have. But I think in a way that, because we've been going so fast, yes, we've had public debate, but we just need to broaden that debate so much more. So to also make sure that the stakeholders understand why they're being asked to do certain things. And I think that wasn't always the case. They were just being told, you know, you have to do it because it's important and because there's climate change. But this sort of, what the individual can do and how individual actions contribute, I think is incredibly important. And then it's also the power of NGOs is amazing. And maybe I should have said that in answer to the first question also, but we have this another example where we have one wild river left in Europe, one in the Balkans, which flows from, I think, Greece and through Albania somehow to Adriatic, I'm not sure, so in that Western Balkan regions. And it was really the NGO pressure that made the governments come together and start doing something and protect that river. And now, of course, they also see there's great potential for tourism, etc. But yeah, that's another thing. So engage with civil society and make these voices heard better.
Thank you, Astrid.
Maybe just one thing, because you talked about individual change. I mean, under the framework, you know, this change in sustainable consumption and production is a big part. And I want to go back to the idea of individual and dealing with some of the challenges you've now got in the Netherlands. Is that this idea of transforming people's behaviors? It's actually not immediately straightforward. And I don't know what kind of expertise we've got in the room, but I know that the work that we do with communication, education, public awareness, and a number of other people is. We need to look at different agencies and organizations that actually study the ways of bringing about behavior change. So for some of these policy areas, you may require actual behavioral change interventions as well, being aware of how do you use different forms of different forms of communication, different forms of social marketing, et cetera, to move forward and encourage people to change. And it may not be obvious the way that you could get people to change their behaviors, even faced with rising food prices, rising energy prices, and things like that. But that's another part of this equation I think we all need to look at, talk to the social psychologists, the environmental psychologists as well. Thanks.
And Paula? Yeah.
I just wanted to add that when the going gets really hard, that's when you know that you're on the right track.
Yeah, well said.
If we had given up on the SDGs because there was such widespread opposition, we would have a baked over, rolled over something of the MDGs that would have just been nudged along, and we would have pushed a few more targets here and talked about, now we really want to eradicate poverty and hunger. That's what we would be working with right now. So if there's opposition, take heart, because the kind of changes that we want to see, that we know are needed, you talk about the planetary crisis and all these other crises, look at the disruption that COVID caused. And that was a wasted crisis, if ever there was one. That was totally wasted. But that shows you the depths of the disruption that are needed, or what's happened right now with really the energy transition in Europe because of the crisis in Ukraine. So if it's really hard, take heart and look for those hard moments, because I've told my team, if we wake up and it feels really good and everything's going well, we're probably a part of the problem because it's business as usual. So be disruptive and embrace the pain and the difficulty, because unless those of us who really understand the magnitude of what needs to be done, if we don't step up and grab ourselves, as I say, by the scruff of our own necks, look in the mirror and figure out how we can change, then we're a part of the problem. And that's why nothing's happening.
And in doing that, be kind. Because I think one other aspect there.
A kind scruff. A kind
It's
scruff.
difficult because it was disruptive. But if I'm not mistaken, in Europe, the average age of our farmers is above 60. So it's a very difficult demographic, basically. And what we're doing is to tell these people who have, spent a hard life working the land and producing the stuff, and they thought they're doing good because they're feeding the people. Now they're being told everything you do is just crap, basically. So change it, do it differently, do this, do that, do the other. And I think people also want to feel appreciative of what they've done. And if you've reached that age, and I've just reached this age, so I know what I'm talking about, I think you need to have that debate of that message of change together with a message of, appreciation for what people have done, and to bring them along with kindness.
And with the value proposition, that's something that TNC works a lot on, making the business case. Because you're right, it's kindness, behavior change, and value proposition. This is why it's good for your growth now and in the future. We wanted a dialogue, right?
That was very good. And I apologize. I think, Could we take one more question? I'm looking to, is that okay, Michael? Yeah, okay, wonderful. One more question.
I love everything that you guys just said. I work in the private sector. I work for AstraZeneca, which has a very complex supply chain. And I'm wondering from your level, when you talk about this requirement to map all of your impacts and dependencies on nature, what's the kind of risk that you see of us kind of either staying really high level, because, you know, with the urgency that we need it and the complexity of these supply chains, it just does not feel realistic. Yes, all of those things you just said, but it doesn't feel all that realistic that we're going to actually be able to, like, accurately do that to the level that at least I want us to be able to do that. So I would love your perspective on kind of how you're seeing that risk of these kind of, yeah, thanks.
It's a huge task. There's no doubt about it if we really want to. And in fact, you know, during the negotiations for this, some parties were expressing concerns. They were like, you know, do we have, as a government, the ability to manage mapping all of this? Can we afford to manage and regulate all of this? Are we going to kill small and medium-sized enterprises by having to do all of this? In fact, so that was an intensive debate going forward. So it is a large task. I am struck, however, with, you know, looking at how we have the task force on climate-related financial disclosure and this new task force on nature-related financial disclosure coming forward. I suddenly became aware of this entire grand sector around the world of companies that were looking at mapping dependencies, mapping impacts, looking at values. And so, in fact, this itself is almost a job creation scheme as well. There's a whole new sector coming forward of how to develop and move forward in these. So I think those are the tools that we'll need to, that's where you can find this kind of activity as well. But this is the chance ahead of us, is that I think you need, you know, as you said, for you to cover yourselves, for example, as AstraZeneca, multinational, working across the world, not wanting to get caught out in any particular area. You want to make sure you really got it. It is going to be a great deal of work for you to look at that as well. But I think that's where you're going to need to look at a whole variety of different partners moving forward on that as well. And TNFD people are working at it, although I know that there are some civil society concerns about the way that TNFD does it, that it's not fully disclosed. You know, we need these open frameworks. In fact, that's probably how we need to do it. We need to make sure these frameworks are something that are transparent so everybody can contribute to them. So I've waffled a bit on my answer. It's a big task. I think people are getting there to move forward, but obviously it's an area where we'll need to invest. I'm sure my panelists have got Astrid. Oh, Astrid's just dying to say something.
No, not so much dying, but I mean, first of all, I think these two task forces for nature-related and climate-related financial disclosure better get together soon and quickly, because the last thing the companies can afford, I think, are two different disclosure frameworks. So we really need one that takes these impacts into account. Secondly, I mean, tough as we are in the European Union, we're legislating on it. We have already now come with a corporate sustainable reporting directive that lays out in quite some detail the reporting down the supply chains. Yes, it's difficult. We think the more you will have templates, etc., I mean, you can report to, the more it's doable. But the real thing is there's no choice, because also our financial sector, of course, as we've just discovered, is not as robust as we thought it is. So, I mean, financial banks in particular and other investors and pension funds, they should not be investing into stranded assets or into companies that extract, for example, water, since we're here, beyond what the country in which they're in can deliver. So I think for companies that want to be at the forefront, they want to be global stewards, I think they will invest in that, and obviously it's a stepwise process. You're not going to be from one day saying nothing to the next day having a full supply chain disclosure thing. But there's a lot of due diligence obligations in various parts of legislation, and I think this overall transparency comes from so many sides at you, and you also from the deforestation debate, for example, that this is just a different corporate structure that companies will have to move to.
Thank you, Astrid. And with that, and thank you for that question. And thank you to the audience for being so engaged and asking thoughtful and intriguing questions. I'll just summarize by saying I appreciate our panelists' call to action. The time is now. It's not 2024. It's not 2030. The time is now. Nowhere is the climate crisis more acute than in our freshwater systems, our water availability, our water scarcity. nowhere are we seeing the biodiversity crisis in a more acute way than in freshwater ecosystems. And we are at this moment where we've created a door through the SDGs, through the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, where we have the opportunity to pass through in a way that is cooperative. And I just appreciate your call, Paula, for really transboundary cooperation being the backbone of our work moving forward. And I would encourage us to think about that in the way you're articulating it, not only transboundary cooperation in terms of our political boundaries across borders, but really looking at the boundaries of the SDGs and the CBD, UNFCCC, as having those frameworks, having permeable borders that are, to your point, Astrid, do no harm across one another, but also lifting all boats as we're implementing those frameworks so that we're not separating focal points between each of the agreements, and we're really carrying forward a holistic agenda. So just, I'd ask the audience to thank me, or to join me in thanking these esteemed panelists for joining us today, not just for their time today, but really for dedicating their careers to goals that will be to the benefit of our society and for our children and the next generation. So thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Michael, for giving us a few extra minutes, not giving us the hook.
Great. It was great to meet you, too. Thanks very much. That was great. Okay, we'll see each other again. We'll keep doing this. We'll keep doing this. Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Token of appreciation. Sorry for bad.
Is this it? So, is,
Right, it's got to be either that or it's a bomb. Shit! Somebody left my bomb. I'm fine.
Oh, he's got the clicker, yeah, that's right.
Hey, Alan. Is there a pointer on that too, or no?
no, it doesn't look
No,
like
it doesn't look like it.
That's right.
You can like hold your hand up to this screen. I don't know if that sounds dangerous. You'll fall off the stage.
No, that's
Don't
all.
fall off the stage. Okay, so there is a clicker to advance. What did you decide about?
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Your program will be starting shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Your program will be starting shortly. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, thank you. Welcome to our session on the science-based targets for nature. We're glad to be part of the ending sessions in the main room of the second day of the Nature Hub. Thank you for having us. Yeah, yes, very much. This session is really designed to help you understand and learn about the corporate water targets landscape, how and when to engage with them, and the upcoming Science-Based Targets for Nature version 1.0. And we wanted to start off just with a thank you. If you are an SBTN partner or part of the SBTN corporate engagement program, can you please raise your hand? Thank you. Thank you for your support, your engagement, your enthusiasm. We will give a little clap. Thanks, everyone. So my name is Nicole Tanner. I'm the Director for Corporate Water Stewardship at WWF US, and I will be your MC for today, keeping us on time so we can all get to our next sessions. And here's just a quick look at what we have planned for today. We're going to hear about an overview of the freshwater biodiversity crisis and the need for freshwater targets, the role of AWS, Science-Based Targets for Nature, and other frameworks in the water stewardship journey, and then turn over to learn more about how SBTN and NGO support to companies on target setting and implementation process might happen. We'll have some breakout conversations where you can stay at your tables and we have some questions to guide us. We're really looking for your input, your feedback. This is a chance for you to raise any questions that you might have from what you've heard so that we can follow up after. And then we will have some time to report back and hear from you about what you discussed. And then we will wrap it up, close out. Okay. So our first section, we will hear, I'm going to invite Professor Stuart Bunn up to the podium. He is with the Australian Rivers Institute and the Griffith University and Earth Commission to tell us a little bit more about why we're all here.
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation to be here today. Let me see if I can advance a slide here. So my talk today is really to introduce a little bit of the work of the Earth Commission and set the scene about why we might need freshwater or targets for freshwater systems. And I think the need for targets is pretty obvious to everyone in the room. We're not doing a really great job of managing our freshwater ecosystems, and they're threatened by a whole range of human activities. And that really poses a major challenge then for human water security, and of course also poses a major threat to freshwater biodiversity. And we're talking about a significant part of the world's biodiversity. Your freshwater systems making up such a tiny fraction of the land surface, but accounting for a very large proportion of the vertebrate species in particular on the planet. And of course we've seen a major collapse in populations of freshwater systems since the 1970s, and we're not only losing then that freshwater, that significant biodiversity, but we're also losing a lot of the services that they provide, including things like the provision of food through fisheries. When you look at what that means, this particular diagram, some work done through the World Wildlife Fund, what would need to be done to address that or to bend the biodiversity curve crisis? There's a number of actions that have been proposed, key actions that we can take that could really turn around the loss and help to restore freshwater systems. And the key ones that are listed up there, of course, include things like accelerating the implementation of environmental flows, improving water quality, protecting and restoring critical habitats in river systems. And those top three in particular really align very well with some of the work that we've been doing in the Earth Commission in setting targets for Earth system boundaries. Just to give you a little bit of an introduction to the Earth Commission, for those that don't know, it's a key part of course, the Global Commons Alliance. It's made up of a team of commissioners with a broad range of experience across the biophysical sciences and social sciences, law and topics like governance. It's co-chaired by Jan Rockström and Joyita Gupta and Chinda from the Chinese Academy of Science. And we're well supported by a very large group of scientists in a number of working groups who've been helping us put together the Earth system boundaries. One of the key distinctions about the work that we've been doing with the Earth Commission is not just defining safe boundaries in the sense that the planetary boundaries that you might be familiar with, but also looking at not just what's safe for the Earth system, but also what's just for humanity as well. And so the Earth system boundaries go well beyond the planetary boundaries, ensuring that we have a safe planet and we provide justice for people. We're setting boundaries that go beyond just the climate dimension. And importantly, although the focus is on setting the global boundaries, we're also considering downscaling that to local and regional scales. And that really helps us then to be able to translate those sort of global boundaries into science-based targets that are relevant at the local and regional scale. The key thing, as I mentioned, each of the Earth system boundaries has been analysed through a justice lens. So when we talk about justice, we're talking about justice among different groups of people. We're talking about justice between generations, and we're talking about justice between, for humans and for nature. And the just boundaries that we're talking about are really intended to minimise harm. And the reason for that, of course, is for some of the dimensions that you'll see, people are experiencing impacts well before the Earth system impacts are being felt. So a just ESB, Earth system boundary, may need to be set more stringently than the safe one, as you'll see. So these are the key dimensions that we've looked at within the Earth system boundaries. As I mentioned, that some of them there, the red areas there are set to be the safe boundary. The blue lines that you can see are the safe boundaries for those dimensions. And where the safe and the just boundaries are equivalent, they've been shown there in green. And the one that you can see for climate there is an example of what I just mentioned, that we've already exceeded the just boundary for climate, and we're fast approaching the safe boundary where multiple tipping points would be triggered. And so the positions that you see there, the little globes, represent where we are on those dimensions at the moment. But the key thing you can see for all the other dimensions, the two on the right-hand side on ecosystems, the intactness of ecosystems and the functional integrity of ecosystems, you can see we're already outside the safe and just boundary. And then for the water boundaries, we've looked at surface water and groundwater. We can meet the safe Earth system boundary for surface water in about 2/3 of the land surface, but only looking at after about half of the global population. For the groundwater target, for the groundwater ESB, we're about half of the Earth's surface is already outside the global ESB for groundwater on an annual basis. And then from a water quality perspective, we've looked at the two key nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus, which of course have major implications for eutrophication. And again, we're well outside the losses, the surpluses of nitrogen and phosphorus already exceed the safe and just boundaries that we've set. Now, the methods for doing that, for setting those freshwater and nutrient Earth system boundaries, are really aimed at protecting freshwater ecosystems, protecting biodiversity, but also protecting the essential services that freshwater systems provide, things like clean drinking water, productive fisheries. And so the boundaries that we're talking about here are enabling the provision of environmental flows, sufficient surface water for that, preventing groundwater depletion and making sure that aquifers don't decline, and avoiding eutrophication. So the methods that we've used are really key when we're talking about safe and just boundaries. Those are the things that we're aiming to protect. And we can take those global numbers, so they're not just a single global target. Of course, we can downscale those Earth system boundaries and start to assess where in the world is there sufficient surface water to meet human needs and still remain within a safe boundary. We can also look at things like what proportion of the groundwater recharge would be needed to meet those needs if you can't meet it with surface water alone. We can map over the top of that where groundwater drawdown is already exceeding the recharge rates, or if groundwater recharge is declining over time because of a changing climate. And we can assess where we are in the world at the moment, where are we currently inside or outside the safe and just Earth system boundary for water. And similarly for the nutrients, we can do the same thing. We can look at the world and see where in the world are we already exceeding the surpluses for nutrients. This is a diagram. The red areas in the maps here show quite clearly where there are major exceedances of surpluses for agricultural nitrogen, but equally also around the world where we could redistribute agricultural nitrogen and still remain within the Earth system boundary for that. So these global boundaries that we've set are easily downscaled to the regional scale. And then because of that, we're also then able to look at what kinds of transformations might be used to actually come back within and stay within the Earth system boundaries for both water and for nutrients. And I see my time is up, so I'll hand back to you, our chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Stewart. We really appreciated that. It's always nice to be reminded that the Earth is finite. We are hoping to take really robust, meaningful action on a renewable resource in a just and equitable way without leaving out freshwater ecosystem needs. I want to turn it over to the first part A of our agenda today, and welcome up Scott McCready and Guyan De Silva. Scott is the Chief Strategy Officer for the Alliance for Water Stewardship, good friend, and my colleague Guyan De Silva, Senior Program Officer from WWF on Corporate Water Stewardship.
Thanks, Nicole. Advance warning, some of you are about to get a crash course in Scottishness. As Nicole says, I'm Scott McCready. I work for Alliance for Water Stewardship. Myself and Guyan, we're going to talk about the roadmap of corporate water target setting, approaches, tools and guidance. And that's really about the architecture of water stewardship. So I'll talk about that, and Guyan will talk about the place of targets within that. For those that don't know, AWS is a sustainability standard system for water. So we are custodians of a standard, the AWS standard, that guides sites to better water management practices and out towards catchment. So we essentially make kind of operational facilities like farms, factories, data centres, collective action ready. Why are we presenting together? Well, the reason is we're actually not representing our organisations, we're representing kind of the water stewardship community. So the water stewardship community is a kind of informal kind of collection of NGOs and platforms. So there's AWS, there's CDP, there's Ceres, there's Seal Water Mandate, there's GIZ, TNC, WRI, WWF, others. If I've not said your name, I'm really sorry. Most have been involved in SBTN to a greater or lesser degree. So I'm actually quite proud to be part of the water stewardship community, at the risk of sounding incredibly kind of emotive. I think it's got several strengths. So firstly, it's collegiate. We tend to get along. I think we like each other. We share a belief in companies being a platform to achieve environmental and social outcomes. We also believe, because of that, that working with companies can further our mission. And because of that, we collaborate. We collaborate to make things easier. So we collaborate to make things easier for companies to do things, but we also collaborate to make sure that the things we provide to companies have an impact. So that collaboration, it tends to take two forms. We make products and we start initiatives. So products can be things like diagnostic tools, it could be guidance, it could be frameworks, it could be a standard, it could be a disclosure system. Various things that we create that companies can use in their kind of corporate headquarters and in facilities. Initiatives tend to be place-based things, so they tend to be things around collective action, so the Water Resilience Coalition. But they're not exclusively place-based, so they can be things about policy engagement, so the WASA Forum, and it can also be things about advocacy. So the community issued a joint statement towards governments in terms of how you create an enabling environment for water stewardship. That's what the community is really good at. What's really, really, really not good at is explaining how all of these things work together. It's explaining how these things connect and how they support each other. How do I know this? Well, I speak to companies a lot. I speak to new companies a lot in particular. And every conversation I have with them is exactly the same. And it always starts, which of these things should I choose? Which of these things should I join? Which of these is better than the other thing? And the answer is always the same. You don't choose. It's never an either or. There's a high degree of complementarity between all of the things. We focus on different things, but we also collaborate to a way that these things interact. Each of them are really an important piece of the architecture of water stewardship. I'd say that SBTN is probably the most important new piece of architecture in the water stewardship space in several years. And a bunch of us got together in Washington, DC late last year to talk about how we kind of launch SBTNs. And we realised we kind of had to take a step back. We had to explain the architecture, and we had to explain where target setting and where SBTN fits in. And this is it. Don't run. I'm going to explain. So this is an idealised corporate water stewardship journey that covers all of the main products and initiatives and guidance and so on and so forth that our community has produced. The thing to understand is the top two rows, the first two rows, this is an individual company. This is corporate headquarters. This is a single company. And what it's doing is the preliminary research within a company to understand where it is that you should act. So where it is an assessment based on your operations, your value chain, your footprint, etc., but also the basins. So where are you causing harm and where is there kind of potential risk to you? So single company, do these things at headquarter level, and you get to a point where you prioritise doing things. Now, the middle stage, this is sites. So this is farms, factories, data centres, any kind of operational facilities. And in contrast to stage one, this could be 1 facility, 5 facilities, 10 facilities, 20 facilities, 50 facilities, whatever the number is. It can be your owned operations, or it could be your suppliers, or it could be a mix of any of them. The point is that all of these things in these two rows are the things which good water stewards should be doing within their facilities. Where it comes back up again and it starts to turn blue is where this connects back into corporate headquarter level. So there's a verification aspect in terms of all the stuff that you've done in all of the individual sites. Well, that's verified by a single company. And what does it do with it? Well, it puts it into reporting. So all of the stuff in green gets fed back into reporting, whether that's voluntary reporting or mandatory reporting, and so on and so forth. I said I'd talk about the link between AWS and SBTN. So the main connection between AWS and SBTN is we operate at the same scales. So I engage with companies at a headquarter level to get them to do things at a site level. And it'll be the same with SBTN. A decision will be made on kind of where to apply SBTN, but the application of it will be at a site level. The complementarity between them really is if you've used the AWS standard, you will have done a lot of the work that you need to set targets. The other thing is that if you've set a target, you will strengthen the outcomes of your AWS standard progression, because the AWS standard does not have a target setting facility in it. I think further down the road, we'll potentially look at mutual recognition. So potentially we might put in recognition of achieving science-based targets within the scoring for the standard, which means that there's an incentive for using the standards, an incentive back for achieving targets. But it's early days, but that's where I would like to see to go to. The headings in yellow, basically these are the simple things that kind of a good water steward does. So they seek advice from the community. So they assess impacts, so they understand the materiality. They assess the basins, so what is the context of the basin that you work in. From that, you prioritise. Nobody is asking anybody to do everything everywhere all at once. Once you've prioritised, you go back to site level, you develop plans. And within those plans, you set targets. You execute the plans in order to achieve the targets. But the ultimate goal of water stewardship is collective action. So we want to push people outward towards collective action with the stakeholders that they engage with. Once you've done all of those things, it's really a question of verifying your actions so that you can make positive kind of reporting. And what I'd say is if you do all of these things, you will have really, really strong disclosures. Happy to take questions on this at a later date. I'm going to hand back to Guyan now. So Guyan's going to give a more in-depth explanation of targets.
Thanks, Scott. I'm Guyan De Silva. I'm with WWF. So, so Scott just laid out how different frameworks like SBTN, AWS, and others sort of fit in the wider water stewardship journey. But you'll notice in each of these boxes there are like a list of frameworks and tools that you can use, and you have to kind of make decisions in each of these boxes on which one you use. In particular, you might be wondering about this one. If you can, whoops, dramatic pause didn't work there. There you go. This one over here, and hopefully you can read the text. But basically, this is the point where you set targets, and it gives you 3 options. Well, kind of, this infographic, you can choose between non-contextual, contextual targets, or science-based targets. So those of you who have been in this space for a while will be familiar with all these terms. For those of you who are new to maybe the water stewardship space, just real quick, in a nutshell, the water stewardship sort of sector movement started with non-contextual targets, which were like blanket efficiency targets, and then has evolved towards contextual targets, which sort of acknowledge that each locality is different and requires a different target depending on, you know, your priority issues. And now we have science-based targets, which allows you to actually put a number on that target that is backed by, you know, data, models, and science. So, you know, now that science-based targets are being launched, does that mean, you know, contextual and non-contextual targets are sort of defunct? We don't think so. In an ideal world, you know, we would like to see companies deploy a sort of mix of science-based targets, contextual targets, and non-contextual targets across their whole portfolio, value chain, if you like. So what we're working on right now, which would sort of be like an addendum to this diagram over here, is a decision tree or a decision matrix or a decision tool on how you select between the three types of targets. And yeah, this is sort of a template. We haven't developed it yet, but this is sort of like the next thing that we're working on right now is what sort of questions, what sort of decision factors go into choosing between a science-based target, a contextual target, and a non-contextual target for each site. So, you know, there are some like fairly obvious ones that we can think of, like, for example, science-based targets for now only covers water quantity and quality. So if you have a high-risk site where the priority issue is not water quantity or quality, then you might prefer to go for a contextual target, right? That's sort of pretty clear-cut. Or if the site is low priority, low risk, you might choose a non-contextual target because, you know, you don't want to invest tons of resources in that. But, you know, there are some other questions which are more gray area, like what type of target is best for the amount of resources that I have, or yeah, you know, like what target is best for the reputational or regulatory risks that I face. So, you know, this is sort of conjecture on our part on what sort of questions you might be asking yourself, but this is really where we want to hear from you all in the breakouts or after the session on, like, what sort of questions do you guys ask yourselves when you're choosing between targets? What are the sort of, you know, what are the decision factors that go into you know, as a business making a decision between these three types of targets? And we'd like to hear from you on that so that we can create the most kind of actionable guidance that resonates with most of you all. So I'll leave it at that for now, and I'll pass it on to Alan and Erin.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Guyan. I remember when water stewardship, we started all working on it as an NGO community on water stewardship 2008, 2009, and we were making the shift from water management into water stewardship. There were very different questions we were asking ourselves, and it's so exciting to see how things continue to progress and get more rigorous and really drill down into what is helpful, what's delivering meaning for companies in their supply chains and in their operations, and what is delivering benefits for the environment and people. And these targets are really trying to put a nail on the head. How do we measure this? How do we ensure that we're making a difference? And so the next part, I'd like to invite Erin Billman and Alan Townsend up to give an overview of the science-based targets for nature themselves. Erin Billman is the Executive Director for the Science-Based Target Network, and Alan Townsend is the Senior Program Officer at WWF for Freshwater Metrics and Stewardship. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Glad to be here. I am going to frame the full picture of the scope of Science-Based Targets Network and who we are, and then defer to Alan on all things freshwater. So Science-Based Target Network exists to answer this question. What can a company do today to ensure it's doing its part for an equitable, net zero, nature-positive future? There are lots of targets that exist out there, but there isn't comparability. There isn't a common good product that is backed by a critical mass of NGOs that's all saying the same thing. That is what we're working on. And I'm excited about the first version of freshwater science-based targets coming out soon that is going to be part of this broader integrated picture. So If you're familiar with climate science-based targets, that's the Science-Based Targets Initiative. It's the source of inspiration for Science-Based Targets Network. The same 4 partners behind Science-Based Targets Initiative are part of the network, and we're expanding beyond climate to cover the full spectrum of a company's impacts on Earth's natural systems. What we've got going for us today is that, as you heard in the beginning, we've got the corporate engagement program. There's a lot of companies, over 120 companies, that are participating in that program. We have Jess McGlynn here today, who directs that program in the event that you're not participating and you're interested in learning more. This partnership is incredibly important for us because we are trying to balance the rigor and robustness with the pragmatism and feasibility of making sure that we're designing products that can be used and are useful while not losing their scientific foundation. And so this is a participatory process. We use that feedback. It's very important for informing our current priorities and our future priorities, and we appreciate the teamwork of those organizations involved. Where you might imagine this going is that with a common approach, there becomes a means for evaluating, is a company doing enough? Is a company doing its part to meet global goals? And with the Global Biodiversity Framework agreed upon in Montreal, we see ourselves as a key mechanism for companies doing their part, particularly for Target 15, but not limited to Target 15. So assessing impacts on nature and plans to quantitatively reduce those impacts. We partner importantly with Task Force on Nature-Related Disclosures, so that the LEAP framework is drawing directly from our corporate target setting guidance, and we are aligned on other key aspects of our work, so that you can imagine a company using our guidance to assess and set targets, and then the TNFD framework for disclosure. And that's just one example. I was happy to participate in CDP's workshop yesterday on updating the freshwater questionnaire to take into account the leadership on the freshwater side of the things with the content coming out. So last from me is, let's see, the cursor is thinking about working, is just setting the stage for Alan so that you can imagine where it fits in the broader framework of science-based targets for nature. So nature we define as a company's impacts across land, freshwater, oceans, and biodiversity. The freshwater hub leads on the target setting methods for that particular issue, but the entry point for a company is actually holistic. It's across land, freshwater, ocean, and biodiversity, and doing an assessment, a materiality assessment, a mapping of the value chain, looking at that full picture, and using that to interpret and prioritize where a company has the most influence and the places that need to be prioritized. So in the case of freshwater, given the focus today, an example would be prioritizing water-stressed basins and the basins in which you have direct operations therein or key upstream sourcing. So those steps 1 and 2 done for nature broadly then help you identify the issue areas and places where you need to set targets, and that moves into step 3. Our first version of science-based targets for nature are going to cover some of the topic areas, but not all. So in addition to covering climate via Science-Based Targets Initiative, and importantly for the land-based companies, the FLAG guidance, if you're not already familiar with that. Then the freshwater quantity and quality, Alan will get into more details about that scope. And then the first target setting methods on land as well. So it won't cover ocean. It will cover biodiversity to some extent by covering some of the key drivers of biodiversity loss, which is the important first step in that space. And we anticipate that we'll continue to build out our scope with future versions from there. Importantly, on ACT and TRACK, the conservation or mitigation hierarchy is akin to the waste management comparability of reduce, reuse, recycle, if you're familiar with that hierarchy. And in the space of nature action, the equivalent is first and foremost avoid, then reduce, restore, regenerate, and we've added a transform because of a nod to the need for broader systems transformation and business model transformation. And so you'll see in our guidance methods and tools that kind of focus on the most important step is avoid and reduce. It's the hard work. It's not nearly as alluring as restore and regenerate, but it pays huge dividends for both your company's security of supply and other risk management, as well as for broader societal value. So with that, I would like to hand it over to Alan to get into more specifics about step 3, freshwater.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alan Townsend. I'm as Nicole alluded to, I'm the Student Program Officer at WWF. I'm also have the privilege of serving as the co-lead with CDP on the SBTN Freshwater Hub. And so today I'm going to give an overview of the step 3 of the guidance and the Freshwater Hub as a whole. As I mentioned earlier, the Freshwater Hub is co-led by WWF and CDP, and then along with the Pacific Institute, the Nature Conservancy, and the World Resources Institute. These organizations are collaborating to develop this guidance. We also have received support, technical support from Limnotech. And then along the way, as we talked about earlier, there's been quite a bit of involvement with the community and stakeholders as a whole. So back in 2022, we conducted several pilots in various parts of the value chain for Procter & Gamble, General Mills, and Suntory. We also had technical support for those pilots with Future H2O, Earth Genome, and Qantas. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge the philanthropic support of our supporters, the Walton Family Foundation and the Gordon Betty Moore Foundation. So with that, so this work has been years in the making. As it pertains to the science-based targets, this initially started back in 2020. There's been a series of technical advisory group and practitioner advisory group review back in 2021. As I just mentioned, there was several pilots. And we've also gone through expert review panel review. And then just recently, last fall, we had a public consultation where we received quite a bit of feedback. And through each of these steps, we've tried to take in the feedback, improve the guidance, make it more practical, while also having the scientific rigor. And as Aaron mentioned, we will have the guidance here in early 2023. And then, looking ahead, we're already, thinking about, well, what's going to be in version 2 of the guidance based on some of the early learnings that we have from the public launch. And so, just as an overview of the guidance that Aaron already alluded to, but specific to freshwater, companies will, in steps 1 and 2, take an initial screening for the materiality of water in their operations, and then also do an assessment of the state of nature and their pressures on the state of nature. And then finally, at the end of step 2, establish a target boundary for their direct operations in their value chain. And then in step 3 is where companies will dig deeper into the sites at the location, or at the location base, and establishing targets where there are priorities. And then obviously the circle continues to step 4 and then step 5. So within the scope of step 3 for freshwater, there are 2 main components: water quality and water quantity. Within water quantity, within water quantity, there is surface water flows, and then groundwater where there are local models. And then within water quality, focus on nutrients, nitrogen, and phosphorus. And then in terms of the, as I mentioned earlier, with the focus in the value chain, it will be in the direct operations and the upstream value chain. In future versions of the guidance, it will expand the scope of freshwater quantity, looking at groundwater globally, looking at toxic chemicals, thinking about downstream, and then also, as Aaron alluded to, incorporating biodiversity, and then future forward-looking considerations. There are 4 main components within step 3, and this is a little bit different than we might have seen in the public consultation. But essentially, companies will start off by selecting a model based on a stakeholder consultation to identify what are the appropriate models, whether it's a global or local model, and understanding which one to use to set their targets. Companies will then measure their baseline to understand the pressures that they have had on the state of nature, and then using that information and then comparing that to the thresholds for whatever aspect that they're looking at, to use that to establish a target. And so this is an example specific to a company for withdrawals, but it shows kind of the interaction between the state of nature and then how a company would set a target based on the thresholds in those basins, and using the principle of companies, setting targets based on their fair share. And then lastly, at the end of this process for step 3, companies will have a variety of targets that they can set on water quality and quantity that are time-based, they're specific, and they're time-bound. Here are 2 kind of examples that companies can have on an annual basis, depending on the context of the location that they're in. They could either be annual or monthly, depending on the situation. And so from here, we're going to go into breakouts that discuss the science-based targets. I'm going to go ahead and, for those of you online, we're going to take about 30 minutes to go into table discussions and regroup here at the end. So signaling to the are folks helping us with the okay. yeah, I'm going to hand it back to Nicole to get us through these breakouts.
I got you. Yeah. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Aaron. What I love, that it's always true in the water space, no matter what you're working on as part of the water stewardship journey, you're going to do stuff alone and you're going to do a lot of stuff together. So welcome to the together part. So there's a lot of people here. Can I just get a quick show of hands, the different sectors that are in the audience? Can you raise your hand if you're in the NGO or consulting world? Okay. How about the food and beverage sector? Okay. Any textile representatives here? Okay. Technology, ICT? And pharma? Okay. Any sectors that I have missed? Yell it out. Chemicals. Thank you. Okay. So one or two? Yes? Sanitary. Interesting. And? I'm sorry? Equipment suppliers. Okay. And one more. Architecture. Wow, there's a lot more. Okay, we're not going to go into everyone. We were going to, originally we wanted to break out by sector because we think there's going to be nuance based on your sector, the questions that you might have and how you would deploy this through your supply chain. But given the diversity in this crowd, I think we'll just stick with whoever's at your table. If you're with a lot of your peers from your same organization, maybe spread out. It's okay to move around. And we have several questions for you guys to dig into. So at your table, we'd love you to think about some of these things, about how you would be implementing or questions that you would need answered before you can implement science-based targets for nature. So starting off, help us understand what brings you to this session. What are you hoping to gain? Is anyone in your organization already engaged in the process? And if you could describe your internal engagement to build awareness and support for water stewardship or nature stewardship, more broadly within your organization. And then to what degree has your organization assessed its water-based risks? And I'll be scrolling through these. I think there's printouts at each of your tables. We'd also love to hear if your organization has a tailored action plan to address water-related challenges or nature strategy, and if you can describe how that fits within your broader sustainability efforts. There's a lot. We're going to keep going. You don't have to touch on all of these. How can the environmental NGO community help advance companies in their nature stewardship journey? Or what programs or commitments focused on freshwater, land, biodiversity, or oceans might you all have or have had or seen serving as a foundation for engagement in SBTN? And then the questions that I am most excited about. One more set. Are you seeing or part of any cooperation with other companies around your work on nature? How comfortable is your organization in communicating its goals and efforts on nature with its stakeholders? And where are the tools, resources, or support you'd like to see for facilitating great collaboration and collective action? These are suggestions. Please keep track. I'm going to ask the WWF and SBTN crew to filter out and make sure that we can report back after 20 minutes. Thank you all. when we're ready.
Okay, you want me to flip it off now?
Yeah. Okay, hi. Okay. Are we on? Okay, everyone. Hi. I'm going to call your attention back to the front. I'm so glad you guys are having really in-depth discussions. I walked around for the 2-minute warning and I said, oh no, this is going to be hard to pull people back in. We have about 10 minutes now to hear from you. We're going to have some mics that we can bring to you. And I'd love to give the floor to 4 or 5 of you to give reflections on what you, something that stuck with you from your conversation at the table, or if you had any burning questions that I'm going to punt back to SBTN and the Water Hub speakers to answer. So does anyone have something they'd like to start with? I'm going to call on people. No one volunteers. Calling on works. All right, Alan's table. There's a computer involved. It's very formal. Let's report back. You have to use the microphone, though. Yep.
Yeah, so what was, I think, really cool to hear from our table is I think the organizations around the table are at various stages in their water stewardship journey, and hearing, you know, where things might be really helpful for advancing work in this space. So whether it's having communication within the company internally, having resources for that, or going as far as, like, you know, facilitating, you know, collective action in various regions that, you know, companies have already started working. So I think it was just really cool to hear some of the questions and try to answer them on the fly and hear that feedback. So I'll stop there.
No, I'll just use this. This is helpful.
Sorry.
I think that's helpful. Questions at this stage, I think, is what we're expecting. So great that you had great discussion. Who would like to go next? Reflections from their table. All right, where's Aaron Billman? Oh, wait, I saw a hand. Oh, Aaron Billman's table. You're next.
Hi, thanks. We had a great table because we had several sectors represented, as well as NGOs and some service providers. And I think there's already general awareness about Science-Based Targets Network and Science-Based Targets for Nature. I think we have some, because of the scope of version 1 being limited, we have questions about what do I do in the meantime when my area is not covered? So particularly with water quality, how do you think about enterprise water quality targets when you're not focused on nutrient pollution because it's not pertinent to your business? Or playing that back for the Freshwater Hub, because I know we're taking input on the next priorities for development on content. And we also talked about how science-based targets can provide for comparability and aggregation for things like benchmarking. So the World Benchmarking Alliance is anticipating the nature benchmark evaluations taking into account the use of science-based targets. For instance, CDP looking at ways that can be aggregated as well. And so the potential for it to be a more kind of consistent and common way of evaluating seems like it's gaining traction. And I'm going to pass it to Jess. Stephanie.
I like this game. I like self-passing microphone.
I'll pass it to Sydney. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. I think a couple of questions came out in this table. It was more how companies are engaging, what's their interest, and I think one of the most interesting questions was, what is motivating companies to set targets, right? And part of it is that regulatory space that everyone is going and looking into nature, right? Thinking about CSRD, even EU deforestation law when we're thinking more about land, anything that's coming out in the standards. Peer pressure, right? We're seeing that companies are, oh, I'm making this up, but like I see Starbucks there, it's like, oh, if Starbucks is there, well, I need to be there. And it's good. It's good because it's a good, I would say, good competition to transform. So anything else I missed? No? Good. Oh. Yeah, we are also seeing investors asking questions, and that's the other motivation that we're seeing from companies to do this and engage.
Great, thank you. All right, we still have some time. Does anybody else want to say anything? Oh, right here. I got it. Here you go.
Thank you. So everybody from our table is in the consulting space, but we did talk a lot about like their clients and how their clients are doing in terms of setting science-based target. So one of the interesting points that we raised was that there's a full spectrum of companies in terms of like their leadership. So there are really advanced leaders sort of like setting ambition, but also realizing the complexity of SBTIs. But there's also like other ones who are like not as sort of actively setting targets, but more of like, you know, in reaction to regulations that are coming that are sort of like, you know, learning and, you know, also being confused about SBTI. So there's a full spectrum of companies in terms of like their state and their journeys on SBTI. There's also like different sectors who are reacting differently in terms of like SBTI. So we talked about how like, consumer packaged goods companies, because of their really complex supply chain and really expensive impacts, they're sort of like doing a great job in terms of like managing their impacts and setting targets and all of that. Whereas like, for example, like the banking sectors might not be as actively setting targets as others. There's also like the dangers of working in silos, which, promotes, further partnership and all of that and dialogues. And yeah, that's the point. I don't have anybody to pass it on, so.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. All right, and I think this will be our last one. Oh, two more. Okay, great. For it.
So one remark from corporations. So it would be first great that consumers follow this journey. So we need like a carbon footprint. It would be great to have a water footprint. So you know every product, what's the water footprint. Second, if we do this methodology, it would be great that we, it takes a lot of time to understand now this carbon SBTI initiative. So scope 1, 2, and 3. And I think this would be great if it would be similar. And we need something like a 1.5 degree path for water. So don't try to do something totally new because it takes a lot of headspace and people don't have so much space. So as simple as possible would be great. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nabia Ofosuama with the Nature Conservancy. I've been part of the Freshwater Hub for the past few years. At our table, we had one company who's worked on getting through steps 1 and 2 already and is anxiously waiting for step 3 to come out, as well as a consultant who's been supporting some companies who are also waiting for step 3. So I think there's just that anticipation of what's going to be released very soon and seeing what it will look like and how we'll be able to set those targets in a few places. We talked about the importance of stakeholder engagement. So not just having companies be the ones to select the models, making sure that they're engaging with basin management authorities, other key stakeholders who are doing this work and whose responsibility it is to determine what the thresholds should be in the basins. And talked about how that is included in the methods. You'll see more about that coming out soon, but it's really about testing on the ground what that looks like. There were also just questions about what's going to be included and then discussions that start to get into step 4. So how exactly do you go about meeting that target once it's set? If you're a beverage company, for example, does it have to be reduction of water use? If water is a really key ingredient, are there other options to meet that target? So I think some of that will come in the future steps of SBTN as well. Anything else from my group? Okay.
Thanks, everyone. And I don't want this to be the end of the conversation. I think you're all going to be here for a few more hours. And of course, you're welcome to contact anyone. Oh, sorry. Yeah. You're welcome to contact anyone with further questions. I know there were a couple questions that came in online, and there should be a WWF or a SBTN person at each of the tables that we're taking notes, so we'll have a mechanism to answer questions and concerns that came out from your discussion. So thank you. All right. All right, we're at thank you. Alan, thank you so much. Hope you learned a lot. Thank you for our speakers. And we'll call it a day. Thank you.